Huh? There we go. Hey. Is it what, dude? Jump in here anytime.
I got
Jump
that
in
part
there.
now.
Jump in there.
I'm okay right now.
You sure?
Yeah, I went over to
Day
my
by
truck.
day, as it kept going, I started to realize.
You got hand warm?
Holy cow,
Deb gave me some.
all of us showed up on the same day, no prior.
Cost it too.
Right on. Thanks, brother.
Actions
Oh,
that
yeah.
you're working on.
Okay. Hey, keep that door shut.
Yeah, it's just slow it down. Again, he does me like, again. So I was like, oh, that's really great. I don't want to get rid of her. Here's my flag. Oh, she was magnificent. Yeah, she's gonna say now. Oh, I complain about certain things on the way, but she is magnificent. Got me here. So if I'm here one piece, it's gonna wrap her. She did her job. You look good. You look good. Nice one.
Thank you.
Yeah.
James, that's right. Okay.
Still have a Cowboys coming from bed, right? Joining in with this one.
Hey, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, I just want you guys to know, I just want to state it for the record and here on the, hey, Stuart Rhodes, I tore up my membership card. I'm still an Oath Keeper, homie. Huh? How does that work? I don't need your card. I don't need to pay your membership due. I tore up my card.
No, actually, I have.
I tore up my card. I tore up my card, I'm still an Oath Keeper. See how that works? You know what? Sue me. I got nothing. I got an ashtray and a freaking pocket of hole. That's it. Sue me. Sue me. I'm an Oath Keeper. Can you imagine that? I tore up my card. I didn't blow up. It's amazing.
You tore up your car. Look who's here around you now.
Yeah, real patriots. That's right. Hey, you see this right here? Huh? Idaho 3%ers, homie. That's right. Real Oath Keeper. Idaho 3%ers, baby.
Curtis, you got cash on you? Amen.
That's right.
Amen. Americans, right?
Americans.
Americans.
Americans. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I know, did you hear that?
All right, you guys.
I can speak, dog. I'm kind of proud of that.
What time we got? 11 o'clock?
10:37.
Okay. We're gonna. Huh? You mind being on camera? Okay, cool. What's up? What's up, man? It's a beautiful day in America. It's a beautiful day in America. That's right. Cap, no. Uh-oh. We got a situation here. Stand by. To feed.
On the air, take calls.
Are you friend or foe?
Yes, he is.
Is it still down?
It's not spinning. It's not spinning.
Shock, shock. Live stream is supposed to be going, dude.
Hang on.
Live stream.
It's going. Am I on camera?
Live stream is supposed to be going. Huh? You're on camera. It should be going.
I don't see me on
There's
camera.
probably a delay.
Okay. Huh?
There's a delay.
Oh,
There's a
there's a
delay.
delay.
There's a delay.
It's still going, dude. It's still going. We just checked it. Okay?
This is Staff Sergeant Mo, just testing.
Yep.
1, 2,
Hey,
3.
check it out. When you see all this right here, you see that going? When this thing stops, you see it right here? When that thing stops. That's okay. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. We're steak and potatoes, bro. This is how we roll. We're not freaking NBC. Huh? we tell the truth uninterrupted. All right, later. Thank you very much. All right, bye. Bye. Gotta go. Bye.
2 months ago,
Gotta go. Bye.
Whidbey Island for about 5 years. For about 2 years, actually. I was in
That's right.
America!
I'm gonna go somewhere where I'm not standing on a block of ice.
Wow. Really? 6 o'clock, I've never been able to move into a place. Oh yeah. Two dogs just running at it. And it was cold. Yeah. Doesn't seem like it's getting warm. Yeah.
Stop, please.
Guys, can I have everybody's attention for a second? Everybody gather around real quick.
Everybody bring it in!
Listen, Safeway just called me. Safeway just called me, and the agreement that I made with them to be respectful to their property is that we would only use the first 4 or 5 spots across the back half of the parking lot so that their customers can still get in and out at this point. And then what we can do while we're gathering here, if everybody could just kind of move over to the far corner over there on Court Street, because that's where we're going to rally up and move up the road. So if everybody can do that, that would be fantastic. Let's be respectful to them so we don't cause them any grief, and they can continue to do their business. So if there are any closer than 4 or 5 spots towards the building, if you can move out to the street, the city said we can park anywhere on the street that we'd like, okay? All right, thank you guys. Thank you.
Hey, Deb.
Yeah.
I think I had my Rockstar on your bumper. I think you closed the thing on it.
No, I wouldn't have closed it on your Rockstar. Inside?
I'm not getting them on the radio. You did.
Oh, I did?
I thought I crushed it. Like,
Oh, wow. Sorry about that.
no. I was waiting for you to put the inside.
Bundy? I remember all my Bundy brothers. There's a lot of them though. Corey? Oh, okay. Nice to meet you, brother.
Hey, everybody.
Okay.
Yeah, I've been here for a week.
I know.
You always from Dallas?
Lots of great Patriots here, you guys. Lots of Patriots here. Wow. Everyone's been asking, how many people are here? How many people are here? I'm like, get here and find out, right?
Enough? Almost?
Are we okay here?
Five rows in.
Hey, I'm going to put you.
So where are we going? Where's he asking us to go? What's up, brother?
And back over in this corner up in here.
Sense
See
of
you,
fly,
man.
brother. Good to see you
Yeah,
too.
bro.
Yeah. What's that?
We're supposed to work out somewhere in this area. Probably
Where are we?
there.
What's going on over here?
I think he was just trying to push us all over into that general direction.
Okay.
Yeah, the rallies at noon, so
You know what I'm going to do? Is
Yeah.
I'm going to get my I'm going to warm up my my iPad. Hey, Deb. You have somebody who wants to do an interview? You have somebody that wants to do an interview?
No. She's waiting on. Her husband is a disabled vet, and she's waiting on Ryan to get here. So,
Oh, okay.
yeah. And Joe is helping her. I just didn't want to. Do we want to move the vehicle over
Yeah, we
here?
do.
We want to move the vehicle.
Let's do that. Come on up.
But it's,
Come on, brother.
starting to be my opinion a little bit.
Jump in.
They'll pass laws regarding.
They don't care about the
And people
Constitution.
don't, and people not knowing
Because
it.
we don't care about the Constitution.
Right. And when you don't know about it, you don't know.
It's better armed now.
frostbitten, we need to sit in the truck every once in a while.
Okay. Do me a favor, pull that leg down a little bit. Not all the way, because not all the way. Just clamp it when I say clamp it. Let it down a little bit.
What?
Yeah, 12 o'clock everyone's supposed to meet.
Yeah. Then we do the march, yeah. They'll start it off probably in prayer and then
No, I'm gonna go drive over this. I know, but I gotta pull the vehicle up so I can get the screen down.
Alright you guys, here we go. We're at the beautiful Safeway in Burns, Oregon. Okay, what's really cool is that we have listeners that came all the way up, or a listener that came all the way from Florida. So that's pretty awesome.
Actually, you can't drive farther than he drove in the United States of America.
Yeah.
Florida, corner to corner like that?
Easy. Yeah, and then we have people that are here from Canada who support the Constitution, support what's happening here. What else do we have? Oh my gosh. Michigan's here. Of course, we're from Ohio. A lot of people from Idaho, because they understand that this is spreading to their state. We have to remember that Oregon is a very liberal state. But these guys are great patriots, I'm telling you. Yeah.
And I'm gonna park.
Wait a minute.
It's appropriate.
This is like the third time we've heard this today, since we've been down here. Yeah.
It's appropriate for
I
them.
believe
You know
that's
what?
either the Gatlin
It's
brothers
not,
or the
it's not,
Gaitler
you know
brothers.
what, when I hear the sheeple, getting all teary-eyed, drinking beer in America, the song doesn't mean the same for me. But when we're at an event like this,
okay, this is going to be live feed from the Burns, Oregon, from the Pete Santilli show. And anyway, he's Pete Santilli, and Deb Jordan will be reporting live from the ground in Burns, Oregon. The schedule made up to time will be 12 p.m. It's 10:15 right now, but it will be coming on in a minute, I think, at the Safeway parking lot at Monroe Street in Burns, Oregon. And anyway, just click below and go to it and stand by it or start listening to it live, depending on whether it's starting yet. But stay tuned, and I'll try to keep you posted throughout the day and throughout the weekend. God bless each one of you. Stay safe and keep praying for the people there, that God will have His perfect will, and that we protect them with the blood of Jesus Christ and bind every evil force that would come against them. In the name of Jesus Christ. Thank you, Lord, and we just praise you for what you're doing. And so just click below and go to it, and thank you so much. Notice to all members of the press, Corps, all federal employees, all members of the American Armed Forces, all sheriffs, United States Marshals, and other representatives and others responsible for public safety and peacekeeping regarding the takeover of the BLM facilities in western states, issued by Judge Anna Maria Reisinger, January 3rd, 2016. Although it may come as a surprise to many Americans, we have been mischaracterized and misidentified as British Crown subjects for the better part of 100 years. This travesty has never been corrected. Instead, the British Crown, a commercial investment organization, has kidnapped and press-ganged American land assets into the international jurisdiction of the sea and has pillaged our labor and our resources without mercy in criminal conspiracy and contempt of our Constitution. They have been aided and abetted in the activity by members of the American Bar Association and the Internal Revenue Service, acting as licensed privateers. These vipers, nurtured in our bosom, pretending to be our friends and our allies and even our trustees, have practiced identity theft against the American people, have involved us in their own private bankruptcies as sureties obligated to pay their debts. They have pretended that because of their fraud against us, we have abandoned our property rights, including our land patents, our bank accounts, and our organic states. They have usurped against our lawful government, enslaved our people, and acted as criminals in our midst. The corporations responsible for behavior are no different and no better than Walmart or Sears or Burger King. They have used names like Bureau of Land Management, United States Department of Agriculture, and so on under color of law. The Bureau of Land Management is not an actual unit in the American government. It is a foreign corporation whose only business here is to provide us with essential governmental services. The land patents to the western states are owned to the states of America and the indigenous tribal governments without exception, the only ownership accruing to the federal United States doing business as District of Columbia, municipal corporation, or in other corporate guises is vested entirely in the 10 square miles of the district and limited to the boundary stones. The only ownership vested in the federal government in the western states to anywhere else is a lease interest in facilities that have been provided to expedite their service missions. The Bureau of Land Management facilities being occupied by American militiamen were bought and paid for by the people of this country for the use of the BLM, with the understanding that the BLM is a unit of the American government and is working in good faith for the people of this nation. However, according to the public and private records, the BLM is not in fact any part of our lawful government at all and has not been so for decades. It is a privately owned foreign governmental service corporation operating under color of law. It has no business interfering in the activities of the ranchers and the farmers occupying government facilities under conditions of fraud or otherwise presenting false claims of interest, ownership, or authority. The Hammonds and the Bundy family are priority creditors of all the governmental services corporations which are now in or which have operated in this country in the past. They are tax exempt and their vessels in commerce, meaning the various trusts and public utilities operated under the names without their knowledge or consent are all tax prepaid. They and their countrymen are owed the patent to all land within a geographically defined boundaries of their respective states, free and clear of liens, encumbrances, and other presumptions against their property rights by foreign corporations operating under conditions of self-interested fraud. BLM
Hi, everyone,
employees are
and
here
welcome
to
to
provide essential governmental services. Those services do not include acting as undeclared commercial mercenaries operating under color of law and against the best interest of their employers and benefactors. Any federal employee offering to harm or interfere in the normal occupations of their employers, that is, the people of this country, or to prohibit their employers to customary use of the land and resources they are heirs to, is acting as an outlaw in contempt of the public law and the actual Constitution, and is subject to arrest under the bounty hunter provisions of the United States at large, the United States statutes at large. Being employed by BLM, like being employed by J.C. Penney, confers no special authority, grants, nor immunity, and is not licensed to undertake any activity that would otherwise be unlawful, including trespassing on private property, making fraudulent claims, and racketeering under armed force. The rule for the federal employees and law enforcement officials, including federal, state, and federal county officials, is that if you can't do it in your private capacity, you can't do it at all. Members of the press corps are similarly reminded of their responsibility to safeguard public safety and obey the public law, including their obligation not to incite, misrepresent, or engage in insurrection against the lawful government of the people, by the people, and for the people. This is not a country of the corporation, by the corporation, or for the corporation. Anyone needing to be reminded of that fact should question both their education and their sanity. The highest law officer in the country, in the county sheriff who has accepted public office, received his bond, and taken his oath, he is enabled to deputize as many men as he needs to enforce the public law within the borders of his country, borders of his county, and may require the use of any and all equipment and facilities paid for with public funds in pursuit of these ends. He works directly for the people, for his country, and is accountable only to them. All federal employees are guests of the people of each county and state, so long as they pursue their lawful duties and do not inappropriately presume upon, threaten, harass, or otherwise offer to harm their hosts, overreach their lawful jurisdiction, or make false claims against land assets. They are owed safe conduct and support. The moment they breach the peace, break the public law, offer contempt against the Constitution, engage in operations under color of law, including trespass on private property, cattle rustling, armed racketeering, and so on, they are subject to arrest like any common felon. The people of this country are the employers, benefactors, and priority creditors of all federal corporations. All federal employees all federal contractors, and all federal officials. The people did not grant their hirelings any power to harass them, indebt them, mischaracterize them, change their political status, seize upon their property, defraud them, trespass upon them, or engage in any other criminal activity whatsoever. It must be squarely recognized that the burning of barns is arson, the theft and removal of livestock is cattle rustling, the bringing of false claims of indebtedness and obligation is fraud, the presentation of weapons, especially tactical weapons employed in any of these activities, is assault and attempted racketeering under force by undeclared private mercenary forces. It is now easy to recognize that these are crimes masquerading as law enforcement. The private in-house laws of corporations must remain in accord with the public law, or those corporations must be liquidated as crime syndicates and their assets distributed to those they have harmed and to their lawful creditors. This includes the BLM, the United States, the American Bar Association, the state of Oregon, or any other corporation found to be operating in violation of the public law and their own charter. Any questions may be addressed to Judge Anna Marie Reitzinger, telephone number 907-250-5087, Judge Bruce Dosset, area code 720-333, area code 720, number 338-0394. And that's it. And just click below to go to read this for yourself, pass this on, and this we should start arresting, and we should start putting them in jail. And do we have any attorneys or legal people that know enough to do it? I can think of a few, and so let's get on this. Let's get something done, and get it done quickly. God bless each one of you. Stay safe and pass this word on. It's very, very important. Thank you so much.
An afternoon of peaceful protest in Harney County, Oregon took a turn Saturday, when a small group of men armed with pistols and long rifles occupied the headquarters of the Mollinger National Wildlife Refuge. The main reason we're here is because we need a place to stand, said Ammon Bundy, the apparent leader of the group. We stand in defense, he said. And when the time is right, we will begin to defend the people of Harney County in using the land and the resources. Bundy, son of Nevada rancher Cliven Bundy, was a key player in a months-long 2014 standoff with the Bureau of Land Management in Nevada. He and two of his brothers were among hundreds of conservative protesters who traveled to Burns, Oregon this week to demonstrate in support of two ranchers, Warren Hammond Jr. and his son Stephen Hammond, who in 2012 were convicted of arson for starting fires on rangeland. The men are due to report to a federal prison in San Pedro, California on Monday. Most of the protesters who came to Burns did not participate in the armed occupation, and many expressed concern that it would undercut their movement's credibility. The Mollinger National Wildlife Refuge, occupied by the Bundys and their supporters, lies roughly a half-hour south of Burns. It was established in 1908 by President Theodore Roosevelt, and is a popular place for birdwatching in the spring. The occupiers draped an American flag over the welcome sign outside the refuge headquarters, and a pickup blocked the road. As the sun set Saturday, the temperature fell to 10 degrees. The group of 5 men bundled in coats and scarves federal sagebrush branches into a campfire. Only Ammon spoke to the media, but a few of the men quietly identified themselves as longtime residents of the Burns area and supporters of the Hammonds. Asked how many militia members were at the headquarters, Bundy demurred. "I will not disclose," he said. Operational security. He also did not confirm the report that militia members have occupied a BLM fire station near French Glen, Oregon. Bundy said the men hadn't come into any contact with law enforcement while taking over the refuge headquarters, and it wasn't immediately clear whether the men had entered the building or were just stationed outside it. There was no sign of law enforcement near the entrance to the refuge, though an Oregon State Police patrol car idled by the side of the road just outside Burns. "We are not hurting anybody or damaging any property. We would expect that they understand that we have given them no reason to use lethal force upon us or any other force," Bundy said. Bundy said the men intend to use as little force as possible if law enforcement attempts to remove them from the site. "We hope that they don't try to do that. We are here and this is the people's facility. It has been abused. This facility has been a tool to destroy ranchers and loggers and miners and many other individuals' rights. If they try to come and force that issue, then they make it about a building and facility and lives could be lost because of that," he said. Salmon Bundy said he had not asked the Hammonds whether they support the takeover at the refuge. Harney County Sheriff David Ward said people should stay away from the area, asking local residents to please maintain a peaceful and united front and allow us to work through this situation. A collective effort from multiple agencies is currently working on a solution, Ward said in a statement Saturday. Around dinner time, the local couple who owns an RV park just a few miles from the refuge dropped off leftover chili and soup for the men to eat. "It's extra. They'll probably enjoy it. That's what we do here," said Ron Painter. "I agree with a lot of this. I don't know why the federal government has to be hearing the numbers that they are. They're nice guys, and they feel the Hammonds have gotten a wrong deal on their rights," said Linda Kainer. Ron Painter estimated he counted about 15 people, a half-dozen vehicles and a trailer at the headquarters. The Bundy family had previously told OPD around 150 people had joined their cause at the refuge. The wildlife refuge is closed until further notice, according to its website, and the occupation of the federal building has also prompted the Harney County School District to cancel all classes until January 11. Earlier in the day, more than 300 people gathered in Burns to march through town, across the packed snow, in protest of the Hammonds' 5-year sentence. Some had traveled 1,000 miles or more. The protesters included the rancher from Moses Lake, Washington, the retired Air Force Master Sergeant from South Dakota, and a real estate agent from Casper, Wyoming. They carried upside-down American flags, and described what they saw as the federal government's many violations of limits established in the Constitution. Many identified as part of the I% movement, the group that identifies with militias of the American Revolution, and believes around 3% of American colonists took up arms against the British. The marchers came to a stop outside White Hammond's house. Christmas greens hung on the door. Hammond emerged, wearing a baseball cap, and greeted the protesters. He said he felt humbled by the show of support. "This gathering isn't about me. It isn't about my family. It's about how America has to get its feet back under it and go forward," he said. Hammond and his son received sentences of a year or less in 2012 for setting fire to federal lands. Federal prosecutors appealed this decision, arguing the Hammonds should have received a mandatory minimum sentence of 5 years in prison for burning federal property. The Hammonds dispute the prosecutor's account, and say the fire started on their ranch before accidentally spreading to BLM land. Still, the government won its case in October, and the Hammonds were ordered to report Monday for the 5-year sentence, with time served. These sentences are intended to be long enough to deter those like the Hammonds who disregard the law and place firefighters and others in jeopardy, wrote acting U.S. Attorney for Oregon Billy Williams, in a press release. Hammond, who turned 74 this month, described his sentence as a bit of an overkill. "This is the way the federal government has been coming down on all these people who are here," he said. Hammond plans to turn himself in Monday. "I'm just trying to, as I've always tried, to stay within the law," he said. "I fall down once in a while, but hopefully not everybody knows about that." Many of the protesters outside Hammond's home said they hoped to avoid any confrontation, out of respect for what they had heard were the wishes of the Hammond family. "My personal goal was to make a public statement," said Jim Gilmore, the rancher from Washington. The Hammonds have expressed a desire to go ahead and be incarcerated. Had they expressed otherwise, this might be a different kind of a meeting today. Dave Duquette, an Oregonian with the group Protect and Harvest, said he was frustrated by the militia's decision to occupy the wildlife refuge. "There's a radical fringe that, although I do understand where they're at, they've taken it a little too far," he said. "I feel that the protest went really well. What they're doing right now out there at the refuge is going to overshadow the good," he said.
For more on the occupation of a federal building in southeastern Oregon, we're joined now by Amelia Templeton, a reporter for Oregon Public Broadcasting's news division. She is in Burns, Oregon now. What can you tell us about what's happening there?
I met briefly with some of the militiamen who are occupying the site. It was dark, and I couldn't actually tell if they had made it inside the building or were just gathered outside. They had a small bonfire. It's about 10 degrees out here.
Okay, what's been happening this morning?
Well, this morning, Ammon Bundy, the son of Nevada rancher Cliven Bundy, has held a press conference. He's the group's spokesperson. We've heard that so far there really hasn't been any law enforcement presence at the site. Last night I saw Oregon State Police cars actually driving away from the area.
Have you heard from local authorities on why they're not present at the site?
Well, it's a very remote site. It's about half an hour south of Burns, in the middle of a bunch of fields and this large wildlife refuge. It was occupied over a weekend. There was actually nobody there at the time, and it seems like the local authorities are trying to avoid a confrontation, although they haven't said that directly.
Okay, in that press conference, were there a list of demands? Is there something that Ammon Bundy wanted?
Generally, they've said that they are showing support for a pair of ranchers here who are due to turn themselves in to serve a federal prison sentence Monday for arson. They've also said that they essentially want to take back federal land and that land should belong to the people, that it's been taken from ranchers and loggers, and they want to see it returned.
All right, Amelia Templeton from Oregon Public Broadcasting. Thanks so much for joining us from Burns, Oregon.
You're welcome.
Hello, everybody. I want to talk to you about something going on in Oregon, folks. I've been watching this development for a better part of a week. There was well, first off, there is a long list of history on this subject. This involves the Bundy family, the Hammond family. In Oregon, there's hundreds of things involving this, folks. But Eamon Bundy, the Hammond family, and 100 patriots, some are saying 100, 150, have taken and are currently holding, supposedly, an Oregon federal building, and are basically saying they are not going to give this up, this property up. This is the headquarters of the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge. They're vowing to occupy the remote federal outpost 50 miles southeast of Burns for years. And Ammon Bundy is the son of the Bundy family that was 2 years ago in the news for their cattle ranch standoff with the BLM. So they supposedly have 100, 150 men on site, and supposedly more and more and more are coming to their aid. Folks, I don't want to report too much of this one way or another because I really do feel that they're starting to crack down on some of this stuff. Just last night, I was on the internet and I mentioned an internet rumor, and my Facebook account had been hacked, and there was some very, very unhappy things said about one of my photos. And although I know that that's just the way the internet works, it is an unfortunate thing that this is starting to come down. And as you know, there was a 73 and 78-year-old person who not too long ago was threatened. There were signs in Oregon in this one county saying militia go home, and there were assaults on militia. This individual story here, I'm not even so sure I can even begin to tell you what happened. But basically, the Heyman and the Bundy family, have basically gotten together, and there was some kind of a protest. And after that, it basically got out of hand. And the way that Hammond Ranch family is involved in this, supposedly, is they had 300,000 head of cattle, and BLM and other persons were trying to run a fence through their property. A lot of people are saying this is going to be similar to the Alamo, folks. There's even a video posted by a on-the-ground militiaman saying goodbye to his family. It's a real weird video, folks. This is coming out of John Sepulvado, his Twitter. Nick Martin basically is talking about Clive Bundy journalists and how there's 150 militia, or at least at that time, and that was about 22 hours ago, so there's probably a lot more. They've been running this story all day, folks. I've seen it twice on Fox. I've seen it twice on CNN. Ammon Bundy, which I just corrected on this, has said that he and these fellow Americans are not terrorists, and that what they're doing is right. I don't see this as being right at this point, and so I'm kind of looking at this going, there's going to be some developments here, folks, that are going to hurt some people. And basically what's going on, this is going to be like a, one of those standoffs, folks. So anyways, folks, there's a lot going on here. I'm just kind of trying to go through the Twitter pages. Wanda Moore of Wanda KTVZ has announced militia group members occupying Malheur Wildlife Refuge, Les Zetz, Bundy and Co. have picked an isolated place and make a stand, a refuge way out in the desert, where it'll get 10 or -10 or so tonight. Alman Bundy has said in his Facebook video they've taken over the refuge to use militia base for years, called Patriots from the U.S. to come. I guess that's supposed to say all around the U.S. This looks like the OK Corral, folks. You know, every major American standoff has one of these settings, folks. I mean, we always kind of remember the Alamo, where 300 men defended themselves against Santa Anna. We remember the U.S. Revolution, where Bunker Hill, 100 or so men defended the fort, and I believe only 1 or 2 of those men lived afterward, and the British, I believe, killed them all. I believe. Alright, guys, I got a statement here from Harney County Sheriff Dave Ward. After the peaceful rally was completed today, a group outside militants drove to Malheur Wildlife Refuge, where they seized and occupied the refuge headquarters. A collective effort from multiple agencies is currently working on a solution. For the time being, please stay away from that area. More information will be provided as it becomes available. Please maintain a peaceful and united front and allow us to work through this situation. I have like 7-8 sources here, folks, and I'm barely able to scrape together everything. I do know that there was a situation where a district federal judge seeking Dwight and Stephen's return from federal prison for 5 years did happen. That was involving something going on in 2014 and 2013. So there's a bunch of stuff here as to what's going on and what's not. I don't want to put the details out there word for word, letter by letter, because I am kind of starting to fear for my safety. And I'm not just rattling the sticks here. I am actually kind of starting to feel like there might have to be a time when I have to stop doing this for my own personal situation. But I have about 5 or 6 sources. You guys can look this up and find your own. It's all basically the same thing. And you know, there's all kinds of things on Twitter on this, folks. So you're going to have to go into this and look. Bundy Ranch had something on Twitter. Breaking share, standing for the right of men and women, calling on all freedom-loving people of Harney County, Oregon, to come to the Walhur Wildlife Refuge. The people, quote unquote, are finally getting some good use out of the federal facility. Militia update: local school district in Burns announced it'll keep schools closed all week because of the militia situation. What's happening? There's all kinds of speculation. I mean, this is just right out of the freaking books, folks. I don't even know what the over-the-top situation was that went from the protest to this, but evidently somebody was not happy with the results of the protest. And Alman Bundy, it looks like him and various others, said, fine, we're just going to go do this. And basically, here's coming from Ian Culligan. I talked with Ryan Bundy on the phone again. He said, basically, what we all are thinking, they're willing to do it as necessary. Kind of kill or be killed situation. Hashtag Oregon under attack. This is bad, folks. I got a funny feeling those shots have already been fired, and we probably won't even know about it. Personally, I don't know why the hell they used this facility, why they decided to take this. This was unnecessary. I'm not saying that they didn't have some reason or another why this facility in particular was one thing versus another and why they decided to take this, but it's one thing to protect your friends and your family folks, your property folks, and it's kind of another to just seize a property of the government. And I'm sure there's all kinds of reasons why they chose this facility, and I'm sure it's loaded with bad money, bad politics, bad everything. I mean, you can go through these night and day, folks. These papers. I mean, these are easily pages and pages and pages and pages long. I mean, just pages of information on the history and everything else. You can find this on BBC, Fox News, CNN. I was just watching this on CNN, and I mean, this is automatically on the big news this time, folks. I got a funny feeling this is going to end bad. A buddy of mine, well, not really a buddy of mine, but somebody told me about something similar to this that was developing. But what they lacked to do was to give me the details so that I could put up like a pre-video of like the parade and the rioting, all the stuff outside, and all the information thereof. But it does look like Hammond Bundy, Hammond family, and 150 now, probably close to probably about 300 to 500 patriots supposedly have taken and hold this wildlife federal building. Folks, I don't know what to tell you. Between this and the Saudi Arabian Iran thing today, I don't know what to tell you, folks. Keep them in your prayers and everything. This ain't going to be good, folks. This is not going to end well. I do not know why they decided to take this facility, but I personally think that by choosing this facility, they threw their cause out the window. And CNN basically has Eamon Bundy saying they're not terrorists and they're not this and they're not that. Well, that's fine and everything. We'll see how this ends up. I don't believe they're terrorists, but you know, this is stuff that happened in the Ukraine. Only difference is these guys now have guns. Where in Ukraine, they didn't have guns. I'm not saying I don't support these guys into some aspect or another. However, I don't understand all the details to say that I support them. Bundy Ranch was about protecting their own property. I would have definitely gone down there to help out. But to take and hold a federal building, I don't know exactly how good that's going to be, folks. I don't know how much food and supplies they have. I imagine at some point the El Federales are going to cut power and resources to that facility. That's personally what I would do. I'd cut all the resources. Ain't going to do much, but it's going to do enough. Just cut that grid. I don't want to see that happen to these patriots. But personally, I don't know why they decided to take this facility. I'm not saying it probably wasn't a good cause to them. But it looks like they're done playing games, folks. And I think quite soon we're going to see that there are people who did take shots who were unfortunately, put down over this. Like I said, I completely supported the defense of the Bundy Ranch property, even if it had shown that they had been illegally doing their taxes and stuff and withholding taxes from the federal government, BLM, and everybody else. But I do not see any honor in taking and holding a federal building. I don't know their reasoning. My prayers are with everybody. God bless you, gentlemen. This may just be our Alamo, folks. Pray for them. Pray for everybody. Hey.
And so, yeah, I am for it.
Let's come back to this after we have some good discussion of what we're going to do with the community together.
Well, I'm just trying to make the community aware of what's really here.
We've all been on there. We've all, and
I'm not perfect by any means.
we pointed out this gentleman, who else? Jason Patrick and BJ Silver, or Joe? Which one?
Well, I've only seen you guys. I've never seen Mr. Sokol.
Did you pull up my video on YouTube while you were looking at all these videos?
You pull mine?
No, because I'd never seen you or you until
let me ask you this though. Why would we leave our comfortable home and our children
8 of them, by the
come
way.
here, 8 of our children, we have 8, okay? Why would we come here and spend time here, and this is the 3rd time we've been here now, and sit down with the Hammonds and hear their story if we didn't care about them? Hold on, let me finish. Now I let you point these guys out, sure. But I can tell you personally, I watched him stand up at Sugar Pine Mine for 2 miners, armed, willing to take a bullet in order to protect their constitutional rights. I've watched him stand up armed and do it. I've battle rattled down and stood armed too. And if I had to do it for you, even though you don't like these guys, I do it for you too.
Let me make something clear.
And I would leave this world knowing that my children are in the hands of these men.
I don't think you understand what I'm saying.
But
I don't necessarily disagree with
but
what
we don't
you
want-
guys are doing.
we're trying to move
it's
away
the
from-
manner in which you're doing it
Oh.
and the attitude in which you come
But
to
you
the
don't.
community.
But you don't know. You keep saying your blanket statement. You guys. You don't know me. My right to come here, and you may not. You may not agree with us, and you want a blanket statement on us as all this. Someone's come to take your land away. I would die on your front porch to protect your
And
property.
so would this guy and the
Is
dinner.
anyone else that's not associated with the quote outsiders, militia, what you want to talk to them? How many of you guys have spoken to
But let me explain.
Bill
something.
says he's got video of him asking them for help. Well, let's see it.
Hold on a second.
Cough it up.
Before.
They're already going to prison.
Hey, wait. It's not about them or stopping them from going to prison. What it's about is we're going to respect their wishes and allow them to do what they've asked to be done. We have met with them. We spent many hours with them, as we have with the sheriff here, as we have with other community members here. We're not here to overrun anyone's town. We're not here to create any problems. But what we're here, because if this community doesn't stand and do something now, like what's happened to us in Idaho, where we've taken a stand, our organization, Understand in Idaho, is over 2,000 members for Idaho 3%. And we do things professionally, with integrity, and honor. And you Google us, you're not going to find anything but that. I can't.
Because to me, he seems like an extremist. To me. I mean, and I have no problem calling it. I fought Muslim extremists overseas, pal.
Hold on.
I can use the term if I want to.
Hold on a second.
Blaine, did I like you when I first met you? Why?
Because of his videos.
Because of your videos, right? Okay, let me tell you right now, any one of my 8 children, if I knew and I needed someone to protect their life, he would be on the list of people I'd hand him to.
You know,
all we're asking is for you to get to know us.
That's it.
Don't make blanket statements.
And this is what they want to do. This dissent right here is what they want.
There's a lot of people that make videos because a lot of people like that are angry at what's happening in their country. Yeah, it probably looks bad. You know, but I don't judge me. I'm not.
I've been here for about 5 years now.
You know, I've been here.
Let my actions speak louder than
Blaine, stop.
And I get you.
I've been
Listen,
here.
I agree with
I'm
90% of what you guys are saying. 95. Okay, our federal government's quick. Okay.
And I know he's been pushed into what he's going to do. He doesn't have a choice. The federal government is not giving him a choice. These guys are here to say,
Battery.
those people are the gardeners. We only got our trees grow, and our grass grows, and our cattle have good feed, and there's water in the water hole. That's their job.
Absolutely.
They are not law enforcement.
Right.
Those people need to go.
Can I say
And
one?
what they're doing to Hammond is they're railroading. He built that backfire to protect his ranch.
Right, and I agree
And now they're
100%.
Can you guys let Aaron speak real
Can I
quick?
speak for a second about this, and then I hope we can get beyond this and talk about why we're here. Okay, everybody's talking about these gentlemen here that came here, and they're scared to death. Okay, I'm a 40, I won't tell you how much, plus woman. I came here unarmed. I came to, okay, we started dialogue outside of the meeting room. You know, that's how you get to know. We had fun, we visited, we showed them where we lived and the cows, and I still don't know these men very well, but I know one thing. These men right here, they fought.
Combination be on our land, combination Forest Service, private ranch. We all share it, we all use it. Right? So I'm headed out, basket, start to spread out our blanket. Heck, there's cow poop everywhere. Alright? Oh, wait a minute. Ammon said this is my land. Maybe I don't want the springs tore up and cattle trails running through my land. Did you ask anybody else what they want for their land?
Why a range allotment?
No. You're here to fight for the ranch. You're not are you here for the rancher? Anything about what they're doing. Right? There is that entitlement of government.
What do we do? I don't know. How long has she been on?
They're older.
You know this guy?
They're on government assistance. They don't count. Does that mean the veterans of this county that are disabled and are 100% service connected don't count? So Hardy County, they don't represent this county? My father is a veteran. He represented this county when he lived here. That hurt. What that tells me is that 30 to 40% of the people that you think represent Hardy County are the cattle ranchers, and that's about it. Okay? I don't work for them. I'm not on any public assistance. I am not an entitled person. So I guess my opinion counts, right?
I don't know.
The point I'm trying to make here is you just need to understand what you're all fighting for. Okay? What these men, what these women, what they're all asking you to fight for. Don't get me wrong. I was bad for ranchers. I had no problem with ranchers. I've lived here my entire life. I have no problem with it. But tell me that's what I'm fighting for. When you come in.
What are you going to do when that's all fenced off? You don't have access to. Let's take the cow poop aside. What are you going to do? Because down the road, a year, 2 years, 3 years down the road, you want to go have that picnic with your children, but you can't drive up the road anymore because there's gates across it. Your public land, there's gates across it. But what they don't tell you, it's not about you, it's not about me, it's about a bigger thing. And the bigger thing is our rights. And that's our, hold on, okay? It's about a bigger thing. It's not about any single person in this room. It's about all of us and the lost ways of our Constitution of the United States that allows us to go have those picnics. It allows us to exercise our rights to go make fireworks. So to your analogy,
And this camera, I was wrong. When I said that, understand my frustration. The whole time I've been up here with you, and me, it's handshakes and we get to know each other. The people of Harney County are great people. The hot bad mouthing these outsiders, and I was wrong, and I misspoke, and I'm clarifying that, and I deeply apologize.
I have a question first.
Okay,
I have a question first.
Sure, go ahead, absolutely.
Okay, you say that you want to keep this open for us, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, and this entails getting the BLM to let it go, right? Let it go of this property. What happens when we get rage fire? How is Harney County going to battle a fire? We don't have the resources
No,
in town.
what we're saying is to keep them from closing
No.
things down.
You do have the resources.
We don't have enough resources.
All
We've
that
already
money-
burned our forest off. What the hell are we doing?
So what if I showed you?
What about those fires that almost hit Burns last year?
Okay, so what about the fires of BLM sets? Let's take it there. I mean,
They let our forests burn off anyway.
We
They're
need
gone.
them. We need them. We may not like what they do. We may not like everything they do, but we do need them.
okay, that's your opinion, that's okay. The resources are needed, that's fine, if that's your position, but how do you keep them from having a heavy hand? If you need them here for the resources, great, but how do you keep them from restricting and restricting and restricting and restricting, so before you know it, you're gonna need a permit to leave your driveway?
I agree we need to fight them,
So
but
let me-
not here.
So let me ask you this question.
Not
So
here.
if not here,
Where else?
Wait, where else?
Where else are we gonna fight them?
DC.
No, it doesn't work.
Doesn't work. None of us have got billions of dollars to buy a senator.
All that grazing permit money,
I
that
said-
money goes to Harney County.
Let Aaron speak.
And then you have
I
us.
said this in front, at all of our meetings, okay? Dwight and Stephen Hammond were tried on federal charges for terrorism, right? Okay, they were convicted on federal charges. If they would have been charged and tried in Harney County, you're right. These guys can go home, right? But they weren't. They were charged of federal crimes, of being terrorists.
12 years after the fire.
Yeah, and Hammond, I know Dwight Hammond, he's been
That
saying
sets a
terrorist.
precedent in the United States, not just Harney County. So it affects everybody, not just you and me that live here, but everybody within the borders of the United States of America. That's what it affects. That's these guys from Idaho, these guys from Arizona, so that's why they're here. And I hope that we can focus this on what's going on with the Hammonds right now. I understand your frustration, but it affects everybody in the United States. It's not just you and me anymore. The federal government did that when they tried them in the federal court. If it would have remained in the county, yeah, you're right. You guys go home. But that's not what happened. It affects their kids just as much as it affects our kids. And that's what this is about. To me, this is about the Hammonds. This is about what they're being tried with. They are not terrorists. We have real terrorists running around in this country. And nobody seems to be doing too much about them. But you take these guys who are convicted of setting fire to 140 acres, and they're tried as terrorists. That's wrong. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm taking a stand. That's why these guys are here.
Do you realize you've had ranchers and farmers in your own county start larger fires and got less time?
Or no time. Or not even charged.
Or no time, or not charged at all. So let me ask you a question. I want to respond to, okay. So you mentioned we're here for our agenda, or we're here for this, we're here for that. I want to ask you, what do you think we're getting out of this? Since you have all these accusations, what do you think that we're, all of us sitting here, I have 8 children, 2 businesses that I run. I'm a well-respected business person in my area, hold on. And I come over here. So I'm asking you, what do you think we get out of this?
I'm not here to judge what you get out of
Oh, I
this.
understand that, but you made a
I'm
comment about
here
the agenda.
to make a point for Harney County.
I agree, but it's not just Harney County. You have to
They
think
need to
outside
see-
the county.
They need to see both sides though.
We're
They're
here to uphold
only
the
seeing one side.
The agenda is to uphold the Constitution.
Okay,
But what?
let me, last night I got online and I wanted to find out how long the BLM has been established. Okay? So I looked it up, and the BLM has been around, known as the General Land Office, since 1785. And the Northwest Ordinance of 1787.
1949, they're a Puerto Rican corporation.
Did you look up what their job was?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. The General Land Office was used to survey the settlement of land of the original 13 colonies ceded to the federal government. The federal government. It was given to the federal government. That land. All this land.
The original 13 colonies.
The original 13 colonies.
This ain't the
And
original.
what was not ceded was bought from Spain. And other countries. I don't know about all.
13 colonies were not ceded, they ceded their excess land.
After the War of Independence. Okay?
No, they were independent sovereign states.
Now,
the government, do you find any similarities between how you feel about the federal government and how they feel about the police?
You know what? I don't know as much as I probably should about it. I would imagine there's probably some similarities, though. Really, the government is for the people. The government should not be doing anything but encouraging the people to claim their rights and encouraging them to use their rights and then protecting and defending the people as they live freely.
What do you make of that movement? Do you find any similarities between how you feel about the federal government and how they feel about the police?
You know what? I don't know as much as I probably should about it. I would imagine there's probably some similarities, though. Really, the government is for the people. The government should not be doing anything but encouraging the people to claim their rights and encouraging them to use their rights and then protecting and defending the people as they live freely.
What do you make of that movement? Do you find any similarities between how you feel about the federal government and how they feel about the police?
You know what? I don't know as much as I probably should about it. I would imagine there's probably some similarities, though. Really, the government is for the people. The government should not be doing anything but encouraging the people to claim their rights and encouraging them to use their rights and then protecting and defending the people as they live freely.
yes, now. Before they were even
Can I ask you a
a
question?
state.
Have you read this? Cover to cover?
No.
Okay. This is
I'm
what,
not-
hold
I'm
on,
not
let me
here to
finish.
say I'm
I'm gonna address this for you since you did all your research online. Have you read this? Because this will break down what's sovereign, what's territories, and what the federal government can and can't do. This is the rule, the law of the land, black and white. Okay? I highly would recommend, and I'm not just going to leave it, but if you want to talk about laws in the 13 colonies and how this country is founded, you should start here. It's all mapped out.
You're telling me, all I want to know is you're telling me is The land did not belong to the federal government before it was made into states.
Here, this says the federal government cannot own land outside the 10 square miles of Washington, D.C. So the federal government cannot own land under the Constitution of the United States. Period.
What she's asking, she's not, ma'am, if you, I can explain, I know what you're talking about.
Okay.
Okay, what she's getting at is Article 4, Section 3, the how a territory, which this was, before it was a state, right? How a territory becomes a state. So that's what the GLO was founded for, was to start dispersing those lands.
Right.
The only way that the federal government is allowed to own that land, the only way they're allowed to own that land is for a very short period of time and for the purpose of dispersal.
Yeah, Sean, for the homesteading act. Sean, can I remind you, when you and I were kids, we were neighbors. There was a massive fire that came up over the backside of the properties, if you remember, right? Okay. Threatened to burn us out and kill us. It wasn't the BLM that fought that night. Your dad and my dad fought that fire that night, and they put it out.
I hear it.
It was not the
BLM, they contract all that anyway. So it's a new point. You do have the resources. Instead of paying the BLM, pay yourself, pay the counties yourself. So can we move on? Right. I was just kind of wanting to move things on a little bit here.
I want to answer one of the things about what we get out of it. What I got out of this was an overdrawn bank account and loss of income. What I'm hoping to get out of it, and be away from my family. I've been here 3 weeks. I miss Christmas, New Year's, all that. The only thing I'm hoping to get out of this is freedom for Harmon County as residents and Athens. I'm not getting paid for this. I'm losing money.
There's not a person.
Jason Patrick lost an $80,000 a year job.
My issue was with the outcry that you put out to bring people here.
I want to make it very clear that that outcry is a controlled outcry for people to come and support you. You and your community.
I didn't ask for it.
Okay, well that's fine. Stay home then tomorrow. It's
I plan
okay.
to. I plan to.
It's okay.
All right.
So that's not the
We've kind of lost, We've got a bunch of people here from Harnett County who want to hear what they have to say. We've got a bunch of them here to hear what we want to have to say. You know, this whole meeting was just to facilitate conversation. This is not to hash out what the next steps are, although that'd be great if we could come up with something. But let's be honest, we have 6,000 in this town. The idea of coming up with a consensus in a room of 68 to 80 people isn't going to happen tonight. Most we'd like to, right? What's that? Most we'd like to, but it wouldn't happen. Yeah, exactly. It wouldn't happen.
Maybe the head of their organization could get up right now and speak and say what actually they're here for and what their plan is from today.
There's no hand. You have multiple organizations here, but I mean, part of her frustration, and I know part of other people's frustration here because I've heard them talk, is that when you put out a call to arms, that sounds rather militant. Correct. And then you get people on your Facebook pages, which I understand you can't control who posts your Facebook pages, saying, "Oh yeah, let's arm up and let's armor up and let's go shoot ourselves, people."
Sir, I had the BLM point AR-15s at the side of my head.
And here's the thing.
Because we were asking for a sheriff's investigation of why they were killing cattle and destroying infrastructure.
And I understand that.
They pointed weapons of war at me.
I understand.
And I wasn't armed.
I understand that.
Okay, so do you think I need to arm up, or do you want me to just continue to walk around unarmed?
Here's the point. Okay, I was talking to my mother-in-law last night, not last night, night before last, after our last meeting we had here. And you know what her biggest concern is? Is that there's going to be a gun battle here. And everybody that's part of it, that's her concern, and it's valid.
It's a valid concern, sure.
Is that when it's all said and done, those that are from out of town are going to pack up and they're going to go home. And that those of us that live here in this town are going to be left to patch the holes, fix the windows, and bury the dead.
Well, sir, I think already given my pledge that I'll stay here until it's necessary that
But we don't.
And can I address that? That's a valid concern.
It is.
And can I address that?
Sure.
Okay. The last thing we want is violence. Okay? I'm the president of the Idaho 3%, and I can only speak for my organization. We have over 2,000 members in Idaho. Okay? My sole responsibility is to head up that organization. And like I said, when I was addressing you, we do it professionally. We try to do it with honor and integrity. Okay? I know all these guys here, and they all have the same feeling. Yes, we've seen videos. We've seen, some of us agree on some of the stuff that goes out. Some of us disagree. Am I right? We have these conversations all the time. We really try to control the narrative about what's going out there and what's being put out to the public. My background, like I said, is law enforcement, so I understand how important that is, okay? We've met with the sheriff here, we've tried to always have a common ground. We always take a defensive posture. We won't fire anything unless we're fired upon. We're not going to be the aggressors.
Or if you're fired upon.
Or if you're fired upon. That's it. We're not the aggressors. That's what I want to understand here. We're not here to fire off weapons or tote our guns, or we just exercise the Second Amendment right. That's what we do. I'm highly trained in handling firearms. Most of these guys all are. Okay? We're not coming in your town to shoot it up, so you guys have to patch holes. We're also about community, guys. If that were to happen, I'd call in more of my troops to come in and say, let's go help fix some holes, because we're not the ones who put the bullets there. Well, the other side did. Okay? We're not going to do that. So, that's not what we believe in. And if we have members of an organization, everyone's vetted that comes in. If we have, this is my vice president right here, this is Eric, okay? If anyone comes in and start acting like that, they are voodoo. And we will take them over, hand them over to the authorities themselves.
I've already been working on that today.
Okay.
We started specifically looking at those posts of any kind of violence. I put a wanted poster on your guys' thing today.
This has been in your county.
If anybody shows up who has said anything like that, or claimed anything like that, I'm putting their picture everywhere, and I want to know about it. You see any of that? You come to somebody with this logo and you let us know, and we'll put a stop to it. And number two, they're not coming. But anybody that said anything like that is provocateur from the East Coast, way far away from the situation, and ain't going to be here. If they do come here, that's why I came here. I came here to make sure that I was at the Bundy Ranch. There was a call to arms that came. There was. And nobody got shot. Okay, it escalated further than anybody thought, but nobody got shot. There was no bullets flying at all, and there was a call to arms. And just because there's a call to arms does not mean that there is any violence going to happen. And if it does, it's going to be on their side.
And I want to make something clear on that point, you guys. The only call for violence at Bundy Ranch, the call for violence is for the BLM on the bullhorn saying we're going to shoot you if you don't stop. Unarmed children, women, and men who are unarmed. They said, we will shoot you. It was on a bullhorn. We have
been
given a green
authorized
light.
to utilize deadly force if you continue to come towards the gate.
That's why I'm here, folks. I come from a town that looks a lot like this. It's just over in Idaho. And we're dealing with the same problem. We've got the White Cloud, Boulder Mountain. We're dealing with the same issues. And they're putting up fences. Your story, man. If all those gates weren't up, there'd be enough pastures for everybody. The cows would be over there, and you'd find a nice new one over here. If those gates weren't all up. You know? You'd have to drive by 100 gates to get to your pasture. You could have went on any one of the roads.
We have no ulterior motive for being here, other than we're your neighbors, you guys. We're your neighbors. Whether you're in Arizona, you're in Idaho, you're in California, we're your neighbors. And the other, if you want to live in the bigger picture outside of Harney County, and even outside of Oregon, you're still in the same district or circuit, the court system here. It affects Idaho. It affects Washington, Illinois circuit. So all that does affect you outside. Your kids, your grandkids, when I wrote it affects everybody. And that's what you guys need. We want to help you guys understand. We're fighting this over here. We have.
I'm not against what you guys are fighting for at all. In fact, I'm with you. The thing is, I just don't want it to escalate to anything in our town.
So can I just like, I want to say what you guys think. The only way it's going to escalate is from the other side.
Yep.
We won't escalate.
That's not entirely true, let me tell you why. What could happen, because you guys are talking about doing your march, protest march or
A rally.
you know, and which is a great idea. I think peaceful rally is a great thing to do. Then go by the sheriff's office, William Perkins, sorry.
Actually,
This is my wife, by the way. My name is Guy McKay, okay? I'm an Army veteran. But what can happen, and it's something that none of us want to see, you know, just January 1st, we had New Year's Eve. If something happens, you guys go by, someone kills a fire couple. And then they, okay? Someone from the federal government, maybe, sniper's position, takes a shot. Who is going to decide it? Who is going to be able to tell who is who when the bullets start flying? No one's going to know. So you can't stand there and say nothing's going to happen. It won't be us. It
No,
won't
that's
be.
not what
It
I
won't.
said. What I said
I know.
is you have to be aggressive.
That's right. I know that's what you said. And you said, but, and it might not be the other side either. It may be someone outside influence, maybe a foreign entity that wants to see this county distressed. Okay, so I didn't mean to say that, but since this worked into it. Yeah, you guys are really good, by the way. You speak real well. You jump up occasionally, and I know it's hard for someone on this side to say something because you feel like you're getting through several languages. Okay, I'm not a public speaker, but I do feel very strongly about this county. I've lived here for over 20 years, and I do agree with almost everything you guys say. That I've heard so far. YouTube videos a little much, and that's what people are afraid of. Fighting against the federal government is what I do on almost a daily basis.
Can I ask what you do, sir?
I'm a veteran service officer for this county. That's not. I'm not here in that entity.
No, right.
I'm here as a citizen of Harney County.
Right, but you deal with it every day.
Every day. CFR Title 38. If you guys don't know, that's Code of Federal Regulations. Veterans Law, that's what I study. And also the Constitution. Okay? Were any of you guys Special Forces? Any of you? Special Forces? What branch? Army, right? What'd you do? Did you ever see, you're a little bit older than me, maybe, Vietnam era, 62, 3, 4, 5? Right? See, that's what I do, right? I go out and I look for veterans. I try to get a service connected, try to give them a VA pension. I do what I can. Harney County, 6,000 people, 1,000 of us are veterans. Okay? We have a very high veteran population in Harney County. The state of Oregon has over 300,000 veterans in the state. It's a lot of people come from a rural part of the state.
Hey guys, Don Ritzheimer and Blaine Cooper here. We're in my truck right now. We're parked right outside the refuge here. Look, this place is swarmed with media. So pretty much all the way up to the gate here is pretty packed. There's still plenty of parking right here on the outside. So don't feel that you can't get in. There's no roadblocks. Okay, all the rumors that are running rampant out there just need to be put to rest. We need you to get here and stand with us. That's what we need more than anything. That's what's going to prevent any bloodshed. The more people that get here, whether you're armed or unarmed, you get up here. Even if it's just to come and visit this historical site. This is going to be a historical site for this country. We don't want bloodshed. We all want to make it home to our families, and I believe they want that on the other side as well. Please get up here to help us. We're up here in Oregon.
We need your help, guys. Blaine Cooper and John Ritzheimer.
Thanks.
We're out.
Hey guys, John Ritzheimer and Blaine Cooper here. We're in my truck right now. We're parked right outside the refuge here. Look, this place is swarmed with media. So pretty much all the way up to the gate here is pretty packed. There's still plenty of parking right here on the outside. So don't feel that you can't get in. There's no roadblocks, okay? All the rumors that are running rampant out there just need to be put to rest. We need you to get here and stand with us. That's what we need more than anything. That's what's going to prevent any bloodshed. The more people that get here, whether you're armed or unarmed, you get up here. Even if it's just to come and visit this historical site. This is going to be a historical site for this country. We don't want bloodshed. We all want to make it home to our families, and I believe they want that on the other side as well. Please get up here to help us. We're up here in Oregon.
We need your help, guys. Blaine Cooper and John Ritzheimer.
Thank us. We're up here in Oregon.
We need your help, guys. Blaine Cooper and John Ritzheimer.
Thanks.
We're out.
To fight federal wars, all right? The thing about special forces is you ever go, like, I'm not going to ask you because you know, some of this is painful, but sometimes you need to go behind enemy lines. They need to try to capture the hearts and minds of the populace so that when the main military force comes in, they have stuff to work with, right? Maybe you guys did that. I don't think so. I didn't hear anything about it. Not that you tell me to come to town or anything, but right now, it's like I'm standing right here, and I feel like I have more people from out of town that are here than people that actually live here.
Sure.
You know, so
more here than live here.
Well, actually, we didn't even set up this meeting.
I know, you're invited, right? Okay, so, and
yeah.
thank you, Brandy, very much. I've watched some of this stuff on YouTube. Okay.
Hey, what's up?
Yeah, so anyway,
You brought up the statistic. You have the paragraphs? Some of the paragraphs?
which one?
There's over 1,000 veterans.
Between 800,000, you don't have to come into the county and say, hey, I'm a veteran. We don't know, I'm finding new ones all the time.
Absolutely.
I have 500 clients, minimum.
The fact that there's that many veterans, that high of a percentage of this population of veterans who swore an oath to uphold and defend the Constitution are allowing the Hammonds to go to prison in complete violation of the Constitution. The federal government is on multiple levels. What are those veterans doing?
Okay, so we'll get to that. Okay. Like I said, you guys speak very well and jumping up there. Okay, so you have the CTA, right? The call to arms, I don't know what that's on. And I was wondering if you couldn't convince enough locals for this march, and that's why you did that, to get people to actually go in that. Is that true?
So can I address that?
Yes, sure.
Okay, so there was call to arms.
And I set up the rally.
Yeah, he set the rally. Then I want to address the call to arms. I'll let BJ address the rally. We never put a call to arms out, so I just want to try to explain this as quickly and easy as possible. This group here, maybe some of these YouTube videos are a little, I call it whack, whatever you want to call it, right?
Oh, you mean that the 3%ers of Idaho didn't call to arms?
No. We actually were stopping the call to arms, and what we were trying to educate people, and I was on the phone last night with Zero Rose, the Fort Keepers, we had a conversation, trying to educate people. It's not a call to arms, it's a call to support. There's a big difference from a call to arms, call to action, and that goes with the responsibility of what we do, is to try to control the narrative so people have the facts, and they're working at the facts. Now, what happens is when we start asking for help, it just, you know how the internet is, right? Snowballs and snowballs, and before you know, you got people on the East Coast saying, oh, bring your tanks, your helicopters to Burns Oregon.
I know, I hate East Coast lawyers.
But what's happening is it's gone so far, right? So what we have full teams, and 3% of Idaho, as well as these guys do, that all they do is battle that. And we try to put those fires out for your county, or wherever else we're at. And I hope someone can do that for us too.
Yeah, and I understand. And it's like, if this would have been under slightly different circumstances, I mean, just slightly, I would be arguing against what I was about. Right. But this is the way it turned out in my life. That's why I'm here today. Okay? Like I say, I have nothing disparaging to say about anyone. It's just the way things worked out. I'm really sorry that it did work out this way. But they did. So anyway,
address the rally real quick?
Yeah, sure, perfect.
So I'm BJ Soper. BJ Soper.
Oh, BJ. Yeah.
I think I've probably talked to quite a few of you guys on Facebook and the forum. I think I've done a pretty good job trying to explain to everybody
just exactly what we're trying to do. If this rally would have came out and I was the one that showed up, I would have still done it, because it's about supporting that family. That's all that it's about. What you have in this county is you have two separate issues with a very blurred line. We have the Hammonds that are being allowed to do whatever they choose to do. If they choose to go to prison, I'll drive them there. That's what we're doing, okay? There's nobody in this room within these groups that says anything different than that, okay? And then you have the issue that is causing the Hammonds to have this issue, which is the issue that you guys have with the BLM and how the land is being managed. And a lot of this is coming together and blurring what's really going on with this rally. The rally is about supporting the Hammonds, okay? We saw them, they were having dinner, walked up to them and said, I'm here to support you. That's all that we're here for. Whatever you need from us. If you need help on the ranch, call me. If you need something done to take care of the family, call me. I will do it. Whatever you need.
Okay, so you actually put a call to action out to get them paid for the winter. You know, you're able to get them help knowing that Sue needs to need help.
So this is your response about as far as the martial trade goes. Correct. The call to arms is not to be not worry about.
But it doesn't have anything to do with not enough local support. It's a matter of.
Yes, we'll know tomorrow, right? We'll know tomorrow.
That's not the point, though. It doesn't matter if 10 of you show up tomorrow or 6,000. The point of this rally was to, number one, rally the community, because I think everybody in this room will completely agree that what the Hammonds are going through is not only unconstitutional but unjust and unnecessary punishment. But number two, to show you that your surrounding states, your surrounding communities are here for their brothers and sisters. We will stand in your defense, and we will stand to support this community in whatever you choose to do. This isn't about us wanting you to do something specific. This is about us wanting you to understand that whatever you choose, we're here.
What we'd hopefully like to see is help, and I know you guys are starting the process with your safety committee, is have the citizens of Kearney County and surrounding areas come together and form organizations like us, so you can protect yourself. Then we don't need to come. I mean, we still love to come and hang out, right? But that's what we're really here for. And 3% of Idaho, we've been contacted by at least 15 states in this country that we've helped set up structure, there's bylaws, code of conduct. We're a non-profit organization. We're looking at that. And that's what we ultimately like to see is help these communities do what we've done so we're protecting our state so you can do yourself here.
Yeah, and I understand that too. And I don't want to take all the time. I don't that someone else is going to speak here. And I was looking at my watch when they were speaking. I'm like, man, that's 15 minutes. It's like I've been talking for 20 minutes already, but I have a problem, and that's my mouth. I just start talking, and it goes, and it goes.
So you said you weren't
but I said you weren't supposed to. I'm not a public speaker. I'm very emotional about this. But this is one of the things. I love this. I love the discourse. Yeah. I like conflict. I like people figuring things out together.
Healthy debate.
Yeah,
very
it's
good.
great. It is great. Okay, so
You
now
seem really reasonable, though.
it's weird. It's weird.
I beg to differ.
Well, you're very good. He's probably not reasonable.
Let's not misrepresent Curtis over here.
I'm going to go research this guy tonight. And I'll bet we don't find any videos like that or him crying.
I'm not
a computer guy. You got a car?
Angry videos from him too.
Dude, he needs.
Okay, so, like he's busy. Let me take the floor here a little bit, okay?
Oh, here we go.
20 minutes it's gone by.
She won't walk with me through safe ways because people come up and talk to me. They come up and they want my opinion on things. What are we going to do? She gets tired. She walks away. And I don't know why people do this. I don't know why they come and talk to me. But you'll notice there's not a lot of them here tonight. There's not a lot of people there's not a lot of citizens here tonight. There's some, but there's what? 4,000 or 5,000 in the community? What do you have here? From in town? That's not a lot. You know why? Because they're afraid. They're afraid to come here. They're afraid to put their face out where it's going to get recorded. It's going to be thrown all over the internet. People are afraid.
But what we need to do is we need to start here. And we get your question just a second. We need to start here.
I'm sorry for the time I took.
No, it's okay. But you made a good point. Because we need to start here, whether there's 30, 40, 50, 60 people, and this is, you got to get it out so people can see that.
So they're going to see me speak my piece and walk out of here alive. Right. Exactly. That's exactly what's going on.
It's
The question for me, or what you're doing is
I
showing that
got a
there is no
statement.
fear.
I don't.
I'm not scared of anybody or anything. But some people are.
We got a group of them.
I know. I've had counseling. It doesn't help.
I got a statement. I have a statement. I am actually a
BLM from taking Hammond's ranch.
What's that?
How are you gonna stop the BLM?
I don't have an answer to that.
I do. I don't feel that, yes, some people in this town are scared of the outsiders, militia, whoever you guys want to consider. But it's not just that. There's also, the people of this town are not just scared of them, they're scared of the police department, they're scared of the law enforcement, because of the repercussions that the law enforcement themselves have done to this town. People that are in law enforcement right now, and prior law enforcement that just got out. It's not just these guys that are here that the community is scared of.
Lee, I
So
got a question for you.
Yeah.
You said were charged with setting those fires up there on July 4th. Do you
Yeah.
have anywhere near the sentencing or
Okay,
that Hammonds have?
I was up on, for the people that don't know me, my name's Lee Carlton. I was up on that fire on 4th of July, and I am currently getting charged for it. I am not getting as harsh of a sentence if I take the plea bargain as the Hammonds did. And I have prior arrest record. For somebody that has prior and not getting as harsh of a charge as somebody that does not have a prior and is getting more charges than me, I think it's BS. I personally feel that it's the federal government's fault for why they're having to go back to prison. They should have took care of that a long time ago when it happened, or even when they were in prison in the get-go. They should have went back and said, hey guys, I'm sorry, but we screwed up on your sentencing, and retry it. Not wait a year and a half after they get out of prison to go and recharge them.
They want to bankrupt and take their land.
Exactly. Can I ask you a question?
Not just that, Lee.
Lee, I'm sorry, Lee.
Yes, sir.
Did they charge you under the Domestic Terrorism Act?
They're trying to.
They are
I
trying
am
to.
currently right now, I will let you guys know. There's some stuff I can let you guys know and some stuff I can't. But I'm sorry. Right now I'm currently facing possession of a destructive device, which is a terrorist charge, manufacturing a destructive device, which is a terrorist charge, arson 2 for federal land and private land, and 2 reckless burnings. I did not start the fire up there. I was just up there, and I'm still currently getting charged. So yes, to answer your question, yes. If I take it the federal side, then that's where the terrorist charges will come into play.
So do you feel that you are being unjustly prosecuted?
Yes, I'm part of it.
See, and this is going on time and time again, guys. And I want to touch on something, if you don't mind.
Well, I want to ask a quick question about this gentleman here. How many in this room know this gentleman?
I raised his brother.
Personally.
I know Bill.
Okay,
It's okay.
okay, let me ask all of you with your hands raised. Is he a terrorist?
No.
Yeah, I know.
Seriously speaking.
No, but, I mean, that's kind of a little out of this.
No, I get you. So, you guys know this guy, you've grown
Very
up
well.
with
I know him well enough that I'm the one that made him go to the sheriff's office and tell him not to let his brother hang out by himself.
Right, so they're going to charge this guy as a domestic terrorist. Okay? Is he a terrorist?
Oh, no.
He should be calling us for help too. This is another person who just came forward in your county.
Guys,
This affects your county.
I'm far from a terrorist. My father has almost been in the military for 30-some years. My brother is currently serving in the military. My father has been overseas 6 times to support not just this community, but to support the United States as a whole. And that's what I feel us as the people of Harney County, not just Harney County, but the United States, we need to come as a whole and take care of our people as a whole, not just individuals.
But it starts right here.
Exactly.
And then
It
it
starts
goes out.
here and goes out, and then it keeps going out and out and out. And then eventually they can call on us and say, hey, we need help. Can you give us advice or can you help us? And then that's when we step up as a community and say, yeah, we can help them. Just like
the fires over in John Day. Down to Burns Junction, when the Burns Junction fire happened. I was one of the people that went down there with a load of hay to go give it to the ranchers because they had no hay. There was hay that went over to John Day, Grant County, because us people as a whole took care of our other people in other counties. We need to do that for our own county, not just step outside of our county and help out the other counties.
And he brought up a good point. I'm curious to know if it's everyone else feels in here. Scared of us, scared of the local law enforcement, former prior, scared of the police. Is that generally the consensus here?
Yeah.
My concerns are the people, the repercussions, like just the people in Hunter County that are bad mouthing you guys and saying all these nasty things. And, you know, I support this march for the Hammons, and I want to get in here to learn more about what you guys stand for and everything. But I mean, that's my concern, and that's why I've been following it for weeks, and I haven't spoken up until a couple of days ago because it's scary.
Well, and you met us all. I mean, are we really scary guys?
No.
I mean, we're God-fearing family, we have children. And here's the thing. We're trying to open up this dialogue to the community. When's the last time the BLM held a town hall meeting for you guys? Never. To be transparent. We're trying to be transparent.
See, and this is part of the problem, I think, that as a community we're having. We're hearing from these different groups, you, other gentlemen. Oh, we talked with the Hammonds today, and they told us this. Well, how many people here from Harnett County have talked to the Hammonds in the last 2 weeks and know what they're wanting?
I can tell you, we've sat at their dining room table.
And I don't doubt you.
And we just saw them again.
I don't doubt you.
Right.
And that's what I'm saying, is I don't doubt that you could have had these conversations. But the rest of us want to know what they want. And we're getting it through a second or a third party.
I met him at breakfast. He's in your community.
But yeah,
Now go
has
meet
anyone
him.
gone up and knocked on their door and said, what's the story? What do you guys want? Have you guys as a community gone up and knocked on their door as a community and said, what can we do to help?
I'm going to tell you, no, they haven't. And
Okay,
I'm going to tell you why. Because Fred Otley, one of his best friends, and I sat with him, with Susie and Dwight for 5 hours today, and went over this whole situation.
This guy was looking at dinner when we saw him tonight.
This situation is so. My name's Dave Duquette. I work for Lucas Oil, Protect the Harvest, whichever side you want to look at. I get paid to go into situations like this and help deal with it, especially BLM issues.
We need a job with him where we get paid.
Yeah. So, what's going on with Dwight and Susie Dwight and Steve right now is it's about land, it's about water, it's about he picked a fight with the wrong guys in the government, that nothing adds up, nothing works. I've been through several of these cases and we've fought a lot on these. And we're going to be trying to figure out a way to take up this fight. One of the things that we will do is behind the scenes, we've got a lot of clout in DC. Everybody knows what Lucas Oil is, right?
Yes, sir.
So Lucas Oil, the Lucas Oil Stadium's right over there in Indianapolis, so a lot of these politicians are pretty, they pay attention to people with money. And Forrest Lucas is a great man. He's putting a lot of effort into this stuff and putting a lot of good people out there. And we're going to help the Hammonds as best we can. I just wish I had known what was going on with this a lot earlier. The fact that they were charged 12 years after the fire.
Yeah.
And the reason it's on a domestic terrorist charge is because the statute of limitations had already run out.
Yep.
So that's why they came up with this bullshit deal with the tariff. Now they're going to charge you as a terrorist.
How many people in this room who live in this community have actually physically, personally seen and read the court documents for this case?
All of them.
Dots between the BLM agents here in the county and their links back to other situations with the Steam Mountains and all that.
I don't think you have to read the court documents to get those guys.
Yeah. Well, but the thing about it is, okay, so one of the things that I do on the West Coast and for the National 3% organization is one of my jobs that think that this has anything to do with the Hammonds other than they own the land that is wanted, you're sadly mistaken.
So a good way for us to come together as a community and support the Hammonds. Why doesn't, so hell, Monday I'll go down, let's start a place where we can donate money to help pay their fine.
Their fine was paid as of yesterday.
Yeah, they took
Outstanding.
they took care of that themselves. They did it.
They've been doing everything.
So then now they, so they just wanna catch this straight, so the fine's paid, right? So they can't, the chance to be able to take.
And that's the part that a lot of people don't realize. The court put in the payment of the fine, if they didn't pay it by yesterday, they get that property up there.
Is anybody here aware that BLM
I think that's great. Who's got that?
refusal
Who's
on
got
the
that?
sale of the Hammond property?
Hammond's paid their
How does BLM announce they can't own property?
They shouldn't have, you're right. And to take away their ability to pay that fine by selling their cattle or their.
Yeah, guess what?
That's
Well,
ridiculous.
They're gonna charge them again and ask for more money. They can't sell their cattle, you know why? The federal government says they have to get their permission before they sell anything worth $500 or more.
Right, because they're charged as terrorists.
Or buy. So if they have to go buy $500 of groceries, they gotta get permission from the parole officer.
Which
Can
is
I ask
ridiculous.
you a question?
Sure, yeah.
In your meeting with the Hammonds today, at any point did they say that they want all these people to go home and get out?
No, you know what? We had a long conversation about that, and I've dealt with several of these types of situations. And one of the things I want to tell the community here is that these situations, these guys right here, right now, are bringing a lot of noise to this. And that's exactly what I told Dwight Stevens. This means a lot.
Yeah, that's right. Make some noise. That's what wins this.
Whether you folks are comfortable with it or not, this is not, these guys aren't out here. If something was gonna happen, think about Bundy. That's where it would have happened. You know, these guys, but what they're doing right now, and this guy making, I've never watched this video.
Some of them are good, some of them not.
I'm a very loud advocate for agriculture, so I say a lot of shit sometimes that comes out a little bad, and you know, I don't have a filter. But one of the things that we need to do is make a lot of noise, because the only way they're gonna pay attention to any of this is if there's a lot of noise. Exactly.
You know what? I really appreciate what you guys are doing here. Even though it doesn't always appear like that on the outside, there is a reason they can't come out and tell you guys, yes, we want them here. We're doing something right for this community.
There's a lot of behind the scenes action going on that people don't realize that it has to go on. So I can't get into detail, I'm not even gonna start to. But one of the things I can tell you is that the Hammonds appreciate all the support. They appreciate it. But they don't want to see any protest. Dwight is not going to skip out on going to, all these people are starting to think that, the militia's going to surround their house and say, tell the government to go to hell. And Dwight's going to jail. We're going to fight this while he's sitting in the cell.
Try to get him back out.
And we're going to try to get him out. But the thing is Dwight now he was worried too. I'll tell all you guys, he was worried. Susie and Dwight asked me specifically why or how I felt about it and why. And I said, listen guys, you guys haven't been in this kind of mess before, but I can guarantee you the fact that these people are here and making a lot of noise is exactly what we need. We need everybody in this country to see what's going on here. Just like with Bundy. Bundy emasculated the BLM. He emasculated them. And that was the best thing that could have happened. It shot a lot of people back.
If the Hammonds go to prison quietly, we all go home quietly. Who says it's not gonna happen to your ranch next?
Exactly.
Your ranch next.
There's already charging that, man.
It's happening right here.
So I say something, maybe people in this community could realize, we're talking about a 70-year-old man and he might die.
What if it was your father?
Your
grandfather?
He might not see his kids, his family,
You know what?
over acre and a half.
And what
is that what we're?
You know what Dwight told us, and I'm sure he told you? It only sounds like 5 years to you. He said that's a life sentence for him.
Yeah, absolutely. And Susie looked at me and she goes, how ironic that it's called Terminal Island. And he goes,
It is, yes.
And I'm not an emotional guy. And I didn't get to meet them until tonight in that restaurant when I met Dave. And I couldn't help but think, and got a little emotional about it, that they're having their last dinner
together at this restaurant now. She may never see her, he said thank you. We may not show it, but thank you. That's all I need, that's why I'm here. Whether it's white, you, I don't care what state it is. And the reason why we're here is you guys are interested in putting together your own organization so we don't have to come back unless you call and say, hey, we need some help. You guys need to step as a community and put together something to protect yourselves. Bundy Ranch is why I started this organization in Idaho. I wasn't a Bundy Ranch. Okay? I was a dumb real estate agent that was at work and caught it on the live stream and said, wow, this is wrong. It doesn't take much sense to know that what was going on over there. Pregnant lady being tased, another lady being bit by a bite dog, and Gannon Bundy being knocked over by a dump truck off a four-wheeler by a BLM agent is wrong. So on my way home from that day at work, I made a decision, not in Idaho, because it goes much bigger than Nevada.
You know what he saw? Good story, right? You know what he saw, his organization? He saw me on Pete Said It Till He Shows.
Right here.
Yeah, Georgia 3%, I'm here. And he goes, whoa, look at that guy. So all those dumb videos and whoa, made this guy turn into Idaho 3%, protects the state.
And you know what Idaho 3% is today? Professional organization. We are the largest organized 3% in the country. We set the example. We have other states that come to us because I made a decision when we are going to do organizations, we got it right. And the reason why I'm sharing this with you, because I'm that passionate about it, I do it for my children. When I wake up in the morning with my children in the face, no one's going to take their ranch. And when I'm older and I'm sitting in my chair, my grandkids climb up my lap, and the country's gone to shit, and they look at me and say, what did you do? I'm not going to say nothing. Even if the country has gone to shit.
We get up every morning, and we look our children in the face, and we promise we're going to make change today. And we're here in Harney County.
This is that change. So you want to go back to the agenda of water here? That's the agenda. For my kids, your kids, Eric's kids.
Yep. Okay.
And the reason why I'm so passionate about this, I want you guys to stand up and form an organization. I know you talk about the safety committee, but let's get your community to stand up and form some sort of organization. I don't care what you call it. But you guys need to have a citizen's defense to stand up against the tyranny that's going on with the BLM and the Forest Service. I understand the community's scared because a high percentage of your community, more than not, actually is employed by the government. That's planned obsolescence, guys. They want to get rid of your town. They want to make your town dependent upon it. I grew up in the town of 3,500 people, remember? So I know I'm preaching to the choir. So are you guys going to do something about it? This is outside the Hammonds.
We have a committee.
Right.
I'm on it.
Good, awesome. And I wasn't here for that meeting, so I may be off the tangent, but you guys, you got to stand up. Get with your committee, form an organization. Is there anyone else here for this committee?
No,
Just you.
we have a website with contact information. It's hccommitteeofsafety.org.
So there, wait, just so everybody knows, that's another piece of disinformation out there, right, is that the Committee of Safety has nothing to do with that website, and all that was done against their will. That is the website.
Well, we have control of the website as of yesterday.
Okay. So this is Jeff Roberts. He just got here. He came down.
Cape Junction.
Okay.
West corner, guys.
Oregon does have a 3%, which is like Idaho. Okay. This is a state that came to us for restructure. Am I right? I missed that part, but they came to us and asked us to help them build their state, which you live in. Oregon 3%, which I encourage you guys to get involved with, is here, and they run it just like Idaho does. And this is the vice president of that organization. So you have resources right here in Idaho, or in Oregon. Where am I at?
You're not that far from Idaho, so you're okay.
Yeah. We're neighbors, it's close, right?
Right.
Guys, the 3% organization is just people. It's just people like you and me. I've seen this going on for about 20 years. When I was 15 years old, I lived in Panhandle, in North Idaho. The Reavers were my neighbors. I saw the Humvees roll up. I saw the helicopters. I saw the transports. All because a guy had a shotgun and sold it a quarter inch too short. Out of that senseless violence, you have a 13-year-old boy dead. His mother shot in the head. His father wounded and shot. U.S. Marshal William F. Deegan dead. For nothing. For quartering. I saw that at 15. I said, you know what? This is what overreach looks like. This is what federal government when it's out of control looks like. And we've seen it time and time again. With Waco, we've seen it try to take place down at Bundy. We've seen it try to sugar pine. Get up off their couch, and they'll stand for their neighbors. They'll stand for their community. They'll drive across states to help. Guys, it's about community. It's about getting together. BJ and I started this rally tomorrow. It's for you guys. We're not coming here to stop anything from happening. But the hands shuffle them off, and it'll be over with. And we'll never change, and it'll keep happening.
And it gets worse.
And it gets worse.
Okay, so if I can jump in here, guys.
Absolutely.
Anybody have an opposition guy?
I
just have a question. You said that Dwight Hammond doesn't want every single one of us.
Actually, I'm gonna tell you, because I posed that exact question to him. I said, I heard you were gonna disappear tomorrow and not be around for the march and things like that, just to stay out of the light. And he said, well, we thought about it. We thought about going somewhere else or whatever. And I said, I convinced him that it would be good for him to be there, him and Susie to be there, marching up by his house, right? I don't know anything about this. That's what's going on. But he's going to stay there. And I told him that, if he came out in front of media or whoever and said thank you to these people for coming and supporting him and things like that, and everybody that supported him, that would be a big deal. I mean, if the whole community showed up there and went with these guys, intermingled, and went up there and, showed support, that's going to be a big deal. I can go to DC with a video of that, and I can slap Merkley right in the face. I think Merkley would like me.
The other side of that, he brought up as well, but are you guys also aware one of the reasons why the Hammonds haven't come out and publicly said, we want help, or we want Patriot organizations such as I know 3%, Oregon 3%, these guys give them less, the exact words, and this is documented. Flashbang his house and drive them off. So it's a double-edged sword there, because he's also afraid to show support for his own community that he is a part of.
That's the definition of terrorism. That right there is the dictionary definition.
Posed a question to BJ and I when we took him to the back of the room to just kind of discuss some things, you specifically. But he said, well, what if you guys one that wants to see the right things happen, that gives me just that little glimpse of hope that I can help them.
I don't think your organization, because you guys make a lot of you. We're coming at this at a completely different angle. One, I don't think there's anyone here who does it. But here's the thing, is if he was caught talking to you or speaking in public here, how many people here wouldn't?
Well, 30 years,
I mean, as far as the persecution, when we were talking about this, everybody thinks that we support you. The answer to that was yes, and which you have shown. The difference, what he alludes at.
Because they're scared as well.
Because they're afraid as well. And that's, you ask why empower you? So that you see, there are those of us who are not.
Had this discussion. The Bundy Ranch situation. And he described something to me that the analogy is perfect. It's a matter of, please, if I make you feel uncomfortable in this regard, if you're in New York City, you're in a park and there's a woman who's been raped and she's been battered and she's been beaten and she's on the ground, and why am I going to intervene? When somebody's beaten down for 2 decades, such as this family, to the point to where they can't get back up, they've been down on both knees. That's where the community, that's where we come together and we pick them up, we lift them up, and we carry them to where they need to go.
They're scared. They're scared. And there's no agenda here.
So on that exact point, and to continue what he just said, they said that one of the reasons they won't stand up is because they don't think that community problems, is so that we can find solutions. Okay? The solution to this is stand up for the Hammonds. Don't support them. Stand up for them. Don't just support them, rather, I'm saying. They know that it's all wrong. If you stood with them, that they would do the right thing? I guess they would.
I got a quick question for all the ranchers in here and the people that live in this county. How many of you feel like if caught supporting Hammonds in all of this, you would lose grazing rights or they'd come after you. I mean, every rancher that I have met from the New Mexico border all the way up into Oregon and Idaho and Utah, bringing that up. Well, that's what our organization is doing, and we're very well funded. We've got to pack a lot of snort, so we need everybody to get behind that too. All you ranchers need to know it and see it and be a part.
And now you all know that people like us exist. And if you say that you're afraid of them coming and taking it, they won't come.
We won't.
We will come and stop them.
I want to take, I'm sorry, I want to take this out of the Hammonds for a minute, okay? Lee, right here, is going through the same thing the Hammonds are. This guy grew up in your community, right? How many of you guys have gone and knocked on his door to make sure he's okay? He's going through the same thing. Do you feel like your community will stand up for you?
Honestly, there's some people I feel that will, but most people don't.
That's not okay, you guys. It all starts right here in your community. This is another example outside the Hammonds. Oh, you raised his little brother. She knows
His brother lived in my house. I got through high school.
Right.
I lived in the children.
So he's not a terrorist. You guys have got to step up in the community.
No, he's not a terrorist.
My
black
brother.
Maybe playing with fireworks in the grass.
That's where it stays. Then he gets his due
We're not
process.
saying he shouldn't.
I even went to the district attorney himself. I had my attorney go to the district attorney himself. I did not throw the fireworks that lit that thing on fire. I did not throw any of the fireworks that lit that on fire. I was actually the bigger person out of everybody that. I even went to the district attorney and told him I am willing enough to, even though I did not do anything, and I was just up there. There's 3 out of 7 people are getting charged with anything.
How much was your fine, Lee?
My fine is over $600,000 and some odd thousand. I will never pay that off in my lifetime. Out of 3 people, us 3 people will never pay that off.
And just to prove a point, so like these guys were saying terrorists, because I seem probably really oppositional to you guys.
I understand.
Lee, who was the guy that picked you up from jail?
This man right here.
So,
This man took me to jail. He talked to me.
Adam was the only one taking the heat for that. And I went up there next
Okay.
No, and I knew that this jackass had been involved too. And then the other guy, and I'm like, don't you dare let your brother
You were in the Army, right? You were in the Army?
Yeah.
What did you do in the Army?
I was 11 Bravo, sir.
You were 11 Bravo?
Infantry, yeah.
So, what makes the grass grow green?
Dreamers! You terrorists!
I'm not on my video on the website though, and that's a basic training slogan. You can give that to any kid who's in the military, the Army, probably not the Navy, the Marines, right? I'm sure, right? Right? I'm not sure you can get the same thing to the Marines, anyone in the Army, right? Same thing. That's a chant that they give every combat person.
Oh, so it's okay.
Well, no, what I'm saying is, I'm not online, rapid crayons, and making
Okay,
So, it's by the government to chant that the grass is.
Hold on, though. It's white for kids.
No, instead,
If that was my point.
sir, he's being paid by the federal government to run around in formation with 56 other guys saying the same thing.
Were you in the Army? Were you in the military?
Yes.
Okay, so you deployed to Iraq and Afghanistan, right? Right? So you've been actually in an armed conflict. You have actually traded shots with enemies of your country.
Correct.
Okay? You and I have that in common. Right? What I'm saying is this is
Except I don't actually believe that those are
myself and my buddies. Right. You know, people about that said go. Thank you. But what I'm saying is to me, maybe because I've been in an armed conflict and I've seen my friends die, and unfortunately, I've taken the lives of other people. And I'll tell you, as you probably know, that really is the most terrible freaking thing to ever have to do in life. I don't know what type of Marine you were, but I've been still a Marine.
That means me.
No, I'm not saying, I'm saying thank you for your service. I'm just saying, if you've ever been in combat, I bet you thought it sucked, right?
No, I have.
So let's get back on the track of this, because this meeting was set up by people in the community who want, you guys want a leeway. Of the people who live here in this county, how many of you think that we're here to start an armed conflict? Seriously, on a serious note.
I have to say that I think there's a possibility that that's not the intention. but it's a very good possibility.
I think
that's what.
There are no
But
guarantees.
hold on,
in
hold
life.
on. There's no guarantees in life, and the only constant in life is change.
Yes.
Okay?
That-
And
isn't that
listen,
what
I
Obama
understand
said?
your concerns. Hold on.
No.
Listen, I understand your concerns. What maybe I would like for you to go home and do a little research on, because I see your point of view. I come from a military family. I see what you're saying. I do. I truly understand you. Hold on, wait, hold on. Here's my suggestion to you. Do a little research on the training that we do and the things that we do in order to do the job that we do.
What's the website? I'll give you my card with all that on it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So the other
And
thing.
hold on 1 second. Hold on. Here's what they want. Who wants to go home right now? Who's tired? Because I know I am. You guys want a solution here. Here's the solution. There's a peaceful rally tomorrow. If you truly believe that what is happening to the Hammonds is unconstitutional and is not right, then you take what you've learned here today about the people sitting in this room and you tell your neighbors. And you tell them, those people are there to give you the courage to stand up tomorrow and walk with the Hammonds. That's all.
I'd like to say something real quick. I'd like to say something real quick. My name is Mike Winterman. I'm the Voice of Idaho. I'm a journalist. And we
Don't
kind
hold
of
that against
a lot. Yeah. We report on all kinds of events all through Idaho. And I watch these people with the 3%, make sure that everyone is safe, work with law enforcement. Brandon Curtis is, 11 years as a police officer. You know exactly what he's doing. And the only threat that you may have in the community is the BLM and the law enforcement and the bad agents, not from your area, but from D.C. And they're called floating field agents. And you have them out here right now, because I used to be one. And I can tell you right now that you're more safe with these people here than you ever will be with the local indigenous law enforcement if they allow outside sources. So folks, that is my piece.
We can't make change, and we can't do something positive, move forward, if we're sit on our hands in the shadows because of. That's an uncontrollable situation. We've made our.
Go ahead.
So.
Sorry, guys.
I know.
I'm good at cutting people off.
I think where the disconnect for me is yes, I see your videos, and like you're saying tonight, that response back that says this won't be tolerated.
There's not time for that.
Here's
Focus on solutions.
Okay.
Not on trying to put fire.
No, actually, we tried to do that, but Hardin County has not allowed us into their pages to help. We have been denied.
But even looking on your guys' page, these kids specifically, because I haven't seen you.
Yeah, you can't actually.
But I don't.
We're friends because just for that reason, that concern is.
There's something you're not aware of, and I think that if you knew about it, it might make more sense to you. We know that just by virtue of the positions we've taken as defenders of liberty and the Constitution, our time dealing with the disinformation and all those things that come out, our goal is to embolden people so that we all.
Doing.
Right.
To really get in there and do it as a community.
And you can help us by shutting it down yourself.
But what it comes to is we don't see any of it. We don't even see one or two attempts. We don't see any statement.
How many attempts did you take today in the Hardin County thing?
5 or 6.
And I haven't been on today.
Yeah.
So
And I
that's,
just started.
That's my fault.
I just started. So
I've seen
I know
DJ's
you
name
see
a
that
couple
look.
of times. So far, I've seen his name a couple of times pop up.
And he makes a great point too, though. When I'm wasting my time arguing with somebody from Connecticut that ain't gonna come over here, I'm doing what they want.
Within our government, the government actually pays people to go in and disrupt.
If we saw even a few attempts, then we could tell you they're after hours or whatever. If we saw even
Right.
it would give us hope.
The
If I went and got my phone right now, I could show you several times where I have to go in and have that argument with people.
There's just so many different angles.
I've
Go out and do anything. Put people or fed
call
up.
those guys
And so we get a lot of them. A lot of these guys don't.
Who I am and the crap I put out there, and I know. I walk right up to the edge of that line, and I take a did I overstep the boundary? And I don't. I'm very careful with my words. But so I'm an independent entity, and I know that I also well, 11 years in the Marine Corps, and say it's the type of person that I say Semper Fi to.
If I can make a quick point.
I'm back to back to back to back. 30 days. I'm on my 4th month in a row. I get out of Facebook jail. One day is enough of them. I can't share, and now and I'm like, but I just can't come out and talk about the disinformation. It brings.
Hey guys, so before everyone wants to get out of here, here's my cards. I have nothing to hide on Facebook. My Facebook's locked down for other reasons that I don't want PB Eyes to see. But if anyone wants my card and wants to add me to their Facebook to see what we do things, kicking the teeth, whatever he said. His audience, that's me, what they need to get off the couch. Okay, so we monitor that.
We could clarify you and dumbass.
It's telling you straight up, we're a peaceful rally, we're not coming with our machine guns and our camo, and not blowing anything up. We're here to support you guys' community and to make it what you want it to be. This is your opportunity to have your voice heard so that this doesn't keep happening. So if you guys will show up tomorrow, the media's going to be out here. Tell them your story. Tell them the Hammond story. So that the word can get out, so they don't just shove them off the prison. Thank you.
I wish we could get on the horn and get everybody.
Hey David, could I have a word with you? Just a couple quick comments here. Let me just stand right there, okay? And I'll frame it up here. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're with David Duquette. You may have heard him earlier. Hopefully the audio was okay. He's with Protect the Harvest. You sat down tonight with the Hammond family, is that correct?
Yeah, so I spent from lunch till dinner time with the Hammonds.
You did. You know, it's a silly question to ask how their spirits are. Obviously, they're a family that's been beaten down considerably.
You know, it's interesting because I think they're very they're hopeful that with all the support that's going on, that they're gonna, that maybe something can change, and that's what we're all about. With the reason I'm here, and the reason Protect the Harvest is here, and the reason these folks are here is that we're gonna try to do something to help them. I mean, this is such a travesty that's going on. I mean, Obama won't call the Fort Hood shooter a domestic terrorist, but he'll call Hammond's terrorist. And it's all about water. It's about him.
It's certainly about the land as far as they're concerned, but not as far as we're concerned as a community, as a group of individuals here throughout the United States. They know that a lot of people are coming in from the outside. They believe that there may be a sliver of hope that the redress of grievances and all the attempts to reach out to the federal government and the sheriff, that despite them ignoring everything, that there may be a possibility that they'll get some reprieve.
I think so. I think it would be ridiculous to think that we couldn't get some kind of reprieve on this sentence. I mean, he's 75 years old. He's got a 5-year sentence to serve. He'll be lucky to make it out. And like I said earlier, his wife had a tear in her eye when she said, that where they're going, it's ironic that it's named terminal life. And somebody like this these guys should not be in jail as domestic terrorists. And the only reason that they got charged with terrorism is because it's the only way the government can come after them. And the federal government wanted their land on Steam Mountain. That's what it is. It goes all the way back to Wildlife Department coming after them. I mean, there's a long story here of these people getting hassled by the government. And they beat them every time except for this.
They're also disappointed they're not getting any support whatsoever from the legislators, from the elected officials. I mean, no support.
I have no idea how that's happening. I really do wish that I'd been more involved with this and knew about it earlier, because I would have put a lot of pressure on the legislators to be here. And Jeff Merkley, he needs to be paying attention. Senator Merkley does.
I'm pretty outspoken. Can you do me a favor, relay a message to them that their failure to respond to crises like these early on, this has been going on for decades, this is as a direct result of that. Tell them it's on their back.
It's definitely on the back of these politicians and what they're doing and what the BLM the overreach that the BLM's been allowed to do. I'm working on several cases right now with what the BLM is doing to ranchers, trying to run them out of business. And you know, how do you? I don't like to be a conspiracy theorist, but you start talking about Agenda 21 and you start talking about all that stuff, and these people that are talking about how the government's coming to take this land. Well, if I got to prove it to us, that's not what's going on when they start talking about taking his land and taking his land for part of the settlement, the land that they want and they've been after.
Interesting you say that you don't want to be a conspiracy theorist. I'm actually a student of Agenda 21 and realizing that it's actually factually in place. There's no doubt. It's well documented, so don't be afraid to talk about that. But that's something that the general population, they're like, you start talking about it, and the establishment has demonized people like you and I for having that conversation, but it's very real. You know, I want to stay in contact with you definitely, and I appreciate the work you're doing. Do you have anybody right now that you're talking to at the legislative level, at the political level, that you're getting an ear with? Anyone?
Oh, we have a large audience. We get the ear of quite a few legislators. I haven't talked to anybody about this situation yet because my whole deal is I wanted to come down here, sit down with the Hammonds, and I didn't know a whole lot about the case. I knew just enough, like all the things that the bad things that people say about it, the good things they say about it, or the realities. I wanted to come down and sit down with the source and look him in the eye and ask him what happened. So I knew how to squelch any of the stupidity and why they went after, some of the stupid stuff that they did.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Very nice to meet you. You know what? Actually, let me just turn this away real quick. You probably have never heard of my show. I may or may not have. Okay. I was the one that interviewed.
Hey guys, give them out, my friend. Excuse me. Nice meeting you. Take care.
Oh, that was the other thing. I'm glad I worked there. I'm a husband. But I ate and that guy that threw Wendy's fish, I've been joking. I've had a hard time that guy.
I literally had to talk document, because if I lost my composure, I would have never.
I'm going to go in.
I can't wait to meet him.
Oh, no kidding. Yeah, I got it.
I'm so busy with so many other things.
We all
and for probably 3 months, there were state commissioners, county commissioners, sheriff, county sheriff, on this call, and we were all going, I was trying to get everybody rallied to listen. We just emasculated the land. Let's do it now. On this land, and all that. And I think that the major groups, everybody, but Iron County, I don't know if I'm talking about Iron County, Utah, those people down there, there's some great guys down there, they really went after the BLM, pushed them out, right? And they told them, they sent a letter right after all these phone calls they were making. They actually wrote a letter and told BLM, we're going to go gather the park. If you don't, and we're going to give you 10 days to come get the BLM. We're going to pay you out. You're not going to hear anything about it.
This, like you said, Mason,
the most, my boss, I was talking to him the other day, and I watched on Fox News, I'm watching, in the middle of the day, I have him going all day long, the news going all day long. Well, there was a
Democrat woman from New York. And she sat on Shaker's a Democrat on the 99 first fund. You know, they just passed that bill unanimously, both sides, the man said billions of dollars for all those first responders and their families. So she was on there. She was thanking Jeff because he knows so much knows about that. And this is something I shout all the time about making noise. That's right. Okay. So she got out of here at the end. She goes, you know, Chef, Washington totally broke us. The only way we got this thing is so much noise. You're the one that started it all, made so much noise. All these people owe you, the only way to do it is make it like that. And I've done it. I've done it a little money, no money, and make a lot of
You said that. That's exactly what this is about. It's about public awareness. Laws and and they have the responsibility to show them that there is real evidence. We'll be in touch after Bundy reviews that.
Well, of course, Pete's here, right?
Right.
I'm so excited to post these videos because what you see during this whole thing is it's starting to piss poor and heated, right?
Right.
And then all of a sudden it becomes like, you know, so because for the people that talk shit about you guys, they're gonna be so happy when they first start watching it, and then they're gonna have that switch where they're like, oh, I didn't get, you know.
Okay, hold on one second. I'm sorry. I'm totally. I gotta.
You got a very strong voice.
I don't have enough.
Last year, glad to get my side album. Right on.
We'll be in touch.
All right. Just pull this aside here and get out of the way.
You can go in the kitchen if you want.
Right there. All right, perfect. You know what? I didn't get your first and last name, but I want you to give it to us again. Lee Carlson. Lee Carlson. Hold the microphone that way everybody can hear us.
You take your equipment.
Lee, I want you to tell me what happened to cause the fire. Do you know what happened to cause the fire?
The fireworks were thrown.
And this is when? How long?
July 4th this year.
Of this year?
Okay. And I'm still, this year, and I'm still fighting.
Okay, so who threw the fireworks? Somebody in your group?
Somebody in your general area. I was in the group. Somebody else that was in the group within my group threw the fireworks. And after I had told everybody not to throw any fireworks, he still did throw one. Knowing it was too light, too dry to burn, and which should have never happened. And we stayed up there. We had 2 people stay up there, fight the fire, and we called for help. We did everything right. And don't get me wrong, I believe if we did the crime, do the time. But to the harshest that it is now for us, I don't feel that it is right. And not just me, but for people of Pawnee County themselves. There's other people in Pawnee County.
Mr. Carlson, you were declared to be terrorist. Can I call you?
Yes. If I do not take the federal or the plea bargain, then it will go towards the terrorist side once it goes to the federal.
I think some of the pressure you should take the plea bargain.
Yes. My federal attorney told me, I even asked my federal attorney, what is he going to stop you? He says, take the plea bargain because that's what the district is. I was like, no, I'm not taking the plea bargain because I didn't do anything. I'm going to stand and I'm going to fight and keep fighting until I can't fight.
I'm going to summarize this for our listeners.
in a nutshell, correct me if I'm wrong, if I understand this correctly, you're celebrating the 4 years.
Yeah, we were up. What happened is we were up on one of our hills here, Jeep trails here in town called Radar, and all our plan was go up there, sit up there, and watch the fireworks from town. Well, then somebody started throwing fireworks, and that's when the fire happened. And that was the whole intention, is just to go up and watch fireworks, not to start a fire. The fire got started accidentally, and it was not intended. There was no intention whatsoever on going up and watching fire.
Who arrested you?
Sheriff's Department.
Sheriff's Department arrested you?
Yes.
Did the federal government, the federal agents ever get involved in the investigation?
After my brother and the other gentleman that is getting charged, they talked to the ranger, the BLM ranger himself, the night that it happened. I did not talk to the BLM ranger at all. He did come into jail when I was in my jail cell, brought me out, and the sheriff's department did brought me out and told me I am getting charged the same as everybody else because I was up there because I was in jail, even though I did not do that.
What are the next? This is a relatively fresh case. What are the next steps?
My next step is I'm taking this trial. I'm going to take the trial and I'm going to fight as far as I can fight it. And I'm going to keep fighting. I'm going to make the cops and I'm going to make everybody do their job.
You have good local constitutional attorney?
I have an attorney outside of my county. He's from a different county, but he's good. And
constitutionally minded?
Yeah. And he's willing to sit there and fight for me too. And that's the thing. He's not going to back down.
Are you here on support of the Hammonds?
I'm in support of the Hammonds. Yeah, I'm in support of the Hammonds 110%. I told people that if they decide not to go to jail or prison, I will go out there and I will stand ground myself. And even being a felon, yeah, I put my life in danger on going back to prison with felon possession of a firearm. But honestly, I can give a rat's ass less, and because I'm standing for what's right, and that's what's right to me. And that's what my party has always told me. Stand up for what is right, not what is wrong with you.
Set the microphone down. I'm going to get you off camera here. Okay? Hold on. Let's put this out here. Let me turn it around. Hold on. Hey.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
That's good. It's always good.
we also have a
What I wanted to
writing
do, see you guys later.
We also raise a fee for family. We operate 3 other
This is the guy you're talking about? Okay, now I didn't know what you were talking about.
we're actually looking at holding constitutional civil rights for our members. So I could take a look at your curriculum.
Sometimes.
Work for a student?
Hey, Dwight. This is Dave. Hey, what's the street name? What street? And that's in Hines, or is that all right? Okay, I'll be up there in 10 minutes. Okay, I'll see you then.
Did you have a yellow hat? You were there too, right?
No.
Did you have a yellow hat on?
No? Good to see you again. Great to see you guys up here. Brandy. Hey, what's going on? Thanks, Ben.
Hey, I got you, brother. That was down in Phoenix, Phoenix, Arizona.
Hold that for a second. Let me go get that goofball.
I don't know if I like tea anymore.
I thought it ended all right. Yeah, I know.
I'm going to bring him over.
Hope that we can make a difference. All of us on behalf of all Americans. You have a rancher now who lit grass on fire and is being charged as a terrorist. What's the next step? Cows eating grass or terrorism? When does it stop? When is it too much government? When do we say enough and we draw a line? We're not going to allow you to do this anymore. And Hammond, if he goes to prison, he may not survive his prison sentence. He's an old man. It's not right. It's unjust. If they can do that to him, they can do it to the kids. They can do it to me. They can do it to everybody else in this community. And we hope by coming here trying to get this community to come together.
This is our show. This is our moment here to
if God allows it, we can get them
to
together.
speak out.
Bottom line is, I'm going to tell you
what's happening
throughout
the Western United States.
Attacking personalities and everything.
It's out there.
I was just going to say.
That's an important part of the process for me. Okay? But the bottom line is, I want you to tell our listening audience why you think that whole thing. Why do you think it took?
Well, it took place because individuals like myself and we're not known for being politically correct. So I say, to know me is to love me. And just looking at videos on there or looking at the articles that local media has put out there about me, that's not me. They've put lies of disinformation. If you want to know me, I'll come out and talk to them. Just like these individuals did. They put it out there, they put me on blast. Hi, I'm ready to take my face. And I apologize to that lady when I was wrong in my video. If you're not big enough to apologize when you're wrong, then come on. Don't just accept it.
It's also the older video.
One other thing that really disturbed me,
I was so I go to I never really I want to catch your part telling me what
I understood what you were saying.
I gotta explain it.
No, not explain it.
But well, I do. I know
his point. His point comes. I know the possibility. I have zero fear of you drop me or something to stop. Come someone who watches. You can bring by if you want to. No, you're sitting there. You like.
So, I'm trying to think where it's, we've been here trying to win the hearts and minds of the community for a while. And there's only been really a handful of us up here going out, meeting the community and everything. And then while we're out shaking our hands and trying to meet with these people, we're also having to see signs say, go home militia. The people that are uneducated that don't come out here to meet us, they put this stuff out saying go home and everything, and it's very disheartening and everything, and it was starting to feel very lonely when there was only a handful of us out there. And as you know, I'm new in the Patriot movement, believe it or not. I've only got out of the Marine Corps in 2014, so I can really only, so I can only come out now. And I'm being thrown into this, and it's been a very sobering experience to come up here and see this, and then you realize, wow, I may have to defend the Constitution against a domestic enemy. That's a very scary thing. And then when you look at how powerful this enemy is, it was a very scary and sobering moment. And there's so many Facebook topics out there. Oh, I defend the Constitution.
Realize that so lot of
really?
videos are just
Have you really gone toe to toe against it? You guys have it on your ranch, and that's awesome. There's a lot of not experts, but more experience here than myself.
But I thought, man, if I stay
against these situations,
that's what I knew. You intuitively sense that we have some people.
And
I didn't realize how bad it was until we were at the Bundy Ranch. I'm like, oh, they brought him up here trying to contract.
So, and it dawned on me that, you know what, I may never see them again, but ultimately, no matter what happens,
we were authorized to
fire, we must fire the pond. And so you know you are in the right, and we know what we're doing here is righteous, and know if something horrible were to happen, or they were to shoot me out.
See, and that's what's so key with
just to be a perfect opportunity for everybody to come together and push our country in a better direction for our children.
I wanted to pull you aside, but because I can't do this. So I watch your video. And like you said,
I found out why they're so concerned about John's videos. And what he did in his truck, like he was saying goodbye to his family, they took that as a suicide. That's what they took that literally the wrong way.
And we're such like-minded
individuals. Really believing like, yeah, he plans to die here.
That's the only portion that they see of me.
So I just said when the ladies tell me.
Put anybody on it.
You should have seen some of the YouTube videos going on about this. All this government operatives
come on out here and meet these
to bring in all
kinds of goosebumps. All right, dude, thank you so much. That was John Ritzheimer. You guys all know John Ritzheimer, absolutely. Hey, and Blaine Cooper. Blaine Cooper. Spring to inspire people is separate from your function of being good
People can attack me all they want for my video. The point is I'm out there trying to motivate people to get off the couch. If somebody like we shouldn't have to do it. There's people who are more qualified, who are better at doing videos, who could be taking this fight to politicians. I confronted the senator on his face for something here. Barack Obama, we can't even find everything. Yeah, and then I called out Barack Obama in that too, funding terrorism. These guys are into it. But we're always painted as the bad guys for trying to do the right thing. Even though we may be bold, some of the things we may say we not like to use curse words, that's our way of venting how not everybody's going to agree with things like that. We're true to the cause. I've been to every operation there is on this thing. And I will continue to fight when there's an injustice like this. The lawyers aren't doing it. The court system isn't doing it. It's failing people at every turn.
We've been just about
and I get it. People are afraid. You hear the word militia and you think of a bunch of guys that are going to come in and burn your house. You are the militia. Everybody, every single person is part of the militia of this country. That's how it was intended. That's why the Second Amendment says this is why we have a militia, for the security of every state. Because if they're not there to defend you when the system fails, and so we have to be there. We don't have to, but I've been to Sugar Pine Market. I lived in a hole for 45 days defending from the beginning. I was at the Bundy Ranch stand. I was at Operation Big Stuff. Catch drug cartels on board. We've done a lot of things. For protests. Nobody ever got hurt. Nobody ever committed a crime. Nobody ever got shot.
But you speak with intensity, passion, but I'm not trying to, this is what I know. I know you want to know what you're trying to do out there. We're kicking the can, trying to get stuff in the air, trying to inspire people to rise up at very, very important times. Not just for nothing.
Basically, what I'm saying on videos is how everybody feels. America, you don't like the direction the country's going. I don't know, I guess I just say what's on my mind. And everybody else should do that too. Don't be afraid to speak up. You don't need, it's funny that they would use something like that as a demonization to take off the subject. You need to come and focus on what's happening to somebody. This could be my grandma, my dad, my daughter, my family. This is a federal precedent that's going to affect everybody. Not just on the land issue, of any crime.
But how people rise up to injustices like this.
Yes, and that's what it's about. These people need to come together as a community. And if they had to bring outsiders like us to come in and help them do that, it's we're not perfect. But we're honest.
We're doing good.
Exactly right. Steve, thank you so much.
Thanks for coming out.
Thank you. All right, you guys. Listen, we're going to shut the stream down. Hope you guys enjoyed that. We still got people here. You guys be sure to tune in tomorrow. We have some very exciting events tomorrow, above and beyond what's being made publicly available. We'll try to disclose those as we go. This is Jason Patrick. All right, so Jason, this is Jason's building
It was neat to see the community come together, and a lot of people just, they basically have fears that are based in the internet world. They're not based really in reality. It's stuff they read or seen on the internet and it scared them, and then they come here with all those fears and then go attacking people based on those fears. And I kind of like when you have a fear itself. So hopefully, we can cut through some of that. It's nice to see the community come together. I think we've talked to, through the meetings, we've had about 200 people so far. And, I don't have a single person that believes what's happening in this case is just or in any way, shape, or form. And hopefully we'll see a lot of the community rise and march. Oh yeah, and that's going to be a great event. I mean, I'm looking forward to, as much as the Hammonds have been through, to see as many people are going to come to walk the streets and see the support that they do have, and then if they turn themselves in for jail, which he's a farmer. He said I gave him my word, so I don't doubt he's going to do that. And I guess that's when the real fight and struggle begins.
Yeah, that's right. And be sure to tune in tomorrow. You're going to be hearing from Jason Patrick. Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, we're going to have a great event tomorrow. You guys tune in. Sorry. Tune in. We got to go. Bye. Peace. This will be, I believe, they're the most powerful words. I think as I'm learning through all this, and Vinny Boombots is going to probably come on Wednesday. I need to bring him on like right away. Mm-hmm. Tomorrow we have a guest coming on. Who's our guest? Is it tomorrow? Either tomorrow or Wednesday. Vinny Boombots is going to come on because he's studying the meaning
now
of the
I
words.
have to ask you which show.
Oh, okay. All right. Anyways, either
Chris
tomorrow
Bowers
or Wednesday.
Yeah, Chris Bowers is coming on tomorrow morning.
Good.
From Heroes Meeting Heroes.
Heroes Meeting Heroes.
Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. Here it is. You ready? And I will actually provide a copy of this on the internet. No doubt about it. Actually, this thing is going to go crazy. An open letter to Sheriff Ward. It's a lengthy letter, but the words are really important. I want you to just listen. Okay. An open letter to Sheriff Ward of Harney County, Oregon, and to all county sheriffs in America from Judge Anna. Dear Sheriff Ward, I am writing to you today to ascertain your office and position with respect to the Hammonds and the developing situation at the Bundy Ranch with respect to federal officers. My name is Anna Maria Reitzinger, also known as Anna von Reitz because my actual name is German and a mile long. I'm an American common law Superior Court judge in Alaska, where operation of the Seventh Amendment courts started up again in conjunction with the common law grand juries more than a year ago. And I also serve as a federal postal district court judge. You know how important these words are, right?
Yes.
We're learning a lot about this. And by me putting this out, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to cause a lot of controversy. Mm-hmm. But I think I'm ready to start putting this out. And I think Vinny Boombots is also ready, willing, and able to help us out. Mm-hmm. So a federal postal district court judge for the Western region. By the way, all of the sovereigns and the common law, NLA people, and I mean, just all this stuff that everyone is trying to fight for, to crack the code and to understand the secrets behind the system we live in. I'm about to share them with you right here. I don't think any one person has ever articulated them as well as this judge. She says, as you can clearly see by reading the Seventh Amendment, all matters pertaining to living people and their property must be addressed to common law courts. How then are the Hammonds being addressed by federal admiralty courts? The answer lies in the past. During the Civil War, the normal court system owed the people in the South shut down and did not immediately reopen. Commanders in the military districts in 10 states appointed civilian tribunals to function under special admiralty, a euphemism. For the purposes of these military tribunals, people and property could be addressed in an arbitrary fashion without regard for the law of the land. This was very convenient for the administrators and very unfortunate for the people. In 1866, the Supreme Court addressed the situation in Milligan ex parte and decided that so long as the American common law courts were running, there was no excuse for the use of any form of martial law.
Be advised that the American common law courts are up and running. But both the military administrators and the judges, and most particularly the bar associations, had a taste of arbitrary power and the bit in their teeth back then, and a concerted effort to shut the common law courts down began so as to usurp their jurisdiction and move the venue of the local courts off the land and into the international jurisdiction of martial law and the sea, where power could be exerted against the people and their assets on the land in a comparatively arbitrary fashion. By 1965, the rats had achieved their ends, and almost all common law courts in America were either shut down or functioning with only two offices, Justice of the Peace and Notary Publics. This allowed the members of the Bar Association to impose admiralty law on the people and to avoid the guarantees of the Constitution. The use of special admiralty in courtroom is signified by the heavy gold fringe on the flag. This is true. Not even attorneys understand it. We spoke to an attorney in the courtroom who didn't understand that.
Right.
The word here about the bar associations and some facts about the ABA that deserve to be far more widely known. Also some information about the current court system that you probably don't know. The American Bar Association is an offshoot of the London Lawyers Guild, an avowed communist organization. The American Bar Association and the IRS are both owned and operated by Northern Trust, Inc. Does that name sound familiar to you?
Sounds very familiar.
Northern Trust, Inc. is in charge of the billions of dollars overseeing the 400,000 pensioners.
It is.
Yes. Northern Trust, Inc. They are private foreign debt collection agencies, not units of government, not professional associations, and certainly not nonprofit organizations. As an organization representing a foreign British government, the bar associations are only allowed to function here via a treaty, the last one in 47, that they have abundantly violated. Their members are required to present foreign agent statements as part of their credentials in open court, which they hardly ever do. As a result of their misdeeds and usurpations against the law of the land and the people and their violations of both their corporate charter and their treaty, a commercial obligation lien of $279 trillion has been assessed against the American Bar Association, the International Bar Association, and the U.S. Department of Justice, which, it turns out, is just another private subcontractor performing governmental services and doing a criminally bad job of it. The U.S. district courts are also private for-hire subcontractors that run all the related courts in their districts. Please see Title 8, Sections 80 to 131. All these state courts and county courts are being run as franchises of the U.S. District Court. And they are all private corporate institutions having no public office or function at all and being related to the actual state and county only in so much as they are operating within the geographical boundaries of a state and a county. This can be readily proven by looking up the Dun & Bradstreet numbers, CAGE, C-A-G-E numbers, and corporate filings of these organizations. And as was recently demonstrated by the Lufkin case in Texas, neither the U.S. District Court nor its state and county affiliates have any authority to collect debts outside the 10 square miles of the District of Columbia. That's case law set in stone. You know that, right?
Mm-hmm.
We should also clear up another misunderstanding. Back in 1864, the United States Congress, acting as a board of directors of the United States of America, Inc., changed the meaning of several words by executive fiat without telling the rest of us. For their purposes, and from June 30th, 1864 onward, the words state and United States are code for District of Columbia Municipal Corporation. Municipal Corporation District Court and the Idaho State Supreme Court, for example, should read as Idaho District of Columbia Municipal Corporation Supreme Court. This is very real. It's very true. And I'm so proud to know Vinny Boombatz and be connected to these good people that are communicating this. She writes, are you beginning to feel as if you landed in the land of Oz? Yes, all this means that until you make some important decisions, you aren't working for the people of your county as an elected public peace officer. You are working as an employee of a federal corporation franchise in a private capacity. Your election is being interpreted as an election to an office in a private corporation. You are presently acting as a mall cop. You have no public office, no public bond, and no public oath. If you are like most members of law enforcement community, you are not even licensed or bonded or insured in a private capacity by your cheapskate employers. You're working for the man, not the people. And all this got off track 150 years ago. So all those federal agents who are harassing the Hammonds and who are offering to arrest them and transport them to a private prison facility, they are private corporate employees of a franchise or subcontractor of the District of Columbia Municipal Corporation, having no more authority than a floor worker at JCPenney, despite their pretensions otherwise. They are misinformed as to their authority and also misinformed regarding the identity of the Hammonds. These federal agents are literally foreign with respect to the Hammonds and have no jurisdiction related to them at all. As part of the overall outrageous circumstance and fraud scheme, the members of the American Bar Association have also contrived to change the citizenship of American state citizens. People born on the land of continental United States, like the Hammonds, have been kidnapped on paper, and their civil records have been falsified, which is in violation of international law, the law of war, and the United Nations Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which both the federal United States and the British government have signed. An examination of the paperwork will reveal that virtually every single American state citizen has been deemed a foundling and ward of the state and the unwanted child of an unwed mother. Almost 400 million of us, and not a daddy to be found. This is the result of a systematic and repugnant scheme by international commercial banks and the ABA, and again, all serving to change the natural venue on the land to a court venue in the international jurisdiction of the sea. The fact is that although human slavery has been outlawed worldwide since 1926, it is not against the law to enslave a corporation. So what have the criminals among us contrived to do? To redefine living people as corporations. Specifically as foreign situs trusts doing business under names titled like this: John Quincy Adams and Estate Trust, operating under names styled like this: John Quincy Adams, capitalized, and now most recently, Puerto Rican Public Transmitting Utility styled like this: John Q. Adams. Look at the paperwork in your hands, seemingly addressed to the Hammonds. Depending on the style used to write their names, you can tell whether the documents are addressed to foreign situs trusts owned and operated by the state of Oregon, Inc., a Sestui KVA Estate Trust, owned and operated by the state of Oregon, Inc., all capitalized, or a public transmitting utility owned and operated by Oregon, a franchise of the UN Corporation. Please bear in mind that these legal fiction entities were created without the Hammonds' knowledge or permission, and they are completely, 100%, the responsibility of those who created them. If the Hammonds reference the estate trust belonging to the state of Oregon, it is high time for someone who is responsible for the state of Oregon to pay any debts related to the franchise without delay and without bothering the living people these franchises are named after. It also behooves them to leave the living people and their property strictly alone and forego any pretense that the living Americans known as the Hammonds have knowingly or willingly agreed to act as federal United States citizens, or have any agreed upon responsibility to act as co-trustees of the public charitable trust, which they most likely don't make use of and don't even know that exists. Bottom line, these courts and their presentments and orders having nothing whatsoever to do with the Hammonds as living people, nor their actual physical property assets at all. They have to do with the misadministration of public trusts and legal persons operated by private, mostly foreign-owned corporations, which are attempting to entrap and enslave Americans and lay false claims against their property via probate fraud, identity theft, and coercion. This is the kind of criminality and fraud we are dealing with, Sheriff Ford. And at the end of the day, the pedal hits the metal in your office. The British government contrived the means to press gang the land assets, living people, and their property assets of America into the jurisdiction of the sea during the Second World War. They enslaved us and our property assets under false pretenses and via the use of legal chicanery for the war effort. And after the war, they simply continued on with these abuses. You have a choice. You can continue to operate as a good little debt slave of the Queen, acting on automatic and taking orders regardless of where these orders come from. That is, you can act as a corporate mall cop in a private capacity and take your licks when the people catch up with you. Or you can honor the truth that the people of your county elected you in good faith, with the understanding that you would enforce the guarantees of the Constitution owed to them and faithfully impose the land jurisdiction of the United States of America on any British agents who put a tentacle outside their actual jurisdiction. As a sheriff, duly elected by the people of your county and operating the land jurisdiction owed to the continental United States, you have the authority to take your lawful oath of office, obtain a bond for your own security, and deputize as many men as you require to restrict the federal agents to their actual capacity. It is your duty to inform these foreign agents that the living people, known as the Hammonds, do not reside in any federal territory, nor act in any capacity subject to the District of Columbia Municipal Corporation. You also have the right to collect bounty from the Secretary of State and U.S. District Court under the terms of the 14th Amendment to cover any costs you incur as a result of having to deal with these improper demands and false claims made by their agents. If these federal agents persist, you have the authority to address the U.S. District Court responsible and request their removal from your county. If they still won't behave and honor the Constitution and the actual limits of their own jurisdiction, you have the right and responsibility to arrest the whole kit and caboodle, just as you would arrest the keepers of a tavern operating outside of public law. You also have the right and responsibility. You also have the rights and responsibility to inform the U.S. District Court and their franchise affiliates operating the state and county courts that the American common law courts and grand juries are in operation again, and any use of martial law, including special admiralty, is no longer excusable. Acting as an elected officer of the American Common Law Court indigenous to your county, along with the injustices of peace in the Notary Republic, it is your duty to convene the common law grand jury chosen at random from among the landowners of your county to investigate crimes, including this one against the Hammonds, and to convene a common law trial jury, if necessary, before the justice of the peace, to decide any and all matters affecting the living people and actual property assets of the county on the land. And there is no one available. If there is no one available and willing to serve as justice of the peace in your county, a justice of the peace may be appointed by any federal postal district judge in your region. Contact me if you need help. Please also know that as the sheriff duly elected by the people of your county, you have the authority and responsibility to demand the return of any American state citizen being held in federal custody for a non-capital crime, which is murder or assault with a deadly weapon, within 72 hours of their arrest. So if the federal agents making the mistake of arresting the Hammonds under false pretenses and holding them in a private capacity, it is your right and role to present a public custody order to the U.S. District or other court responsible demanding that the Hammonds be released to your custody. You may then use your own discretion whether to keep them in custody or release them on parole pending final resolution of the jurisdictional complaint. These are matters that affect millions of people, and they must be addressed openly and with determination. The British monarch has acted in breach of trust against the Americans, Canadians, Australians, and others. This criminality and the resulting surreptitious use of the American Americium Bar Association members are licensed privateers operating on our shores is a serious international crime which is being addressed. The misrepresentations of Americans as foundlings and bastards, resulting in them being declared wards of the corporate state, and further misrepresentations leading them being declared legally dead, are criminal acts of self-interested fraud carried out against us by avowed allies and friends in perpetuity, parties who are bound by the most solemn obligations of international trust and treaty, who have abused America and Americans for their own profit. This same pattern of lying about us and making false claims against us and seeking to re-venue us to foreign jurisdictions has also been attempted against our Federation of Nation States as a whole. 2 weeks ago, international banks and governmental service corporations in their employ appeared before the UN Trust Committee, North America, and claimed that the United States of America no longer exists. That the states of America no longer exist. They claimed, among other things, that we no longer have a national currency in circulation. They claimed that all 400 million Americans had voluntarily accepted federal United States citizenship. They claimed that our country is civilly dead and depopulated, and that there are no American state citizens. This was, of course, done behind our backs by people representing secondary creditors to defunct federal governmental service corporations claiming to be the beneficiaries and or creditors of our estates. It's time to set the record straight for us to act in our naked sovereign capacity. The Declaration of Joint Sovereignty was issued by lawful heirs of the National Trust, together with sovereign letters patent in behalf of the United Colonies of America and the United States of America and the Native American nations, and delivered to the UN Trust Committee, North America, and to the UN Security Council, the Pope, the Queen, Ban Ki-moon, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and the Bank of International Settlements. The criminals responsible for these circumstances are being recognized for who and what they are, and the die is cast. We're going to get down to the bottom of this fraud and misrepresentation once and for all. If you wish to be called sheriff of a county in America, you must now step up and earn the title and begin operating the land jurisdiction owed to the continental United States. You are under moral and lawful obligation to protect the Hammonds against any federal agent, and to fully inform those agents of the limitations of their jurisdiction while standing on our soil. If there is no American common law court presently operating in your county, it is your duty to organize one without further delay. In most counties, there are active justices of the peace who still perform private marriage ceremonies, and public notaries are still active. You may draft your grand jury and, if needed, trial juries from among landowners listed in the county land records. All action of the actual county court should be stamped in red and signed in black. All actions by admiralty courts, by whatever name they operate under, are stamped in blue. Sincerely, Judge Anna Marie Reitzinger. Did you believe, just in your opinion, you didn't know this was coming?
Right.
That those words were important, knowing what you know we've been looking into behind the scenes?
Oh, it's extremely important. It is.
Not only that, because somebody hearing those words, okay, and by the way, I don't want everyone, and this is what I don't want, and it's not disparaging towards, us steak and potatoes people that are trying to find the truth, of course. There are people out there that will take this information and all of a sudden start practicing law.
Oh, Please don't do that.
And don't do that. These words, okay, spoken by Judge Anna are good words. That's the type of leadership we need to get out of this mess. But for us to be encouraging everybody to be practicing law and standing, on your, in your own flesh and blood before the courts, talking about gold fringes, be very, very cautious how you navigate through this admiralty law thing.
Right.
But the treasure, okay, the golden treasure in the treasure chest is the truth about admiralty law and how they've literally enslaved us through language. They have.
Yep.
We're learning more and more about that. Now, is that to say that we're going to win this battle? I'm going to share this information to the best of my ability. This is probably the most articulate, letter sent to a sheriff about the laws here on our dirt
Right.
that I think I've ever read.
Now, someone told me that they thought that he had shut that his email down, that they were trying to send things to him and that they kept getting it kicked back. So I would please ask that everyone who gets a copy of this, and I think Pete's going to be, I think you're going to be putting a copy of this out, right?
I'm going to publish a copy of this, and I'm also going to bring Vinny Boom Bots on.
Right.
It's going to be a topic that we're going to cover. I mean, if
Well, we
if
would
there's
ask everybody, when you get a copy of this, please print it out and fax it.
mail it to him, fax
Mail it
to
to
him,
fax it to him.
Okay.
Yeah.
He can turn off his email, and he can even kick me in the nuts. It's not going to make me go away. I'm using that analogy. It doesn't matter what he does. You can be an incompetent, unconstitutional puke. You're not going to have power over me. Okay? Especially if you're incompetent, unconstitutional, and beholden to these federal agents. I don't submit to them. I'm not going to submit to their jurisdiction. They have no power over me. They have no power over our land. And it's we, the people, that are going to force the sheriff to either be constitutional, be a sheriff, be lawful, or be removed.
Yep.
That's the way it's going to be. He's going to be removed. He's not going to put, he will, I think at this point in time, deleting our emails, subjects us to the same type of stuff that even Sheriff Gillespie
he's not
us
just
to.
deleting your emails. He's forwarding them to the FBI.
What do we do, right? And we have across the United States a people that will stand with you. I've already explained that, and I'm confident in that, okay? But the thing is it's not necessarily right for us or for the people to come in here and to make a stand without the people forming and being in control of it. That's what this committee of safety is where the people elect this committee, and this committee is in charge of those that will come in and assist across this country in defending the rights of this people and in enforcing the Constitution. And I'm not going to dance around what we're talking about here. We're talking about removing these unconstitutional agencies from Kearney County and freeing the people back up to go ranching, logging, or whatever else. But the people have to, you have to exhibit enough organization to form these committees of safety so that you can charge and be in charge of the militia. That's what it comes down to. That is the proper way in which this is supposed to happen. And Ryan has explained this, and I kind of interrupt him because I'm worried about time, but that's what it is. So, did you have a comment?
Yes.
My name's Jason Patrick. I'm actually from Georgia, and the reason I want to stand up and tell you, he's right. I'm from Georgia. I know these two men because they did exactly what he said. I was working on a roof. I'm actually part of a militia. We train. We do that type of stuff. And somebody said, "Hey, have you seen what's happening with the Bundys?" No, I haven't. Send me a link. I'm on a roof, looking at my phone. Call my group. Hey, I need you to pull everything you can about this deal in Nevada, Bundy Ranch. I'll be there at 5. And I was working, I'm still reading, and I'm making a couple of phone calls. And I get over to his house, and we packed our gear less than 24 hours later from that call. Packed our gear, drove 48 hours to Nevada. Didn't know what we were getting into because there was all kind of scare tactics. Oh, this was going to happen. And when I got there in the middle of the night, 1 o'clock in the morning, Friday before the stand-up. And when I got there, I looked around and went, wow, we win. He says, what? We win. There's over 300 people here camped in the desert. That's enough. That's all it takes. And it's not violent. What he's talking about is he's written the grievances, and you basically have told a bunch of militia guys since then, because I got a little bit of a following from having done that, and I've been in a few other places, and I says, all you really do is say, no thank you. Huh? You know, me, him, and whoever you empower, you say, hey, we don't want this anymore. We want freedom in Hardy County. We want our stuff back. Meaning you, we don't want the Hammonds to go to jail for terrorism. The Hammonds can't stand up and say, we don't want to go to jail for terrorism, and we want you to stand with us, because they're afraid. They're afraid. And the militia can't come to their aid unless they ask for help. So I got militia all over. What are we going to do? What are we going to do? There's not a lot we can do because they haven't asked for help. But the county can ask for help. You guys can say, form a committee of safety and say, you know what? We don't want our neighbor to go to federal prison for terrorism for burning grass. And we need help. And you know what happens? These gentlemen and myself and a massive network that you don't know exists probably goes, we're coming. As soon as you say, my county, we form a committee of safety here. I'm pleading with you formally. And write some restitution that says, we, the people of Harney County, do not want the Hammonds to go to federal prison for burning grass. And you will see more assistance in this county than you've ever seen in your life. And we will say, no, they're not going to prison. The people, we the people, aren't going to allow them to go to prison. It's not violent. It's basically like, hey, excuse me, no thank you. No thank you. There's no terrorism here. We all live with these people. They're not terrorists. They're ranchers. Just like some other ranchers I know. They have rights just like I do, and you're not going to trample theirs, just like you're not going to trample mine. And I want to tell you from my own heart, okay? Regardless of the militia. Regardless of the militia. I learned about this Hammond thing a while back. And I will go camp on their driveway by myself and tell the government, you can come get them. I'll do it unarmed. You can come get them right over my dead body. Right over my dead body. You cannot come in here, no thank you. You can come get them. All you have to do right now, if you want them, is to shoot me right here. Because if they don't have rights, I don't have rights. If they don't have rights, you don't have rights. And America knows it. A signature every 3 minutes. America's primed. They're ready. And if you can do what he's talking about, I am not from here, but I am from here. I'm an American. This is America. Let's act like it. And I don't know how else to put it. That's where I met Hammond. I met him that night. And he's my brother. He's me.
He has rights. You have rights. We have rights. Let's protect him. I will. I will. I don't care what it costs. I'll do it.
So, do we have any other thoughts, comments, questions? Let's get them out.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just one more. You talk about a militia and that they can help the federal government if they need it, but also the 29th Federalist paper states that the militia can be used, as was starting to happen in Nevada, to protect us from a tyrannical government.
That's the reason why it was.
Yeah, that's a good backup to the Second Amendment. And I think the 45th and 46th are also.
It's not necessarily a backup. It is one of its intended purposes.
Okay, and also, I'll mention to you that in Lynn County, where I came from today, we've been getting together and doing some of this citizen, getting our food, our medicine, and other survivables together, and we're just starting that. So it's starting in some places. Sorry.
Yes, it is.
How many people does it take to start a safety committee?
It takes a body here, just like what we have here.
Let's form one.
Well, I would like to propose it.
Is that the next step?
I would like to propose whether the people want to form one or not, and if they do, then we can move forward. It's up to you. I'm not, at this point, we can help and assist, but it is up to the people to form the committee. And, but great question. Is there any other thoughts? Any other? Let's get the elephants out of the room. Let's get the fear or the thought of that we're doing something wrong or whatever. Let's get it out, because these things need to be talked about. We need to make some action. Yes.
With your letter that you have here, you wrote this, and then if I understand right, there's a second letter to come.
That's correct.
Can you tell us the process between here and there, and where we go from there with these three things linked?
So this was a notice redress of grievance, right? And what this is we are basically insisting that the county government and the state government, well, what we're doing is we listed all of the evidence of things that we have found that are wrong with the Hammond case. And I could go through them from the very beginning. Jurisdiction, they were not indicted properly. That the family or the government clearly situated the Hammonds in duress in an effort to take their property. And so on, of course, there's a list, right? And we've insisted that the county government assemble evidential hearing board, right? That they assemble an evidential hearing board of the people, and they look at all this evidence and expose the truth, basically, is what we're looking for. And we give them 5 days to respond back to us, and tomorrow is the 5th day, and we have heard nothing from anybody. I have reached out to them. This is,
Tell us again who you sent this to.
we sent this to Sheriff David Ward, Commissioner Dan Nichols, Commissioner Pete Runnell, Justice of the Peace Donna Thompson, District Attorney Tim Callahan, Attorney General Ellen Rosenblum, Governor Kate Brown.
And none of them are here tonight.
None of them are here tonight. They were all personally invited to be here tonight. Okay?
I have a question.
Yes.
You left off, and my husband asked, I'm from Grant County, which is a neighboring county, but my husband asked me to ask you, why did you leave Judge Grassi off of it? Did you think he was because he's the head of the county court in the Oregon system?
Well, that's a good question, and I would say other than understanding whose duty this was, see, as a judge, he's supposed to be a neutral party in administrating the due process.
In Oregon, the county judge is actually, and he does have judicial duties that he's just recently in the last few years gotten, but he is the head of the county court. They just call him.
You have to understand, though, the purpose of a court is not to get politically involved in any party. There's supposed to be a neutral party that administrates the court, the proceedings, neutral. He's not supposed to be politically involved and make political decisions and so forth. So anyway, that overall was the reason why. But really, there's only 3 people that really matter on this, and that is the sheriff and the 2 commissioners. They're the ones.
Grasky is a commissioner as well.
Okay, now maybe I didn't understand that, which is very interesting. That he's a commissioner and a judge, okay, which seems
A judge, but he's actually the head commissioner.
okay. Maybe you should have got one, but there's some conflicts there in the proper form of government. Just so you know, you should never have a judge that's also a commissioner. Never. That should never happen.
He's not a true judge.
Okay, so anyway, maybe I don't understand, but that's fine. But either way, these were the people. I think the point that you wanted to bring out is what are we doing? This
what do we
was
do from here to the
yeah.
next piece
So
of paper?
this was an effort to get the county to do their duty, which is to find out what's wrong and to ultimately expose these corruptions, and then create a resolution that the sheriff and the commissioners can enforce inside the county. But it appears at this point that they are once again ignoring these things. And just so you understand, there are more people represented in the state of Oregon than any other state. However, I also want you to understand that every state in the union, there are people from every state in the union that have signed this thing, including Alaska and Hawaii. Okay? Now, if they ignore this, our intention was to do a notice of demand, which is listing all the petitions that have been ignored, which is great at this point. We have petition after petition. The Hammonds have exhausted almost $1 million in their legal defense, and the list goes on, right? To list those and then demand that the Hammonds' rights be restored. But we also, honestly, might believe that it'll probably ignore it. Okay? And then at that point, the people have done everything. We've also petitioned Ellen Rosenblum directly. She is chosen to ignore. We have spent, the Farm Bureau collected over 8,000 petitions that have been pretty much ignored, well, completely ignored. The sheriff has received over 3,000 emails from in the state, and he has ignored them. Just gives lip service. And our elected representatives, the state senators and the state, or your state legislatures have also received thousands of emails. And those emails, all they were asking to do is to go find out about the Hammonds, and if you feel that the Hammonds were not dealt with correctly, to make a stand politically, do anything. Nothing. They didn't even come to Harney County. Nothing. They completely ignored. And so my point is all of the prudent methods that are being put forth are being ignored. And so it is time to form a committee of safety, because our current government is not even attempting to do its job. And to form a committee of safety here amongst the people and begin to enforce the Constitution. And that's what we're calling.
The Committee of Safety in Harney County presumably would have to consist of citizens of Harney County, is that correct?
It's a representative form of government. So it's Republican in nature, meaning that the people who have a concern for their safety and the safety of their neighbor would then draw from amongst themselves the most trusted individuals in your community and elect them to represent them. And so the Committee of Safety then becomes a civil body politic formed directly from the people. In the same manner that you elect county commissioners and the sheriff, you elect members to the Committee of Safety. So it is an
I wanted to
executive
point out there are a lot of people here that are not from Harney County, including myself. And that this committee that we're forming here would be residents of the county.
Correct.
Yeah, so if there's a handful of people that are not from Harney County.
show of hands of the people that are from Harney County.
That are or not?
Are.
Harney County, please raise your hands. 80%. Some of the people, folks, are from surrounding counties. If you don't mind me asking, where are you folks from that didn't raise your hand?
Malheur County,
Which is in Oregon, right?
Yeah.
next door.
It's the next county that the government's gonna take.
I disagree, sir.
It is.
They're going after Baker County too.
That's our choice, and that's their choice.
Yeah.
And this is the beginning of a process by which we can halt the flow of tyranny.
So I'm just gonna lay it on the line. Who here as a vote, would like to form a committee of safety? All those four, raise your hand.
I'll help form one in Lynn County.
Hey, will you keep your hands raised so I can count them? Okay. All those against, please raise their hand. Just got your vote.
Heck, yeah.
Who hasn't decided?
You haven't decided.
And just as important, how many people that aren't from Harney County will support these folks? Heck, yeah. Woo!
So, do we need to, well, you know this process better than me.
Yeah, and a lot of this, there is a process that can be pursued. It has been pursued by the founders, so obviously there's a well-established process for this. But quite honestly, it's baselined as the three parts of government, and this representing the executive. So the idea would be then to nominate people from amongst yourselves who you think are the most qualified. It is an executive, so executive experience is probably pretty important. A knowledge of the Constitution is very important, and a trust from the people that you have their best interests in mind. In mind, excuse me, is very important. And we need to understand that as specifically being the people, it's people like myself who have taken an oath to uphold and defend the Constitution and its people that are looking for our masters. When the government is no longer abiding by the Constitution, where we don't have anybody to answer to, and we're here to defend you. So that's what this does. Anyway, you can put names for it, I would say, would be the next step.
So who would like to or we're looking for nominations of who, was it a chair, committee chair?
You'd be 3 to 5. It can be as low as 3 people, because that presents a quorum that can be broken by one of the, arguments can be broken by one individual, or 5. It is a pretty good number, because you put together 5 people representing the people and their will, and they can probably pretty firmly make decisions. So nominating 5 individuals, and then that committee itself, those 5 individuals become the Committee of Safety, and then they decide on the administrative process that pursues. Yes, sir.
To pick those 5 individuals, does this need to go before the county at large? Or is this something that can be decided at this meeting, as this was an advertised public meeting?
What it can do is, yes, this was an advertised public meeting, so as far as it goes concerning this issue, you are the county.
Okay.
And what can be done by the Committee of Safety, if people here would desire to put together a Committee of Safety, as you stated, then, and you decide on people who you'd like to elect to those positions on that committee, then you can put out a public announcement, and should, with prudence, put out a public announcement that the committee has been formed, and that if there is an issue with the individuals on that Committee of Safety, then a recall can be taken, or they can bring up those grievances. But quite honestly, I don't. There's other people that you can talk to that are worried about this, where it's, we know that not everybody can make it here tonight, that is concerned. And so as the concerned people, quite honestly, you represent them.
Is there a website or something you guys have that has information?
Committee.org.
The committee?
Committee.org is one website. You might want to write that down. But that's pretty simple. Committee.org has all kinds of information on the formation of committees of safety, their purpose, the historical context with which they were used, a lot of historical documents and such referencing who formed the committees of safety and what type of acts they took, which ultimately led to the Second Continental Congress and the Declaration of Independence.
So, with that being said, we're looking for nominations of committee members. Do we have any nominations for a committee member? Reaffirm that there is a tremendous amount that can be done for the Hammonds, and all of us will benefit from it. Yes?
Yeah, in order to cut to the chase, I would like to request, if we're on this committee, that we be provided an outline of our next steps and our next organizational activities. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. If somebody knows how to get this thing started and get it going, put it on paper, get it to us, and we'll, in a list of the people who are nominated, and we'll take it from there and see what we can get done. But we need an outline, a guideline to start from, so that we don't fumble around for the next 6 months.
Absolutely. So that the process that we can go about very quickly to do that is an affirmation of these individuals who have been nominated, and then those individuals can get together and decide what the a convenient and prudent time for them to reconvene is going to be, at which time they can decide how to pursue things.
So with that, we need to vote, and it's been proposed, and if we disagree, that we put a committee of 7 people together. We have 7 nominees. We need to vote on each of those to see if the people are willing to have them on this committee. And so I would like to propose Kevin Johnson. All those in favor of Kevin Johnson be on the committee, please raise your hand. Any opposed? Okay, Kevin Johnson. Chris Riles?
But it would open their eyes more, knowing the local people are saying the same thing that you're saying.
I agree. I do want to make sure that we understand that we do not give up, the committee does not give its authority up to them, though. That they hold it and that they call them to do their duty. Yeah, but not give up their authority. Great comment. Thank you.
Not only the community, but everybody.
Yeah.
Everybody reach out.
Yeah.
Commissioners in your shed.
Okay, one thing I would suggest is that, I know in this county, because I'm kind of a internet warrior, I guess you might say, and I know that within this county, there's a lot of people that the word militia just sets him on edge. And so I'm suggesting that someone write guest editorials in the newspaper as education, because you need to educate the people of this county so they're not resistant. I know a couple of times my comment to some of them was, one thing that you've got to realize is that the people that wrote the Constitution were in support of the militia that was fighting against King George, and Washington was the head of the militia. So it's not a bad word, but people seem to think it is. So education is key.
George Washington, just to illuminate a little bit of history for you, George Washington was called to the Second Continental Congress as a member of the Virginia militia. So George Washington was a commander of the militia. And he wore his militia uniform to those proceedings. So what you just brought up is a perfect point. I also want to bring up just very quickly, and I know it's getting late here, and the committee really quick needs to get together and decide what a good time for them to reconvene in is. But the militia is under the same exact attack that the people are under. And we're being called domestic terrorists. You've already seen it in your newspapers that folks like us are trying to pursue illegal activities. Nothing that we have said has anything to do with illegal activities, and everything that we've talked about is the rights that are secured by the people via the documents inside this little booklet, the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, and ultimately your God-given rights. Thank you. That was excellent.
I just want to mention one thing, because I have heard the argument that the militia is morphed into the National Guard and that it's under federal authority. But what I want to mention is that the word militia was used in the Second Amendment long after the establishment of the Continental Army during the Revolutionary War. It was important to note that they still made the distinction between the regular army and the militia.
Yes.
And that is why the militia was used in the Second Amendment.
A regular army is prohibited in this Constitution for any period longer than 2 years. So what does that tell you about the Army the way we have it now? The reason that the founders did that is because standing armies have every single time throughout history been used as the tools of tyranny. Remember how early I told you about we've been sending our boys around this world invading other countries? That's tyranny. And so the establishment of standing armies has always been for the furtherance of people in power. And they acquiesce that power, and they use what's called a monopoly on force in order to tyrannize the people. The people have to decide whether or not they want to break that monopoly on force, and that monopoly on force is blatantly apparent here with the Hammond Institute and in your town. It's not just a monopoly on force by presentation of arms, which the Hammonds, imagine if they decided not to turn themselves in on the 4th. What type of federal power do you think is going to be brought against them? And not just federal power, but state power and county power. Or the county standing aside completely. The sheriff standing aside and allowing these outside entities to come in and arrest his citizens. So the militia is...
No, he has given us no inclination that he was going to do his duty at all, and we give him a tremendous amount of effort in getting him to do that. Inside the county and outside the county, all support. We offered to assist him in doing his duties. Absolutely. He should have. I propose that we bring this meeting to an end, adjourn this meeting, and if we could have the committee members meet here quickly, and just want to thank you for your time.
Realizes there's only two ways to deal with overpopulation, if there is such a thing, and that's you can either increase the death rate or you can decrease the birth rate. I mean, fundamentally it comes down to those two things, and we're seeing it on multiple levels with the increasing of the death rate through the poisoning of our food, the poisoning of our air, the poisoning of our water, through wars being set from the West and the Middle East. We're seeing this now, and that brings us to the topic for today's show I wanted to get into. We're coming up to the break right now, but on the other side of the break, I want to cover the Child Protection Services. Exactly what are they, and how does it differ? I mean, there's different ones in Ontario, all across Canada. You've been covering the one in Manitoba, and there's been some groundbreaking footage that you've uncovered and some people you've interviewed. So we're going to get that on the other side of the break. Stick around. We'll be right back here on TalkNetwork.com.
There we go. Hey. Jump in here anytime.
I got
Jump
that
in
part
there.
now.
Jump in there.
I'm okay right now.
You sure?
Yeah, I went over to
Day
my
by
truck.
day, as it kept going, I started to realize
You got hand warm?
holy cow,
Doug gave me some.
all of us showed up on the same day, no prior
Right on. Thanks, brother.
actions that you're working on.
Okay. Hey, keep that door shut.
Yeah, it's just slow it down. Again, he does me like it's going. Again. So I was like, oh, that's sweet, right? Throw him in prison. I don't want to get rid of him. So they're talking. Maybe my flag. Oh, she was magnificent. Yeah. What do you say now? Oh, I complain about certain things on the way, but she is magnificent. I'm here. So if I'm here one piece, it's gonna wrap her. She did her job. You look good. You look good. Nice girl. Nice girl. Thank you. Yeah. James, that's right. Okay.
Hey, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, I just want you guys to know, I just want to state it for the record and here on the, hey, Stuart Rhodes, I tore up my membership card. I'm still an Oath Keeper, homie. Huh? How does that work? I don't need your card. I don't need to pay your membership due. I tore up my card.
No, actually, I have.
I tore up my card. I tore up my card, I'm still an Oath Keeper. See how that works?
Be careful. This is
You know what? Sue me. I got nothing. I got an ashtray and a freaking pocket of wall. That's it. Sue me. Sue me. I'm an Oath Keeper. Can you imagine that? I tore up my card. I didn't blow up. It's amazing.
Hello, welcome to this edition of Spitfire in the Centerline. Your host, Eric Spitfire, along with my partner in crime over there, Jeff. What's up, Eric? How you doing, Sumerian Sentinel? Good. How we doing, man? Doing good. Broadcasting live on YouTube worldwide. We also have Karen DeMaio with us, Mike Sorrell, Lori Alexander, and Jeff Lehman. How you doing, panel? Doing very good. How are you guys? Doing well. Doing well. We're going to be joined tonight. How you doing, everybody? I'll be running the call-in live stream when Pete starts in about 55 minutes here. In the meantime, I'm going to play some videos for you to catch you up to speed. We'll see you back soon. Hopefully he'll be here soon by Michael Emery. And we're also going to have a special guest appearance by Pete Santilli. He should be calling in anytime now. To start out the show, you know, the persons who can't really see what's happening in America and the world present right now, it really seems ridiculous to say the U.S. has entered into a police state. You know, where's the jackboot Nazi Gestapo thugs knocking down doors, hauling people off to FEMA camps, right? Where's the SS thugs brutalizing women and children right now? But we don't need to be exactly like Nazi Germany to be in a pre-Nazi Germany state. Where we're at right now, we have militias mobilizing. They're on red alert right now. Okay, they've been given the green light to be ready because of this Hammer Ranch situation. These are peaceful ranchers. They're being accused of being domestic terrorists, and the buck stops here. We're tired of this shit. Okay, it's good versus evil. We need some period. Where it's at right now. Good guys versus bad guys. Which side are you on? Make a choice. Make a choice which side you're on now. That's all I got for now, guys, to start out with. Let's go to you, Sumerian Sentinel.
So I'm curious if anybody in Oregon has got a statement from either of their senators or any of their U.S. representatives about this egregious encroachment upon the rights of the Hammonds by the federal government. That's probably the first place I'd go to see what they have to say about that. I wonder if has anybody done that yet? Possibly, hopefully, maybe.
Well, I do know that.
And what was their answer? That's what I really want to know is what did they have to say about it?
I do know that Michael Emery has been working on forming safety committees, local citizens that will band together and stop these kind of things from happening. And I do believe that one has already been formed in Oregon, which is where all this is going down right now. We know Pete Santilli's en route right now, and this is serious stuff, guys. Mike Sorrell, what do you think?
I think this weather sucks. No, actually, I agree completely with both of you guys. It's not much of a secret. You can visibly see that our country is just spinning out of control, martial laws, basically here without setting a whole entire population into panic. They don't try to hide it anymore, Eric. It's in plain sight, man. It's in plain sight. Pretty soon, we're going to have to start carrying our birth certificates with us. I mean, we have illegal checkpoints all over the country. We have fucking free speech zones, man.
Papers, please.
It's interesting. Attention because the final season of American Idol is on. That's more important.
Yeah, and the football playoffs are right around the corner, aren't they?
Yeah. My birthday is Super Bowl Sunday. Yay, me.
I just found out today my Seahawks got their asses kicked and bounced out. Thank God.
And we were out before the season even began over here in Detroit.
Detroit Lions, we're just going to leave it there.
Yeah, we'll leave it there.
The only time I watch the Hawks games, if they make it to the championship, I'll watch that. Super Bowl, yeah. Otherwise, I could give a rat's ass about the Seahawks, honestly.
And you know what the thing is, though, is, we can't be in the, like we've talked about this before, Eric. I enjoy watching sports, but I also don't keep myself blind to what's going on. It's okay to enjoy some entertainment. It really is. We can't expect you to be in this mode 24/7 all the time. You'll go nuts. You have to have a release somehow. But if just be aware that there's entertainment and there's reality, and there's a big difference between the two of them. Don't get yourself wrapped up so much into the entertainment when reality is right outside your door.
Exactly. Jeff Lehman, what do you think?
I've watched some of the videos from the Bundy Ranch and things, and they're aggressively attacking the people down there. They've gone down there and made just, a bold out statement. I've seen that they buried, killed hundreds of head of cattle, buried them, and you've got cops that are down there doing crazy stuff, federal agents that are down there just absolutely creating havoc. You've got, the whole country right now with this election and everything that's going on is in a complete uproar. And then sports, okay? All they do is keep us, our minds on Johnny Manziel and if he's a dope addict and how many things are going on and who deflated the ball and who did all this. I don't care about any of this stuff. I've never cared about sports much, anything. I like a good football game once in a while if it's a good heated one. But most of all, anybody that makes $24 million to throw a football, really, I have no use for. I mean, there's no way I could ever make the kind of money that any of these guys make. So I have to base it on a relative fact that I have to stay in the real world and I can't play in theirs. So I'm not going to go spend $11 on a 22-ounce beer or, any of the other kind of garbage that they keep pushing in front of us. So I went down to the stadium one time with my wife, and you know how ridiculous, 22-ounce beers, $11. Nachos, $14. What kind of crazy crap is this? Dude, I don't go to a game to spend $100 on food and beer for enough for one person. It's just stupid. So, as far as sports is, I'm done with it.
I could care less. These people make way too much money for what they do. And the people that need to be making money, like our teachers and everybody else that's out here working, that could be contributing to the real society, get screwed. And I say that right now all day long. We get screwed every day while these fools go out here and we back it. So it's no surprise to me that our government's taking over when we're more interested in giving, athletic players millions upon millions of dollars. Look, do I know they go out and they do stuff to earn it? They don't earn millions of dollars. I can't make millions of dollars cutting big steel companies up. So I don't get it.
I think we did it all too well, unfortunately, what's going on. I mean, the federal government under both Bush and Obama made it perfectly clear that in the event of any major disaster or large civil unrest, economic or environmental, that they see the institution of martial law not only as viable, but unavoidable. And, some people in this country really dismiss these types of directives as novelties that don't really constitute any real threat to the freedoms of our daily life. People have a tendency to assume that the atmosphere we live in today will remain the same tomorrow and always will be the same. And they never really consider that there, a dramatic, even violent change in American domestic policy is possible at a moment's notice. And what we have here with the Hammond Ranch is one of these things that could very well constitute that. We know that the continuity in our legislation is in place, that our government, under the direction of corporate globalists, is not only prepared to implement a military lockdown of this country, they fully anticipate such an event will occur, and soon. Tyranny doesn't always, as I say, burst through the door in body armor and brandishing an assault rifle. This type of tyranny just waltzes in the door, takes you to the party, calls you buddy.
Well, if you saw the Queen of England and somebody else, I can't remember what it was, announced this would be the last Christmas for everybody and that things were going on. Usually I wouldn't take any of that serious, but if you see how crazy the world's been and you see how, the Queen of England and the Pope, I'm sorry, two major royal assets, and when I say assets, you know what I mean. Two major royal assets have announced this is the last Christmas for everybody. So that means the globalists and the world powers are taking of England, and I sent you the article.
That's true.
It's a theory now, but I mean, you got to listen to it. They're the only ones that really know what's going on.
Absolutely. I'm gonna get a couple words from Karen and Lori, and then we have Pete Santilli on the line, and we're going to bring him on. In fact, Lori, you can bring him on immediately if you like. Karen, what do you think? I think you're muted. That's what I think. Here you go. Go ahead, Karen.
Okay. I was saying I was agreeing with everything that Jeff says. As far as the sports and the television, everyone is so wrapped up with all that kind of stuff, and no one's paying any attention to what's really going on. Your First Amendment rights are being violated, Second Amendment rights are being violated, and nobody seems to really have any clue what's going on.
Great point. Lori, any thoughts before we bring Pete on?
Just that, I was helping out at the Bundy Ranch when it happened, and it was definitely, we could tell that it was a test run for what's coming. Continuity of government's in place, executive orders are in place. They just need one event to bring it on for us, and I think it's coming, and it's coming real soon.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's bring Pete on. Pete, can you hear us? Are you with us?
I can hear you. Thanks a lot for bringing me on. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for allowing us to broadcast on your station last night, as our station was full by the witch lady. It seems YouTube has had it with her too, huh? Because they brought my station back almost immediately the next day.
Oh, that's great. Congratulations. Hey, listen, I wanted to say a couple of quick things in case I drop off or call back in, and you can take me on, but carry on for the plan of the day. You know, I heard as soon as I logged on, we have spent the better part of the past few years talking about the government's preparation for what's coming and them taking away our liberties, doing all that stuff. And now it's time to, I believe, to transition, get the people to actually prepare to know what it's doing to us. You know, we speak of the war on terror, and right now there's a war on the American people. It's in the psychological phases. I believe they're in high gear right now, perpetrating psychological warfare on the American public. We're already starting to see, we saw it happen at Bundy Ranch. Just like, well, I didn't recognize it during Waco, but after studying, essentially, they have to condition the public.
Hello?
Yeah, man, we lost Eric and Pete. It sounds like.
Their fire is muted.
Yeah, Eric's muted. Okay, I thought it was just me. Everybody, I mean, everybody else can hear each other, correct?
I can hear it. Yeah, he doesn't know.
Okay. Yeah, Jeff's waving his hand. Hi, Jeff. How's the weather in Ohio? Oh, I can't hear Jeff either. What's going on?
It's been going on almost 7 days here.
Really? Guys, there you are. There's Eric.
All right, Pete. Yeah, pick it up again, please.
Yeah, and just interject if you know, if I drop off, just speak up or something like that. I'm going through the mountains here. But anyways, we've been speaking for the past couple of years. I don't know where I got cut off. We've been talking about how the government has been preparing with our taxpayer dollars. Now it's time to transition to encourage the American people to start preparing to oppose what the government's been doing to us. I believe right now this war on terror is secondary to the war upon the American people.
Okay, I want to break in here and read a message that Pete has for Stuart Rhodes. We are here in Burns, Oregon today because we were called. We are here in Burns, Oregon today because we stood at Bundy Ranch and vowed that wherever the government used a militarized BLM to strip American people of their rights under the Constitution, there we would be also. To film the brutality. You have been called to protect the right of the people to assemble and make sure no harm comes to them. And you have refused to uphold your honor. Instead, once again, you have abandoned your post and encouraged good patriots to follow. Ammon Bundy has pled with you personally to be here. He has told you that he needs your assistance, and you have turned your back on him yet again. Once a coward, always a coward. Once a traitor, always a traitor. When we were called, we did not hesitate. We had faith in the man, the family, that led U.S., an unlikely group, to a victory in Bunkerville, Nevada. That they, the Bundy family, who are what is good and pure in this movement, would never ask of us to do something that they themselves were not willing to stand and die for. This is not about your opinion, sir, Stewie Rhodes, nor is it about the opinion of those who would follow your lead. This is about keeping a promise, an oath, to protect those who would stand against a militarized BLM, wherever and whenever it was needed. If there is one person in this town who needs protection to stand against a tyrannical government, and there is, then it's your duty to be here. There are more people in this community being charged with terrorism. Does that not matter? This is my personal note right here. Did you hear that? There are more people in this county being charged with terrorism as I speak live with you right now. Oh my God. There are ranchers being pushed off their land and precious resources being gated off to assure the failure of those hard-working families. Do you not care? Yes, we came when we were called. You can run a campaign against us. You can demonize our efforts. But we, unlike those who come against us, will not falter. We will not stand down. There are people in this community that are very relieved that finally they have a voice and people here to protect that voice. Right or wrong, we are here. And you are not. If you cannot find the courage to be here, we respectfully demand that you stay silent. And that was nice of Pete to write it that way, because I would have said that we respectfully demand that you shut the hell up. If something happens today that does not go well, we want it to be known that we place the blame squarely on you and the shoulders of those who call it a stand down. There could be likely a death sentence to those of us who chose to stand and protect an entire community. That all people will remember from this day forward that you and people like you are traitorous cowards who, when asked to come to protect and serve, turn their backs and let patriots who answer the call be led to slaughter. Signed, Pete Santilli. Do you see what's going on here? We have people who are so-called patriots demonizing and attacking real patriots, dividing the movement, just like they did with 9/11. Now they're debating freaking theories. I'll tell you this, right here on air, something happens to Pete or Deb or any of these patriots, I'm on the next plane out there. I'm the second wave. You can put that gun right to my freaking head. Pull the trigger if you need to. And there'll be a third wave and a fourth wave. And we will not stop.
There's a war going on by the people that have hijacked our federal government, and they are perpetrating warfare upon the American people. We have domestic enemies, and there's a group of us right now that are bound and determined to stop these domestic enemies from doing what they're doing to the American public. Right now, it's in the psychological phases. They're perpetrating a psyop, psychological warfare upon the American public, trying to demonize the patriots that are standing up. Just saying enough is enough. Peacefully, of course. But don't you agree, Smith, that there's a war upon the American public?
Absolutely, 100%. And regardless of how apathetic the American public seem to be at any given moment, the majority of them do not want false authority backed by a thuggish jackboot mentality when directly faced with it. There's too many veterans, too many militia, and too many good people in the establishment to let this happen. And revolution's in our blood. It's diluted now, but it's an undeniable aspect of our national psyche. That's what I believe, Pete.
Yeah, and everyone must remember that, and I have never called for, not even at Bundy Ranch, okay? I have never called for firing a first shot. As a matter of fact, we will never, ever, ever fire a shot unless fired upon. Ever. Now, the fact that we can do this peacefully, that if we stand up, we rise up together, and I'll tell you what, before the folks went to the gate, the Bundy family and the women and the men unarmed went to the gate, demanded the cattle back, demanded the land back. They knelt down in prayer. And you know, we have God watching over us, and we're doing what's absolutely right. We have what's right on our side, and we can rise up peacefully, shoulder to shoulder, and say enough is enough. Now, of course, that will be backed up by a credible threat of Second Amendment, which our founding fathers would want us to do. Otherwise, they're not going to believe that we're serious. I mean, we were prepared to die then to defend our God-given rights, and we need to prepare mentally, physically, intestinally. We need to be prepared to do what we say we're going to do and mean what we say we're going to do.
Absolutely. And you know, go ahead, Pete.
The government's been preparing for years. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Pete. Go. Keep going.
Yeah, the government has been preparing. They've been taking our tax dollars. They've been buying billions and billions of bullets. They've been staffing up the DHS. They've been building this army for a war right now that is about to go hot, I believe, against the American people. But what's worse than hot is the psychological warfare that's being perpetrated upon the American public. It's all draped in a U.S. flag under the guise of freedom. We're not free, folks. It's time to assert our constitutionality and demand that we protect. We have these people who hijack our government, protect our God-given rights.
Yeah, you told me earlier, they're already starting the psychological warfare. They're starting to demonize the militia. I'm sure next we're going to start seeing it on social media and in mainstream media. This is Agenda 21. This is what we've been discussing for a long time now, and I believe that they've really put this into high gear and pushed their agenda forward by a decade, just because we are winning the information war. We're waking too many people up. So now they have to implement this. What do you think, Pete?
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. As a matter of fact, this isn't a conspiracy theory. They're already starting on the ground, speaking to, they probably have undercover ops that are on the ground, trying to get the hearts and minds of the local population. It's in their mandates. The most effective way to win this war is to do so covertly and with psychological operations. You can actually read their methodology in the documents that have been released out there. This is what they do. They're in that phase right now on the ground in Oregon. They don't want the same thing to happen as what happened in Bundy Ranch, an impromptu uprising. Well, you know what? The only difference between Bundy Ranch and Oregon is that I believe that we can have many more people rise up in peace, of course, and determination. With Oregon and say enough is enough. We're going to stop your Agenda 21 land grab. We're going to stop the federal government, the Department of Justice. We're going to stop them from doing what they're doing, declaring every one of their adversaries as terrorists. That's what they've done to the Hammond family. They deem them to be terrorists. Okay, and they're nothing close to being terrorists in any way, shape, or form. They're ranchers that are sitting on land that the UN and the federal government wants to acquire the resources from. They want those water rights. They want those land rights, and they want to remove the rancher. We, the people, must rise up as the last line of defense here and stop them. We must stop them.
And stop them from taking this family to jail. You've asked and to push the full public disclosure of what's happened to this family and how they've been completely and ridiculously portrayed as domestic terrorists for simple backfires, which are a normal practice for ranchers. The BLM countless times and destroyed countless acres and livestock in the past. They don't have to pay anything back, nor do they face any type of charges, let alone terrorist charges. So we have a huge double standard going on here. It's the government gets a pass while the American people never do.
You know what? The people that are running the federal government, asking them for compassion, okay, to not wish these people off to jail. They've already been to jail. This is a form of public therapy. I'm not going to give them the full mandatory sentence. And he said, I'm going to give them less than the mandatory sentence. Well, the federal government came back and said, no, we're going to put them back in jail. You're going to give them the full sentence. They're terrorists. And they basically forced they forced the hand of the UN Agenda 21 program, and they said, we're going to put these people back in jail and we're going to win. On January 4th, the Hammond family, after having been beaten down financially, emotionally, physically, they're now required to go back to jail on January 4th. Now, we've asked the government, you know what, show some compassion. We've asked the sheriff, show some compassion. Don't put these people back in jail until we at least have full public disclosure of the wrongdoing against this family. Now, why would the government say no to that and flush these people off to jail? These terms are peaceful, okay, but they're non-negotiable. I want to make that very clear, okay? We, the people, are going to come together and we're going to protect this American family who are not terrorists. And we've asked for full public hearings, show all the mistakes that have been done against this family, and look at what has happened to this family could happen. If you can afford to pay, say, $500,000 in fines, you have to shop the land to the BLM. That's very, very inappropriate, and we want full public hearings. We're going to demand that peacefully. We're asking for that. If they say no to it, that's where we, the people, have to step up and say, the system is broken down, and we must enforce the supreme law of the land, the U.S. Constitution.
Absolutely, Pete. And as you said, they've already been fined. Up to $500. I thought it was $400,000. $500,000.
I think $400,000 or $500,000. I don't have it in front of me. It's a lot of money. Basically, it's broken the family.
Yeah.
It has broken the family.
And we have the elder Hammond and the son. The elder one already did a year in prison, and the other one did 6 months. Now they ask him to go back and finish out a 5-year sentence. Now the older Hammond, he's damn near 80. So you're talking about a death sentence, pretty much, to this guy if they put him in prison. So now we're standing up for somebody's not only constitutional rights and God-given rights, we're standing up for somebody being given the death penalty. It's big.
For starting a backfire, okay, which the BLM actually did. They started a backfire after the Hammonds were arrested and put in jail.
You still there, Pete? You're breaking up a little bit.
Yeah, you know what, you guys? I'm gonna jump off here, okay? Because I've got
Okay, Pete, thanks for calling in. Keep us updated and stay safe. All our prayers are with you and Deb and all the great Patriots that are on their way out there.
Hey, this is what I need to do. I need to say one thing before I leave. Everyone hearing this broadcast right now, you need to like, subscribe, share with as many people as possible. Lead people and get the word out. Do it. The mainstream media has been weaponized by the people that have hijacked our federal government. It's up to we, the people, to get this word out to the American public. The truth is, there's American patriots who are going to Oregon right now. They're not terrorists, they're patriots.
I think we're all in agreement about that, Pete. We lost you again. If you're still there, we heard that statement though.
Spread the love around. Let everybody know what's going on.
Mary, is Pete still there?
Looks like I lost his signal.
Okay, well, yeah, he's going through the mountains probably, and we're not going to disclose exactly where he's at, but this is what we've been talking about, guys. This is the UN and the Department of Interior.
All right, so we're about 20 minutes from Pete Santilli going live, letting us know the results of the meeting, and this will be the call-in line. So as Pete's speaking, call in with any questions. Live call-in line 605-562-3140. Caller code is 407-265. Again, about 20 minutes. Call in. I'm really looking forward to hearing from all the great people that I've met in the militia to speak out and see what they think about this. We need lots of voices out there because, again, what's going on right now is it's utterly ridiculous. It's like I woke up in some freaking backwards, upside-down matrix where they're calling people who are true patriots who are putting their lives on the line right now for the Hammonds. You have people in the same almost camp, if you want to say that, who are calling themselves patriots, that are demonizing these people. Stop saying that the Hammonds don't want our help. They want our help. That's a freaking lie. And if people die here, they'll use that lie to justify it. Oh, they were just there because they wanted the media coverage. They wanted attention. They were just causing problems. Bullshit. Bullshit. Really? So anyway, we're going live about 20 minutes. We'll take your calls. I'm excited to see what happened with the real patriots, with the real men. Not you freaking cowards sitting on the sidelines demonizing true patriots.
Here. The BLM is under the Department of Interior and the Department of Defense, taking direct orders. What we have now is there are agent provocateurs on the ground right now, spreading disinformation and saying that the big bad terrorists who are the militia, who are the patriots, who are the Tea Party members. I mean, how many alternative stations have been telling us this for so long? And it's here. And this is huge because the Hammonds is a different story than the Bundys. Would you guys agree? Because the Bundys, and this was about cattle and grazing rights, but the Hammonds, this is a case where they're talking about putting them in prison. So now we have a whole different scenario going on here. And standing up for these people's rights needs to be number one on everyone's agenda and not on the agenda of Agenda 21.
I'm glad you differentiated that too, bro, Eric, because, yeah, this is definitely a different...
way different.
Deal. Yeah, it's just like trumped up charges. We're just going to railroad you through, make an example out of you, so everyone else after you will be scared to speak up or do anything. So, yeah, but Pete's right, man. It's time to rattle some cages. Let's let people know we're tired of this crap. So,
well, the good thing is we are winning the information war right now. I think that we can all agree that we're kicking their ass in the information war. So let's just cross our fingers that the lights don't go out next.
Exactly.
Mike Sherry, what do you think, man?
I agree with Jeff completely. It's a scare tactic. It's to make an example of, for how many decades has the government been making small examples of people to push a fear, man? Fear is the most devastating weapon there is. Fear is worse than getting shot in the head, as far as I'm concerned. And Jeff's 100% right. Everybody, they just want to make examples out of everybody. And when you're scared, how many people out of fear will give up everything for a false sense of security? We've seen it time and time again, just in our short lives. This has to stop. This has to stop. And it only took 3% to make a change. Remember that. A very small percentage to make a big difference. You know, we've got more than enough in the population, more than 3% now that know what's going on. We have to get out of our little, comfortable areas here and be ready to put boots on the ground and be ready to work, man. I know that we, like Eric and I, we can't just jump up and head over there, but we can sure do broadcasts, or we can, go out, which we've done very much, go out on the streets and talk to people. Hey, do you know what's going on? Have you heard this? Just put little bugs in people's ears, catch their attention, and most people will take a look if you present it in a way that's, face-to-face is more passionate. If you want to get the word to people, you're gonna address people and get a better reaction out of them if you're looking face-to-face, because they can see you're passionate about the subject instead of just reading a text message.
So I got a scenario to run by you guys. So the two hottest things on our plates right now are Skylar Barbeau and the Hammond Ranch, and they're both in the Pacific Northwest. What do you guys think of that the federal government's trying to trigger a revolution up in my backyard to keep it contained in the northwest part of the country, as opposed to being in the middle or in a more highly populated area, the East Coast, Southwest? We're kind of just out in the boondocks up here, but we got two, and people aren't known around here. Obviously, an exception to the rule, but a lot of people around here aren't known for being patriotic or standing. People around here are liberals, libtards. They like the government around where I live. It drives me nuts, because they just think the government's going to take care of everything for us. They just vote in all these. We have a freaking gay mayor. We got a libtard governor and 2 libtard senators. It's just, we call this place Libtardistan. So why is all this stuff happening up here all of a sudden? And that has to do with trying to isolate a possible revolution, but also to have this stuff go down in a general population where people actually like the federal government and don't like patriots and don't like guns and all this other crap. What do you guys think about it?
Eric, remember a year ago we said if we had to stop and think like the bad people for 1 minute and we were ready to take over this country, how would we do it? And we said we'd do it in sections. That it would be almost impossible to do an entire sweep of the country all at once. That is so uncanny, Jeff, that you bring that up now. I believe it. I believe it, absolutely. Especially if they are as much of a government-loving society there, sure. That's an easy target. They're more blind than the blind. That's an easy sweep, almost.
Well, what happened up where I live? All the California liberals ruined California, especially Southern California. They're abandoning it in droves. They all move up to Seattle, Portland, Oregon, Washington State. They drag all this money with them, drive all the real estate through the roof, drive out all the blue collar people. They're working for Amazon, Microsoft, Starbucks, all the rest of this crap. So they moved up here, and now they're totally ruining my backyard, man. These used to be a cool place to live. People look you in the eye. You walk down the street, say hi. Now everybody looks down, they look up, they won't look you in the eye. They're just, it's just like it's just like a total zombie land. So it's probably the ideal spot to have a major psyop unfold. So, and if I could afford to move the hell out of here, I'd do it in a heartbeat. But my customer base is here. I just have a little handyman business, but it'd be so hard to start over. But man, if I could get out of here, I'd do it in a heartbeat.
And how many resources are there? How many rich resources are
I work for Microsoft people, Amazon people, and I give them my books, and they just poop.
I'm talking natural resources. That's what I'm talking about. Natural resources, water, forests.
No, we're everything here. It's hydroelectric. We got the cheapest power in the entire country.
Follow the trail, man.
They want to push, everybody into these little areas and take over all these areas that you're talking about that are rich in natural resources and in the land. They want us all in these little cities crowded in these little 200-foot coffin apartments, and you see pushes all over the place that as you said, the libtards, the trendy morons.
All right, so believe it or not, and a lot of you who are on top of shit will already know this, but Fox News is covering this. The most odd thing is if you go to Fox News, just type in Fox News in your browser, and the thing that comes up on top is, guess what? Guess what's right on top of Fox News? Obama in his executive order to take our guns. This is like buried way low, like this isn't a big deal. But Obama's right on top. Oregon ranchers may return to prison in land fight with feds. Now, first of all, that headline, Fox News, you fucking scumbags, is bullshit, okay? There's no Oregon ranchers may return to prison. They're required to turn themselves in on the 4th. Not may return. Unfrickin' believable. Let's see what these scumbags have to say. Let's see what the rest of frickin' zombie sheepland is thinking about this, because I bet it's different than the truth. Unbelievable. Yeah, Dwight Hammond's 73. You're going to go do 5 freaking years in prison. Oh, by the way, these scumbags, they promised Dwight Hammond now because he spoke out, because he said something. They promised that they'd have Bubba come visit him every night. They actually said this shit to him. Have Bubba come visit him in the cell every night. Right. Going to put him in the worst freaking prison they can. Now, I want you to go, if you haven't seen a picture of this family, and look at them. This is unbelievable. Unfucking believable. And again, any of these patriots go down, there's a second wave, that's me. And others. And a third wave, and a fourth leg, and we're not going to stop. All right, let's see what Fox News has to say. The two were convicted of the arsons 3 years ago and served time. The father 3 months, the son 1 year. But a judge, not the judge who ruled that it was cruel and unusual punishment, gave him the terms. A judge, because people ask, was this Supreme Court? No. A judge, doesn't have a name, ruled their terms were too short under federal law. So the other judge, what should he? You know what the frickin' Hammond should do? They should sue the other judge for incompetence and not following the law. If he was wrong. I think that's a great idea. I think we need to sue the other judge because apparently under federal law, he broke it. But he was in a hurry to retire and push the verdict, so, unbelievable. Oh, this is awesome. There's signs everywhere. Well, not everywhere, but there's a few signs up. Propaganda signs. Who knows if the people who live in Oregon put them up or not, that are saying, go home, we don't want your help. I just read a statement from Pete Santilli telling you they want our help. So that narrative is not sticking anymore. But this is what they're putting up in mainstream media. I don't believe this. A handful of militiamen. Handful. Really, there's a handful there? Just a handful. Arrived, right. Huh. Federal lawyers prosecuted the Hammonds under an anti-terrorism law that required a 5-year minimum sentence. Get this. Get this. Though they have declined to say why. Did I read that right? They declined to say why. Talk about Ammon Bundy standing up for them. Oh, Ammon Bundy wrote that the Hammonds are not terrorists and they didn't commit any crimes. This is the way Fox talks to its people. He also shamed, for shame, Harney County Sheriff for not protecting the Hammonds. He shamed. Oh, the sheriff didn't respond to calls from the Associated Press. Isn't that neat? Really? You know, I've talked to some of the retired police officers, some of them high up as sergeant, chief, older guys who were real cops. And they think that, they think the sheriff is a freaking coward and a piece of garbage. And they're going to come out here and say that. Because he is. Declined comment. Declined comment. Like we don't have a right to know. This is unbelievable. This is Fox News. Oh, Ammon Bundy and other right-wing leaders. Right-wing. What the fuck does right-wing leader mean? Oh, here we go. Here we go. The Hammonds have not welcomed Bundy's help. Really, Fox News? Really? Because I just showed you that Pete Santilli clearly said they want help. And they're thanking them. Hammonds have not welcomed the Bundys' help. No, the Hammonds are great people. The reason they were trying to not have people rally around them is so nobody got hurt. They were willing to go and do the time, knowing that Bubba might be bending them over while he's in there every freaking day. But the Hammonds are such honorable people that they're willing to go do the time so nobody gets hurt. Did you say that, Fox? Of course they didn't. This is hard to read. Neither Ammon Bundy nor anyone within his group organization speak for the Hammond family. The Hammond's lawyer, Alan Schrader, wrote to Sheriff David Warren. Did the sheriff really write this? Pete will be going live here. If he's not already live in about 5 minutes. The lawyer said this. The Hammond's lawyer. They've set these Patriots up for a fucking fall. To look horrible. You see this? This is what your mainstream media are putting out to most people. So now we have the Hammonds don't want the Patriots' help. And we have the Bundy's Hammond's lawyer, Alan Schrader, freaking Ricky Schroeder, wrote to the sheriff and said they don't want the help either. So what do we have set up here, people? Hmm? What do you think? What do you think this is? This isn't setting them up to fall in the public's eyes. Hmm? They're already terrorists in most of the public's eyes right now. Let's keep going. Dwight Hammond said that he and his son plan to peacefully report to prison January 4th, as ordered by the judge. The judge. Unbelievable. Frank Papagni. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. We gave our word. That's what we would do, and we intend to act on it, he told the AP. Though the family doesn't want confrontation, Dwight Hammond maintained their case isn't about fires. It's the climax of the government's efforts to take their land at a time when saving endangered species has gained in importance. Did you catch that? Dwight Hammond just said that it's the climax of the government's efforts to take their land. Very good. Kind of contradicts them not wanting help, huh? This is fucking sickening. Oh, after father and son were convicted of the arsons, the government declined to renew their grazing permit. The family is appealing the decision. Yeah, really? You're gonna freaking appeal it from prison as terrorists? Unbelievable. Oh, what the hell is this? An attorney for the ranchers, Kendra Matthews, declined to discuss the case. Yeah, we got to see who Kendra is, don't we? Kendra Matthews. Oh, the U.S. Attorney's Office also wouldn't comment. No comment by anybody. Also wouldn't comment. It's called pleading the fifth. But an opinion piece published this month in the Burns Times-Herald, Oregon's U.S. Attorney, Bill Williams, said the Hammonds received a fair trial and lawful sentences. Yeah, right. Williams said the government has never called the ranchers terrorists, and prosecutors acknowledged they were good people who contributed to their community. But why the frick are they going to prison for 5 years as domestic terrorists? How can the government, how, really? So they're saying the government has never called the ranchers terrorists, but they're being charged as terrorists and serving 5 years. And I quote, prosecutors acknowledged they were good people who contributed to their community. Referring to the militia, Williams said, any criminal behavior contemplated by those who may object to the court's mandate will not be tolerated. What's the criminal behavior? Peaceful protest? Most of them aren't even caring. Oh, as for the Hammonds, they hope to keep the family business going with the help from relatives. Maybe, Dwight Hammond said, when his son gets out of prison, he can still have a family and a ranch to go back to. It's unbelievable. Which you freaking militia people are standing against these people and staying silent? Huh? All right, we're going to check, see if Pete's live, and we'll take call into this number. Play a little bit more of this. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. This is, I'm still in shock this isn't getting more coverage from anybody. I'm not gonna bash Alex Jones any more than I already have because that's too easy. But you're not covering this, Alex. Why is that? You could go to frickin' Hammer Ranch right now, shake Pete Santilli's hand, and I guarantee he would shake yours back and stand. But you're not doing it either.
Not a Republican card either for sure. So, but there's just way more
Hagman and Hagman. Any of you, where you at?
liberals here than Republicans. So obviously, I'm a total libertarian.
As far as I'm concerned, now even libertarians.
Let's not forget what's happening right now in Texas. I mean, we've got the strongest armed people in the country right now going through, and their minds are being taken off of what's happening in your neck of the woods up there by the weather that's happening. You know.
Yeah, you have tons of houses have been destroyed down there, right? Like hundreds.
Exactly. So I mean, there's none of them are even going to be looking and bothering on what's going on up in the Northeast right now.
Right. They're just too busy trying to survive.
Absolutely. You know, what better time to do this push right now is when this massive storm is hitting the Central America.
Do you think this is by design? I mean, do you think Hunt has something to do with this?
I absolutely do. Absolutely.
Yeah.
They've been hitting Texas hard. And, you know, December. When's the last time we heard of any of this happening in December?
Right. And here we had 60-degree weather a week ago, and now it's under 20.
Frozen rain going right now.
Right, but it's happening right now when everybody's moving up and our attention is being brought up to the Northeast, and you know our biggest militia, our biggest armed Americans are right in that area that's getting hit. They're getting targeted.
Yeah, what's the biggest thing going on in Michigan right now, Eric? I mean, look at all these states so far. We know what's going on with Lori. We know what's going on in Brother Jeff's world, and in our world here in Michigan, they're concentrating really, really hard to keep us focused on the water situation in our state.
Well, here in Chicago, what do we have? We've got the riots going on.
Right. My son, and this is a side note, but my son mentioned today that there are people that are referring to Chicago as Chirac. Is that true? Have you heard anything because there's just
Chirac.
Chirac.
I'm only 10 minutes from Dearborn.
Well, yeah.
Largest Muslim population in the U.S. is right here.
You're sitting on a sleeper cell there.
It's in a powder keg. So what we're saying, there's arrests going on everywhere.
Everywhere.
That's a great point, Larry, that they're using they're using everything at their disposal right now. They're throwing everything but the kitchen sink at us.
What is the best way? Confusion, mass chaos, keep us busy, keep us our minds away from what is actually happening. It's the old shell game. Come on, we're onto it. And knowing your enemy is part of defeating them. So
they're evil bastards. Before we go any further, guys, let's take some more calls, shall we? Let me give you the call number again, 605-562-3140. Use access code 407265. Call in and let us know what you think. Jeff, you've been pretty quiet. What's going on, man? What are you thinking? Deep in contemplation?
While he was down there, I want to know how many livestock were slaughtered and put into mass graves on government property while we pay for it. They used our guns, our bullets, and they buried them on our ground, but yet the Bundys can't bring that back to anything. I worked on a dairy farm several years in summertime when I was a kid, and I know what it's like to go to the livestock auction, pick up livestock, bring it back, nurse it, make sure it's healthy, make sure it's taken care of. We've talked about it before. And then, you know what happens? You got to take care of those cows so you can get them back to market. You can get your money out of them. You can get your milk out of them. You can do whatever. And the problem is when I hear that there's between 700 and 900 cattle slaughtered in a mass grave more than once, it starts concerning me because These are federal agents that are on the property killing these people, or killing these cows, and creating this stuff, and then attacking these people for what they're trying to do, when these are open ranchers just trying to make a living. These people work very hard to do what they do. None of us get up at 5:45 in the morning and go spend 14 hours out taking care of farm animals and the livestock. It's very hard to do. I've been there.
Great points, Jeff. Larry, you say we have a caller on the line. Caller, you're live on Spitfire and the Sentinel.
No, we lost him.
Okay, well, you're not. Call back if you can. Again, call number 605-562-3140, access code 407265.
Look at Lori running the switchboard. Like,
yeah, she's doing a good job.
I'm so glad that she chose that. You didn't ask me to, because when you first talked to me about it, I was like, man, I don't know if I'll deal with the callers.
Right, it's a lot.
Here, guys, thanks a lot.
We need someone pleasantly welcoming and just a, I'd probably answer the phone during a rant and be like, what the F do you want?
If modern America knew what it took to get up in the morning and go take care of your farm, they don't get to be on Twitter and Facebook, and they don't get to go on computers and be on stuff all day long. These people are busy trying to figure out how to make the next meal, how to make sure their cattle are healthy, make sure their pigs are healthy, make sure their farms are safe,
and protect their land.
It's not an easy job. It's very, very difficult. It's way more. You have 10 times the amount of work than any payload you would have on a normal 9-to-5 day at an office.
Yeah, and here we are, all of us have jobs we have other things that we need to be doing, and we're putting all our time and effort into this, and all we're asking for is just a little bit of help. As Mike said, it only took 3% to defeat King George. So, come on, people, we need you to start pulling your weight. We need everyone to carry their own weight from the neck up.
Get out of your comfort zone.
Yeah. We need to, and again, I'm glad we haven't brought up Rebecca Roth, because she's small potatoes right now. She's a distraction. Rebecca, you're right, exactly. Rebecca who? And, guys like Amy Wilson, morons who just are out there just causing problems and causing fights, and seem to only have a very limited vocabulary that consists of the words shit, fuck, and bitch. I mean, do you know any other words? Anyway, we're not going to give you any more time, any of you people, unless something big breaks with Rebecca. Then, of course, we'll report on it. But right now, right now, is any of that shit going to matter at all? If we end up, we're looking at a very, very serious situation where we could quite possibly be in a civil war within a week or two if there's shots fired. And again, of course, no, we're not going to fire the first shot. I'm not advocating that. None of us want to see that. But again, when they push you into a corner, really tough. And there's a lot of people in the establishment right now who are good people, who will side with the American people. I still think the military will side with the American people. I still think the police will side with the American people. And if shit hits the fan, count on this, the police officers aren't going to be patrolling the streets. They're going to protect their family. Okay, so count that out too. Yeah, that's where it starts. We're all God's children, man. We need to figure out what kind of mark we want to leave on humanity here, for the evil side, for the dark side, or for the good side. And at some point here, during the broadcast, I want to play David Crowley's movie preview again that never got made, never got out there, because him, his wife, and his young daughter were killed. They told us that it was a David Crowley who killed him and then killed himself, said it was suicide. Right after he was just about to release this movie, just got the funding to go ahead. They killed this guy because he was trying to tell us. And I try to play it every now and then. I think now on this broadcast is a very important time to show people what these evil elites have planned, what Agenda 21 is all about. Before I play it, though, who did we lose? We lost Jeff. Sentinel. Tell them where they can get your book. Tell them why it's important to read this right now and to spread it to everybody. I've been spreading it to everybody who I think is even half awake.
Yep. First book, Super Critically Funny on Amazon. It was the #1 Bible prophecy book in all the UK last week, and I'm giving it away for free, so I can just let everybody know what's going on. I'm not going to withhold that information for money. People can go to my website, SamaritanSentinel.com. Download my first book for free. It tells you the entire New World Order conspiracy, the most important aspects of it. And you can download that book in a PDF file on my website, and you can put it in emails, and you can send that to everybody you know and wake them up. And if we get enough people awake, we might just take the country and the world back from the Satanists who are running it, and they've been running it for thousands of years. And they're going to run it into the ground here real quick unless we stop them. So we got to do something.
So I know that I was jogging the other morning, and as I was jogging, I took a handful of the New World Order stickers you sent me. Put them on your hand them in mailboxes. I'm not going to say if I was putting them on signs or anything, because that's a reason for them probably to say I'm defacing government property.
Terrorist.
Right, that's some sort of terrorist.
Vandalism, terrorism.
Any callers yet?
All right, Pete Santilli is about to start his live stream, so I'll be back with you momentarily. Tune into what Pete has to say, and if you have any questions, call in. Call in number. Again, so important that you call in and let your voice be known. 605-562-3140. Access code 407-265. Let's go to Pete.
Tell you what, Lori, why don't you just start calling random numbers? Let's take a random poll.
Hey, you know what? I used to be a telemarketer. I'm not above that.
No, I used to do it too. Man, the names I was called.
Instead of calling and sell them something, though, instead of calling and sell them something, go, have I got something for you? It's a free ebook called Rise of the New World Order. I ain't trying to sell you nothing. This is for free, friend.
First caller gets a free book. Of course, Pete already has one, so he doesn't count.
Exactly. Yeah, I'll blow out a free paperback right now. First caller, I'll sign it, send it to you. I'll send you some stickers Eric was just talking about. And, what's that number again, bro?
We're getting some kind of background noise, but 604-562-3140, access code 407-265. And again, we have been in close contact with both Michael and
Am I unmuted? Am I unmuted?
No, you're muted.
I am. I'm not. This is Pete Santilli.
Oh, right, Pete. You're back.
Paperback.
As soon as you said free book.
Background noise. We got a better lifesavers here.
Okay.
Hey, listen. You know what? While I have good coverage and it looks like the roadway's okay, I have some breaking news for you. I'd like to break it here on your show.
Please do.
All right, now listen, I've been talking with my attorneys all day from the Rutherford Institute.
All right, it looks like the live feed has stopped for Pete. Shock. I mean, we anticipated these types of interruptions. I'll be in touch with Pete soon, let you know where to go from here. We can have him calling on the phone too. Really, the live stream has been interrupted. I've been watching this all weekend. Been watching this since Wednesday. Then being able to stream from there, and all of a sudden, the stream doesn't work. Really. All right. Well, let's see. Let's see if Pete's going to call in. Might just jump over to this line. All right, nothing from Pete yet. So in the meantime, I'm going to play a very important video that I just found. Oh, is it streaming now? Maybe streaming now. Yeah, Pete Santilli's streaming live now. Go over to the live feed. Operation Hand and Freedom Patriot Rally in Burns, Oregon. Give me a sec. I'll bring it up on the screen behind me too. But go over to the Pete Santilli Show live feed. Operation Hammond Freedom Patriot Rally in Burns, Oregon. He's going live. Again, if the feed stops, the stream stops, come on back here. Hello, do I have a caller on the line? Let me unmute you. You're unmuted. Oh, not there anymore. That's probably Pete. Hopefully he'll call back in again. Hang in there. Can somebody call in and let me know if the live stream stopped? It stopped on my other computer. So just let me know if I need to continue broadcasting over here. Maybe somebody from the militia give me a call. Let me know if Pete's streaming on the live feed. Mine's still saying it's interrupted. All right, well, I'm going to go over to the militia. You should too. Live chat, 24 hours a day, Guerrilla Media Network, Pete Santilli's. You should go over there, talk to the moderators, talk to the people there. They'll keep you up to date too. In the meantime, let's start getting that second wave ready. Who's ready to stand up and go? No excuses. Yeah, it looks like their freaking live feed is froze. All right, so I'm going to play a little more from last phone call on our show from Pete Santilli. Hopefully we'll get this live stream going again. But make no mistake, this live stream is freaking frozen. Unbelievable. Who froze it? Yeah, it's freaking froze. Okay. Oh, sweet, I'm froze too. Really? Sweet. Can I get someone from the email or somebody watching this broadcast? Oh, let's see a number here. Hello, 945 area code, you're live. Can you hear me? 945 area code. (945) area code. Can you hear me? Or 219 area code. I hear somebody breathing. Hello, 219 area code. Yeah, I think that number was calling for some porn. 325 area code, you're live. 325 area code, you're live. (325) area code. All right, let's go back to 219.
Unmuted.
219 area code. (219) area code, you there? (325) area code. All right, well, looks like we're either having technical difficulties or nobody wants to talk. So, I'll continue this video if it unfreezes. Isn't it funny we're having all these freaking technical problems right now? You know what? I'm going to show you guys another very interesting video I found on the Hammond family about how Obama is terrorizing this family and why they're taking the land. I think you'll enjoy it. Here we go. This one is amazing here.
Folks, it's the 1st of January 2016, and my father told me that fascists are pigs and all kinds of bad names. And Lenin said the difference between fascism and communism is the speed at which you get there. So let's call it what it is. Obama's pimps assault Hammond Ranch in Oregon for natural gas and uranium, using Congressman DeFazio and Walden and their BLM as their whores. Let's call it the way it is, folks. Let's stop soft-pedaling and being politically correct. On the 17th of December, I gave out on a blog the license number of a car that was bringing a nuclear weapon to the White House, and his life was saved again. Do you think he'd have his whores return the money they stole in the FBI? No. Instead, he turned around and he assaulted these people. They've been doing ranching on there for a long time. This isn't the first time. So Obama sent his whores out to attack these people. The problem is, under the Diamond Valley Ranch, under these areas, is natural gas and uranium. China's going to mine the uranium to make more nuclear weapons, and the natural gas will be stolen by the two congressmen that we just mentioned, DeFazio and Walden, which will probably piss the Rothschilds off beyond all reality. And they'll do to these two congressmen what they did to Harry Reid, punch him out until he loses an eye. So this congressman, look very carefully. This wonderful, joyous, smiling, Democratic National Socialist pig, and this guy who claims to be a righteous Republican, know that many years ago, U.S. Geological Survey Bulletin 1740-B pointed out that where the ranch is, the Hammond Ranch, here in Oregon, up in here, that under here is an enormous amount of
Oh my God, gas, natural gas and uranium and mercury and arsenic and all kinds of minerals. So Obama is using this man to take it. How do we know that? Well, let's take a look at this. What are his highest donors? We're talking about mining uranium, mercury, arsenic, completely destroying the groundwater, and giving the uranium to China so they can make more nuclear weapons. Transportation unions. Typical Democratic Socialist. That's what the Democratic Party is. It's called the Democratic Socialist Party. They're the fascist pigs. But don't worry, they're all the same now. The CIA has handlers and they tell them what to do. Transportation unions, building materials, railroads, industrial unions. These are his top 5 contributors. International Brothers of Electrical Workers. Follow the money. Peter DeFazio. Follow the money. Folks, these BLM freaks down there on the Hammond Ranch. Well, here is the kicker. There are coal deposits all over Oregon, and here where the ranch is, natural gas, uranium, mercury, and arsenic. Money, 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 money. Union money. Coal deposits in Oregon. Folks, it's all about money. They're going to arrest the Hammonds and throw them in jail and kill them and take their ranch. They also arrested, and this is incredible, and local police, I'm only going to warn you on this once. You arrested Pete Santilli. Sure, you want to send them to jail and steal their land. Typical Obama pimp whore stuff. Folks, I'm an ambassador and I'm telling you the way it is. That means I was an acting president. I call him the way I see him. I don't really care what the titles are. I'm just pissed beyond all reality. They did this to the Bundy Ranch over oil, and Harry Reid got his eye punched out, and Joe Biden lost his son. He did not die to cancer. He tried to steal oil. Now DeFazio and this makeshift Republican liar are stealing natural gas and uranium to give to China so we can have more gas on the new Scheist dollar being issued this year. Because the new Scheist dollar from the Department of Treasury will be backed with natural gas and oil, and it will be worth nothing because we have been growing gold since 1960. The entire financial system needs to be reworked. Pray for these people, folks. Pray for them, because the BLM whores speak Russian. That's correct. And Pete Santilli, a talk show host, was arrested, and he neither said he understood nor stood under English maritime law. When you get a ticket, you do not say, I understood or stand under. You comprehend everything. You're as polite as you can be to the police officer because he's scared and you're scared and it's a bad situation. But please do not get angry at the police. Walk away. But never say understand or stand under. And when they arrested Pete Santilli, what that set in motion is the fact that those police officers and maybe their chief will be killed. Not today, not tomorrow, but maybe in a year. Just keep in mind, folks, that ranch, it's all about minerals. U.S. Geological Survey Bulletin 1740-B. And I will go down this very slowly because more than likely they will pull this off the net and this will be your only copy. These are some real pigs, I'm telling you. These are not people you want to have in your backyard. He's even got a U.S. attorney and judges paid off to do this. If you go down here, and I'll go through it very slowly, it's not going to load for you because I have a very old computer and I have people hacking my computer all the time. That's fine. You'll get what you get. This was a survey, a mineral survey. And since they started this, they've been starving the county out and going after the ranchers. This is nothing new. Just look what they did to the Bundys. It's not going to load for you. I'm sorry. We tried to load it. I want you to keep in mind that Obama has pimped out the Russians and the BLM and a U.S. attorney to arrest these people because he wants their land for natural gas and uranium mining. They want to keep the Chinese happy to fund the United States. It's all about killing and destroying. This is who Obama is, folks. I don't know what to say except thank you and good night. I wish you the very best. And let us pray now that the BLM and DeFazio and Warren and all the people involved in this are completely immobilized for the rest of their lives. And that they leave the Hammonds alone. And the U.S. attorney and the judge who are paid off to do this, they leave them alone. This is Ambassador Mount telling you there are 2 congressmen and a fascist pig in the White House whose life we just saved again. And there will be another attempt on him soon. We've already talked about that. This is an attempt to kill the farmers and take their land for money. Welcome to the United States of Fascist Pigs, United States Code 2, Section 286. The United States is a corporation. It is a national socialist country. Thank you very much. And since I'm a retired captain, I'm still a federal officer, and I have the right and the obligation to tell you the truth. Since I'm an ambassador, I know these jerk-offs in the White House. And since I'm a member of foreign royalty of Russia, I know God is going.
Mike, you there? Looks like Mike Soros joined us. I've been going for about an hour and a half. I was just kind of looking in the militia room and.
Yeah, I'm here, brother.
You there, Mike?
Yeah, they.
It looked. People are saying that Pete got arrested in the chat room, and I'm waiting for confirmation from the moderator. I think they're just being idiots.
Okay. Yeah. Well, they. I just tried to use the phone, tried to call into the show. I don't know if it showed up or not, but it says muted, and then all of a sudden it just hangs up.
I mean, we've had no problems with it up till now, and Pete's really had no problem live streaming up till now, and all of a sudden, the stream's getting interrupted and our phone lines aren't working.
Mm-hmm. Not a coincidence, in my opinion.
Hang in there. We're going to try to get these call lines up. Worst case scenario, I'll use a different line, the one we used to. Sound quality's not as good, but we can take call-ins. So, Mike, I know you've been following this pretty closely. Did you were you able to catch anything that's happened up till now? I read the what Fox News is reporting.
Yeah,
it's like But the judge has to say classified. District attorney, classified.
Yeah, everything seems to be classified. I don't understand it. I don't understand why anything is classified up to this point. This is a big deal, man. This is something that should be getting news coverage all over the world, not just in our country here, man. We're on the verge of a civil war over this right now, man. And there's probably a reason why it's classified. They don't want a bunch of people to freak out and, you know, all of us patriotic terrorists to, you know, they've already painted everybody that's involved in this as being a bunch of gun-toting cowboys that are looking to cause anarchy. That's not what is going on here. And I can't stress that enough.
Robin, thank you. No, Pete's not been arrested. I thought it was BS, but again, I just waited for confirmation from a moderator. Well, Mike, you know what? Why don't we start taking some calls the old-fashioned way?
Okay.
I'm going to ask you to speak up when you call in until we solve what's wrong with the call-in number. So call in at 248-254-2341. Make sure you speak up. It's time to get the people involved here, Mike. I've been dying to talk to some other people to get more voices going.
Right. I might jump off for a quick sec just to move the computer down to the office real quick, but I'll be on in like 2 minutes.
Do your thing, man.
All right, bro. See you in a sec.
All right. That's Mike Soror, part of Spitfire and the Sentinel, and he'll be back commentating with us too. Again, call-in number 248-254-2341. Give us a call, guys, especially the moderators. I'd like to hear from Robin, Scott, Dorian. Give us a ring. Let's see if that live stream is up. Yeah, and you freaking fucktards. They're coming in the chat room saying Pete's until he's been arrested. Are you serious? I'm sure they've already been removed. Ridiculous. 248-254-2341. Now, let me give Pete a call and see what the hell's going on, too. Nobody? I just had a ton of callers on the other line. 248-254-2341. Give us a call. All right. See if we can get Pete on the line.
Are you friend or foe?
Friend, so is your live stream still down?
Is it still down?
Your live stream's down and the phone lines aren't working either. Shock, shock. What are the chances?
Live stream is supposed to be going, dude.
Let me get back to the.
Live stream is supposed to be going.
All right, I'm gonna double check that in the chat room. But I don't think it's working.
No, there's a delay. It's still going, dude. It's still going. We just checked it. Okay.
Oh, it is? Okay. Pete, ring me back on this number if you have a problem.
All this right here. See that going?
No, I don't see. I see interrupted.
Right here. When that thing stops. That's okay. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We're steak and potatoes, bro. This is
All right.
freaking NBC. we tell the truth uninterrupted.
You know, I was telling about the Fox. You see the Fox network? The Fox is covering it.
Gotta go. Bye.
Bye-bye. All right, I think the live stream is working. And again, we're going to keep streaming too to take your calls. Oh, it is working. All right. Guys, get over to the live feed, Operation Hammond Bundy Freedom. Patriot Rally in Burns, Oregon. Oh, I said Bundy too. It rolls off the tongue, of course. Such good Patriots. Anyway, the live feed's up and running. We'll be back in a sec to take your calls. Get over there. Let me get the live feed up on the big screen back here too, just in case that one goes down.
And that's where we're going to rally up and move up the road. So if everybody can do that, that would be fantastic. Let's be respectful to them so we don't cause them any grief, and they can continue to do their business. If we are any closer than 4 or 5 spots towards the building, if you can move out to the street, the city said we can park anywhere on the street, anywhere on the street that we like, okay? All right, thank you guys. Thank you.
Hey, Deb.
Let's get this water.
I think I had my rock starter and my bumper. Hang on. No, I wouldn't have closed it on your rock starter. It's on. Yeah, you did. Oh, I did? I crushed it like this. Oh, sorry about that. Buddy? I remember all my buddy brothers up there, a lot of them. Oh.
So again, if you want to call in and talk about this, 248-254-2341. Call in. We'll go back and forth. We'll also have Pete updating us, but the live stream is up and running, and we'll be playing it in the background here just in case that one goes down. And we'll pause it if you want to call in. 248-254-2341. Call in. Let us know what's up. Mike, if you're able, go under the comment section on this live feed and put the call-in number, which is mine. Yeah, that's my number. we know that the San Diego Crisis parents, especially Lonnie Posner, already knows it. So if you could put that up, and then I'll keep rolling. If you want to say anything, just tell me to shut it down for a sec, okay? Good to have you, brother.
What's that?
Supposed to work out somewhere in this area.
What's going on over here?
I think he was just trying to push us all over into that kind of direction.
Okay. You know what I'm going to do? Is I'm going to get my I'm going to warm up my iPad. Hey, Jeb. You have somebody who wants to do an interview? You have somebody that wants to do an interview?
No. She's waiting on. Her husband is a disabled vet, and she's waiting on Ryan to get here. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And Joe is helping her. I just didn't want to. Do we want to move the vehicle?
Yeah, we do. Let's do that.
Mike, am I getting this right? And maybe you're over on the other line, but did they just say that she's waiting in line to get into the business there? Like these pesky Patriots are in my way. I got to get into business. Wow. I think that's what just happened.
They don't care about the Constitution.
People not knowing it.
We don't care about it. You don't know.
All right. Better arm now.
acting. Thank you, sir. Just to keep from getting frostbite, we need to sit in the truck every once in a while.
Can you pull that leg down? A little bit? Not all the way, because it's not all the way. Just clamp it when I say clamp it. Let it down a little bit.
What?
Yeah, 12 o'clock everyone's supposed to meet.
Yeah. Then we do the march, yeah. They'll start it off probably in prayer and then,
People drive over there. I know, but I gotta pull the vehicle up second.
All right, you guys, here we go. We're at the beautiful Safeway in Burns, Oregon. Okay, what's really cool is that we have listeners that came all the way up, or a listener that came all the way from Florida. So that's pretty awesome.
Actually, you can't drive farther than he drove in the United States of America.
Yeah.
Florida, corner to corner like that?
Easy. Yeah, and then we have people that are here from Canada who support the Constitution, support what's happening here.
Hello, you're live on the Pete Santilli live feed.
Hey, Spitfire, this is Gail in Michigan. How are you?
What's happening, Gail?
Hey, I was just watching and you said you wanted somebody to call in, so.
Yeah, we had a bunch, but our lines went down. I'm glad you called in because Pete I spoke with him for a few hours this morning about what's going on, and he wants to have both stations going while he's doing the live feed. He wants feedback from everybody, so I'm encouraging everybody to call in.
Okay, great. Yeah, I tried calling the 605, and it just kept saying muted and hanging up on me and stuff. So I'm glad that you want us to post an alternative number, and
Sure.
hopefully people will call in.
I'll give out my home phone number. I know a lot of crisis actors from Sandy Hook already have it, the ones that shut down my YouTube station, so whatever, But what are you thinking? You're in Michigan, whereabouts?
I'm in the UP. I'm up near Marquette.
You're a Youper.
Yes, I'm a transplant, but I've been here almost 20 years, so.
I'm down near Detroit, but you're in Michigan too, so what do you think about what you're seeing going on?
Oh my gosh, I wish so bad that I could be out there.
Well, if something happens to any of these Patriots, if there's any shots fired, I'm the second wave. I'll be on a plane the second it happens. And there'll be a third wave, and a fourth wave, and a fifth wave. We won't stop.
I believe that. I've got a brother who's a Marine and one who was in the Army, 82nd Airborne, and, they both said, hey, we're second or third or fourth wave, whatever happens.
Awesome. That is so awesome to hear, and that's why I want callers calling in to spread the message of hope and spread the message that there's people doing right. That is sweet. Hey, Mike. Jan, can you hear me? What the hell? Why are you muted? You're not muted.
No.
Okay.
Okay, you got me? Yeah, the live feed stopped again.
We got another Michigander and then the UP on the line.
That's what I hear. That's what I hear. Nice to meet you. I'm in the Bay City area.
You still there, Dad?
It's nice to meet you too. It's really hard for me to hear right now. So yeah, I'll go ahead and post the number that I just called in on the live feed, and maybe a few other people will call in too.
Yeah, please. Thank you for supporting this. And even though a lot of us aren't able to make it out there, this is a big part of it, because there's people that are there's people scared to even call in or to even click on this video and watch it, just because for fear of being labeled a domestic terrorist.
That's right. I posted all over my Facebook page. I can't even get anybody to click one like. Yeah, people are scared.
Isn't it? It's ridiculous.
Fear is a powerful weapon.
Sure is.
All right, well, I'm going to go ahead and post this number and get off this phone so other people can call in. Nice talking to you guys.
It was Debbie, right?
that?
It was a Debbie? This was Debbie, right?
No, my name is Gail.
Gail, well, you sound like a Debbie. Gail. No, I'm just kidding. Thank you so much, Gail, for calling in. Do you want to tell us what your Facebook page is so we can go there and check it out and like it?
Oh, I'm a moderator in Pete's room. It's Gail Urban.
Oh, it's that Gail. Okay.
That's my Facebook page, and that's who I am. My face is all over my Facebook page, and I live in the UP, and I'm not scared.
I didn't know it was that, Gail, and you're in the UP. Well, me neither. And I got a feeling we're going to meet. Me, you, and Jim and Ken are all going to meet up at some point.
Oh, yeah. Actually, I live at K.I. Sawyer. You know, it's rumored to be a FEMA camp up here.
Yeah? There's one in Bay City, too.
That's where I'm at.
Where's Ken in relation to us? Is he in the middle, or is he lower, or is he up in the UP, too?
Oh, I'm at the closest K.I. Sawyer Air Base, a little south of Marquette.
Gotcha. Yep, you got a FEMA camp up there.
Yeah, well, I haven't seen any evidence of it. I drive around and look, but so far we're good.
Mike and I went and visited the one in Bay City last year, and he had to like hold me back from trying to run in there and check it out. But it was definitely it had the guard towers,
an old water treatment plant, basically that hasn't been used here in years.
Heavily guarded
by Consumers Energy. It was guarded by Consumers Energy.
I think it's just a conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
And it was on railroad tracks. I mean, it had all that.
Yeah, right on the water, railroad tracks. I didn't want Eric jumping off and running in and without a plan, because knowing him, he might have ran right into a railroad car.
All right, nice talking to you guys.
You too.
I'll call back in later, okay?
Thanks for calling, Gail.
All right, bye.
Goodbye.
It seems the live feed is frozen right now. Again, on the Operation Hammond Freedom for some reason. Other than that, though, the room is lighting up, man. There's a ton of people watching, ton of people that are conversating. It's a good room to be in right now, man. So if anybody gets a chance to go over there and check that out, go to the Pete Santilli Show, the live feed too, and these guys are just awesome. There's so much support right now, and it's just an awesome thing.
Yeah, and again, the live stream is freezing up, and the phone lines are just randomly dropping callers now.
Mm-hmm. Which doesn't surprise me.
Not at all.
But they can jam all they want. We're not going anywhere. So,
yep, I'm going to call Pete again, let him know the stream is down.
Sounds good, man. Yeah, Gail just put it up in the live chat again with the phone number to the show. So if anybody that's there wants to call in and weigh in on this situation, phone lines are open.
What's up?
Hey, Pete, you're frozen up again.
What's that?
The feed froze up again.
It froze?
Yeah.
Still gone. Hey, can you do me a favor? Can you check the stream real quick?
I got Mike on here with me too. He's checking his just to make sure it's not just my computer and it's froze. So we just had Gail call in, and we're having callers call in and talk to us.
Do you have a telephone line?
Yeah, you know what? This one, because this one, because the live call-in number keeps just. Gail said it's just dropping people off, like they're calling in and it's disconnecting them.
It is.
Yeah, we're not doing it.
All right, hey, the stream's gone.
So Pete, maybe you can get an update over here.
Right now, there's a massive delay, but it's going right now. Is it live?
The right title?
Yeah, see, on my end, Pete, it says the video was interrupted. The streamer stopped streaming.
That's what it says on mine too.
Yeah, it's just a black screen. It's just a black screen that says video is interrupted.
Live stream 1 or live stream 2?
Live 2.
Huh?
2.
You're on 2? Live
Yep.
stream 2?
Yep.
Streamer has not stopped streaming.
Yep.
But
I'm still going, and I'm looking at it here on the ground.
Refresh it too. Which one? Live stream
right? Yeah, do that. Does it say live? That's right there. It says live. It's live.
Okay, excellent.
Stream it through. The streamer has not stopped streaming. You guys are on the wrong one.
You know what I'll do? I'll communicate with the moderators in the chat room and find out from now on.
Live stream 2 is running. I'm looking at it right now on the ground.
All right, I'll confirm with the moderators, Pete. Yeah, no, it's...
Hey, yep. You know what? That's good, though. Keep the line open if things are really, really bad. And if you're not getting anything, what's up?
Yeah, there's 2 of us looking, man. It says it's stopped.
It says the stream stopped?
Yep.
Yeah, it says it's a black screen, says video is interrupted. The streamer stopped streaming.
See, but that's why he wanted to have 2 streams going.
I gotta go, dude. I got a backup plan here. Stand by. I gotta go.
You got it.
Hey, Eric, I just wanted to let you know that there's a person named Ash that's in the chat room right now that is letting us know that 1 and 2 are both down.
Wow. Wow. Yeah. Keep communicating with us, moderators in the chat room, so we know what's going on. And again, in between, people will be calling. Call number 248-254-2341. You can call in and talk with us, and we'll play updated videos in between. We'll keep it going. Again, Pete was wise enough to broadcast on 2 stations. He anticipated this might happen. I certainly anticipate that that the phone lines were just going to start dropping callers. Mike, I'm going to go up and check on another computer upstairs, see what's up.
All right.
You keep her rolling.
All right, sounds good. Yeah, like I said, I'm just I'm in the moderator chat right now, or in the chat, and letting people know. Gail's also pushing the phone calls as well, so we really appreciate that, Gail. Man, I wish we were there.
Yeah, it's down upstairs too. And as I said, if there's any shots fired, anybody gets hurt, any one of these Patriots,
yeah, we're boarding. We're
on the second line, and there'll be a 3rd and a 4th and a 5th. We won't stop. Call number 248-254-2341. And I see there's been up to 90 viewers, so give us a call. You know what I mean? Call in. Your voice is big, because if we can show that people care that much to you, call in. It's going to help. Don't just watch, call, participate. About now and call in. There's freaking trolls jumping in this chat room too.
Yeah, I don't doubt it.
As Pete always says, how shitty do you have to be at your job at the FBI to be assigned to the Pete Santilli chat room as a troll?
Yeah.
Here come. All right, we got Pete again. What's up, brother Pete?
Hey, is it coming through?
No.
What do you mean, no?
I'm confirming it's not coming through on my computer, Mike's computer, or the computer I have upstairs. So
What's that?
It's not coming through on. We double and triple checked on 3 computers.
Okay, I'm going to try again. All right?
You got it.
Do me a favor. Just call me back in a couple minutes. Okay, bye.
Goodbye. And again, we've been watching Pete Santilli broadcast live. A few hiccups, but nothing like this. What the hell? Somebody in the chat room said he's just broadcasting from his phone. No, he's not. He brought a shitload of equipment there. Who are these trolls? Whack-a-mole. Whack-em, moderators. Broadcasting from his phone. He's steak and potatoes, but not frickin' ground beef and French fries, for Christ's sake. Hello, you're live on Pete Santilli live stream. Up 1 sec. Let me get you some volume here. Okay, go ahead.
And they actually have a deputy that has quote unquote BLM patrol duties. And there seems to be kind of a conflict of interest there, I would think. So that might be an avenue there that you might want to explore with powers that be, I think.
Do you know the name?
His last name is Jenkins.
Jenkins.
I don't remember the first name. Yeah. But it's right there on their website.
What's your first name, caller?
Brandon.
Brandon. Thanks for calling in, man. What FEMA region are you in?
I'm sorry?
Which FEMA region are you in?
Same one as you. I'm in the state of Jefferson. I'm over in Jackson County.
Wow, all these Michigan callers. Michigans.
No. I'm in Southern Oregon.
Oh, Jackson. We have Jackson in Michigan, too. Gotcha.
Yeah.
So you're right there. All right, his name's Jenkins.
Yes, that's correct.
And what's his position again?
It says BLM Patrol right on the website.
All right. Let's check this out.
Yeah, so I'm not sure how he can be a deputy and the employee of a sheriff and also be working for the BLM at the same time. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Wow, great observation. See, I mean, you're a patriot, without a doubt.
I have my moments. So.
This is a big moment because, I mean, and we're going to keep getting this stuff from people. Anything else that you want to talk about?
Well, I was trying to convey some information on your chat room there, but it seems like your mods are pretty quick to ban people whenever they see anything that they disagree with.
They've been out in force today, though. I mean, they're saying Pete until he got arrested. They're saying he's broadcasting from a cell phone. You know what I mean? They're just...
Yeah. Anyway, I don't know. That's just kind of a minor gripe because it seems like I got my my information conveyed to you. So.
Oh, that's freaking great information. Yeah, let's see. I'm picking up stuff from 2 days ago.
Well, I'm sure you guys can confirm it if you have any sort of connectivity to the internet right now.
Oh, we do.
But it's right there. So anyway, I'm sure you have better things to do than speak to me. So I guess I'll go ahead and let you guys get back to doing whatever. So.
All right, just to confirm, is it Don Jenkins?
Let me check. Just 1 second, please.
Okay. Yeah, we don't have better things to do than get information like this.
No.
Playing freaking dirty.
Yeah, definite conflict of interest in my book.
Absolutely. Just as the Hammonds were tried by a jury of their peers.
I'm sorry, say again?
The Hammonds weren't even tried by a jury of their peers.
So it appears, yeah.
Yeah. Looking at it, see if we can find the exact.
Sheriff's Department. Yeah, Dan Jenkins, Deputy Sheriff, has a phone number for him and an email address, and it describes his position as BLM Patrol.
It has a phone number? Can you tell us what the phone number is?
Yeah, it's 541-573-6156.
Let me get that again. 541-573.
Right.
And then the last four again.
6156.
6156. That's Don Jenkins. 541-573-6156. I think we need to ring him up. In fact, after we get off the phone with you, I think that's exactly what we'll do.
It's actually Dan, not that it really matters much, I don't think, but...
Oh, it's Dan. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this article says Don, but I'm sure it's the same thing. Yeah, it says Don Jenkins. In fact, it says Don Jenkins in a few of the posts. You sure it's Dan?
It says Dan right here on their website. So
Dude, this is such a disinformation bullshit because I see Dick Jenkins, Don Jenkins. I mean, how could they get the name that many times wrong? And it's really Dan.
Well, I don't know. Maybe Don is a relative that works in a different position or something. You know, this is close knit families out there. You know.
Yeah, they got the whole family involved, huh?
Right.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Well, as long as we have the right phone number.
I don't know. Either that or someone just got some information wrong, you know?
No, it looks like you're spot on from this article, and I'm gonna give Dan Jenkins a ring-a-ding.
Sounds good.
Thanks a lot for calling.
Sounds like a stellar idea.
All right, let's do this, and feel free to call back. Thanks.
All right, I guess I'm all finished, so I'll talk to you later.
Thank you again. Freaking awesome.
That was what Brandon, he said, from Oregon.
That was Dan Jenkins from the BLM. Then we got a phone number. You want to give him a ring and keep the line open?
Well, that's what I'm just saying that was Brandon who called in with the right. Now so what is this Dan Jenkins story then? He's a deputy and he's also working for the BLM, huh?
City's located. And also BLM.
That's interesting.
And it looks like either his whole family works there, or they're purposely misleading people knowing the truth. Because you got Dick Jenkins. Google it. Google Jenkins BLM Hammonds, and you'll come up with Dick Jenkins, Don Jenkins. I still haven't gotten to Dan Jenkins, but maybe they are. Maybe they're all family.
It looks like we got Live 2 is up and running again.
Let's check it out. Yep, it's up and running again, and again we'll have it going too, because I'll probably smash it again. Oh, there's Pete. Looks like you're up and running again.
Okay, good. All right, I'm on a different hotspot. So we got multiple options here. I just need you to call me, okay? You're my lifeline right now.
I'm here, brother.
Okay, listen to me. Okay, here's what I need to convey to everybody right now. All right, the Hammonds want to come and talk to us. Okay, and by doing so, it's a criminal act. Everyone needs to know that. Okay, if the Hammonds come to talk to us, it's a criminal act. That was just confirmed on the stage right now. It was just said.
How is that a criminal act? I'm very curious about that.
Just know that. Just follow along. That's the word.
So to speak, just to speak with you, it's a criminal act now.
In 1999, the Hammonds started a burn-off on their own property. That burn-off spilled over onto public land.
Hey Pete, can you ever speak right in? Can you speak right into the microphone?
Not federal land. This is Oregon land.
Hold on.
Approximately 100.
Did everyone hear what I just said?
We heard you, but not her.
Huh?
We're not hearing her too clear, but we're hearing you good. Is there a way you can get louder?
Firefighter.
That's okay. I'm gonna take off here.
Is that a fact though? Or you're not joking. It's illegal for him to talk to you.
What's that?
You're not joking, Pete. It's illegal for him to talk to you.
I'm not joking. It's an illegal act, okay? And I need to report this. Hold on 1 second. Okay?
You got it.
You're going to be on delay, but I'm going to relay this to you right now on the telephone, okay?
Yep.
That way I can speak to you personally. The Hammonds want to speak to us, okay? And by doing so, it's an illegal act.
Do you know what the law they're breaking is?
Listen to me. Put in the chat room that there's a convoy of about 50 vehicles en route to where we're at right now.
Okay.
Okay?
Can you confirm why that's illegal to talk?
No, not right now.
Okay.
I can't. But that's what was just announced on the stage by the people that are coordinating the event.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
Want you to stay close to me.
You got it.
Okay.
All right. What the fuck? I mean, I'm trying to figure out how it could possibly, in any way, shape, or form, be breaking the law by speaking to someone. Oh, you know what I think it is, Mike? Here's my guess. Under the NDAA and the Patriot Act, if you're convicted of terrorism, you're not allowed to speak to anybody about it.
Yeah, that's what I was just
going to say. Fuck you. So sick of this shit. Not allowed to talk to the press?
What are there? Is there like a legal gag order? That's bullshit.
Where the hell are all the people, man? What are you watching, Alex Jones reruns? While he's jacking Trump off or something?
Oh,
are you hearing us? Pete Santilli just came on here and said it is illegal for them to speak. Wow, Mike. Oh, my God. All right, well, I'm going to run the live feed again.
There we go.
I'm okay right now. Sure. Yeah, I went over to my truck.
You got any more?
Okay.
All right, and then Pete already told us, I'm not sure if they heard that on air, but there's 50 vehicles in a convoy en route right now. 50. You know what, Mike? The only problem I have with the 50 vehicles coming, and that's awesome, is why there's not 500 or 5,000 coming.
Oh, she was magnificent. Yeah, she can sing now. Oh, I complain about her someday, but she is magnificent. But you're on this, it's going to be good. You're okay. That's Thank you. James, that's okay.
Hey, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, I just want you guys to know, I want to say for the record in here, hey, Stuart Woods, I tore out my membership card. I'm still an Oath Keeper, homie. Rock, I was at work. I don't need your card. I don't need to pay your membership fee. I tore out my card. No, actually, I tore out my card. I tore out my card. I'm still an Oath Keeper. You know what? Silly! I got nothing. I got an ashtray and a freaking pocket hole. That's it, Silly. Silly, I'm an Oath Keeper. Can you imagine that? I tore up my card. I didn't blow up. It's amazing. Tore up your card. Let me show you about that. Yeah, real patriots. That's right. Hey, you see this right here? Huh? Idaho 3%ers, homie. That's right. Real. Idaho 3%ers, baby. That's right.
Americans, right?
Americans. Americans. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Americans.
What time we got? 11 o'clock?
10:37.
Yeah. We're gonna. Might be on camera? Okay, cool. What's up? What's up, man? It's a beautiful day in America. It's a beautiful day in America. That's right. Cap off. Uh-oh. We got a situation. We're stand by. The feed.
On the air, take calls.
Are you friend or foe?
Yes.
Is it still down?
Nah. It's up.
Shock, shock. Live stream is supposed to be going, dude. Live stream. Live stream is supposed to be going. Huh? You're on camera. Should be going.
I don't see me on
There's probably a delay. There's a delay. Go.
Guys, again, go to Guerrilla Media, the Pete Santilli chat room, and the moderators there will let you know if the stream's down or not. Because there are, again, Shills and trolls, they will tell you it's down, or that Pete Santilli got arrested. So talk to the moderators. But it's rolling.
It's still going, dude. It's still going. We just checked it. Okay.
Mike, quick question, dude. Was that us? Was he just talking to us?
I'm not sure.
I think he was. I think that's how much the delay is. But when we tell you the stream's down, it says it's stopped, it's down, not delayed. So I think that was us, though.
Well, we've got live feed 2 is running. We also have live feed Hammond Ranch. That's running where all the moderators are now talking.
Okay, I think this was the woman that was speaking on the microphone earlier.
This right here. When this thing stops, you see it right here? When that thing stops, that's okay. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We're steak and tape, bro. This is how we roll.
Yeah, that was us. That was us calling in. So it's on a big delay, but I want to hear what she has to say.
We tell the truth uninterrupted. All right, Lou, thank you very much. All right, bye. Bye, gotta go, bye. Gotta go, bye.
With the island for about 5 years. For about 2 years after that.
Like this one where I'm not standing on a block of ice.
Wow. Really?
Oh yeah. Got like a phone on my head, controller over here, computer over there. Trying to juggle all this. Let's see.
Doesn't seem like it's getting home.
Stop. Hey guys, can I have everybody's attention for a second? Everybody gather. Everybody bring it in! Listen, Safeway just called me. Safeway just called me, and the agreement that I made with them to be respectful to their property is that we could only use the first 4 or 5 spots across the back half of the parking lot so that their customers can still get in and out at this point. And then what we can do while we're gathering here, if everybody can just kind of move over to the far corner over there on Court Street, because that's where we're going to rally up and move up the road. So if everybody can do that, that would be fantastic. Let's be respectful to them so we don't cause them any grief, and they can continue to do their business. If we are any closer than 4 or 5 spots towards the building, if you can move out to the street, the city said we can park anywhere on the street, anywhere on the street that we'd like. Okay? All right, thank you guys. Thank you.
Hey, Deb. I think I watched our no, I wasn't closing on your watch. Yes, I'm there. Yeah, you did. Oh, I did? I crushed it like this. Buddy, I remember all my buddy brothers. There's a lot of them. Oh, okay, nice to meet you. Hey, lots of great patriots here, you guys. Lots of patriots here. Wow. Everyone's been asking, how many people are here? How many people are here? I'm like, get here and find out. Right? Are we okay here?
Mike, I'm still not seeing anything about
So briefly stopped at the Hammond's house. People were giving their Sheriff Max up there, Emma Bundy, I believe, and Dwight Hammond's out there. Press Santilli, everybody's saying they're Their thoughts?
There you are. Good show.
It looks like we're testing fine here. Okay, here we go. We're doing good. Let me go back. Okay, you have the description there. Burns, Oregon will be historic, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then I'll set the recording right now. See if I have it. Come on, baby. There we go. See that? And then what I do is I just grab these, they're called highlights. I can just grab any segment of any video that we record here. Hold on. It says Burns, Oregon will be historic.
Okay.
And it looks like we're testing fine here. It says Burns, Oregon will be historic.
Okay.
And it looks like we're testing fine here. Okay, here we go. We're doing good. We record here. Any video. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Let me get settled in here. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I actually have, it's an honor once again to be with somebody who I came to know. I mentioned it to him today.
Okay,
I said, do you remember, and I just took you back in time, and I said, do you remember that moment when I showed up like a goofball radio talk show host on the ground at Bundy Ranch? Do you remember that moment when we met at Bundy Ranch in the dirt? All right,
I do remember that. But
ladies
I
and
was trying
gentlemen.
to figure out how to take it at first.
And it was
Okay,
a funny,
ladies and gentlemen,
it was
I
a funny
actually
occasion.
have,
First of all, I had never done any
uh,
field work
it's an
whatsoever.
honor,
I was a
once again,
patriot. I had a
to
soul.
be with,
I had a
somebody who I
determination
came
to
to
make
know.
sure that I
I
understood
I
what had
mentioned it
happened
to him
Clive
today.
Bundy. The day prior,
I said,
actually
do you remember, I just
had
took you back in
interviewed
time.
him.
And I said,
based
do you
on what I
remember
heard
that
in his
moment when I
voice,
showed up
I said,
like
I
a
need to get out there and
goofball
figure out
radio
what the heck's
talk
going
show
on.
host on the ground
And
at
what's
Bundy
being done
Ranch.
to
Do you
him is
remember
very,
that
very
moment
wrong. So I
when-
drove out,
when
and that's
we
when
met
I
at Bundy
first
Ranch
met
in the
you.
dirt?
And all right,
I really didn't know.
ladies
at
and
the time.
gentlemen,
I was
did
trying to
not
take the Constitution for the United States of America.
to do certain work. I remember it because I didn't know where to fit in. I knew I was a United States Marine. I had
Ground
and
at
what's
Bundy
being done
Ranch.
to
Do you
him is
remember
very,
that
very
moment
wrong. So I
when-
drove out,
when
and that's
we
when
met
I
at Bundy
first
Ranch
met
in the
you.
dirt?
And All right.
I really didn't know.
Ladies and gentlemen, not that I know what I'm doing now, but I really had no clue. And it was a funny occasion. First of all, I had never done field work before. I really didn't. I don't think any of us really had determination to make sure the full confidence that we've never seen it happen before. That if we stand together in peace and under, God's watchline,
You have audio running.
talk show host on the ground in Bunny Ranch. Do you remember that wrong? So I drove. There we go.
There you go.
We're going to start again. Sorry about that.
No problem.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're
All right.
welcome.
I'm going to start this again because we're going to begin this this conversation. We're definitely going to add this to the mix. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor, and I say an honor because this is the second time that that we're getting together here. The first time was the time, and I mentioned it to him earlier today. I took him back in time, and I looked at him. We were sitting in the car driving down the street, and I said, "Do you remember that first moment when we met in the dirt out at Bundy Ranch?" And it was almost comical. I mean, I remember it because I didn't know where to fit in. I knew I was a United States Marine. I had a heart, a soul, a determination. I heard Clive and Bundy's interview, his voice through my interview I had with him the day prior. But after that, I was so compelled to get out there and find out, really, that was my main objective, find out what the heck was going on at the Bundy Ranch. And I had to see it for myself. Yeah, I didn't set out to go out there and do something historic. It actually turned out to be a historic moment, one of the best moments in our history, in my lifetime anyways. Tell us about that first interaction. This was on the 9th of April, 2012. I'll never forget it.
Yeah, well, the interaction between you and myself.
Yeah, right.
It was difficult to know exactly how to take all the personalities that were arriving at that time.
That's right.
I had specifically gone down there to be a protective barrier between the family and the federal authority that was encroaching upon their lands and their liberties and ultimately their lives if the Bundys were to take that stand by themselves. So, seeing folks like yourself and in the capacity that I served in the military, never having to deal with the media in that regard, especially given the nature of our unit and our mission, is a very out of the spotlight ordeal. And so, you're a vibrant personality, and as you said before, it's my honor and privilege to know you, sir.
Oh, thank you, man. I take that as a super high compliment. And we got to know each other there. As Daniel P. Love said, he said the Constitution doesn't apply in the dirt. And we certainly, through that whole experience, we realized that the Constitution does apply in the dirt, and it doesn't matter. I mean, that dirt within, I say, the boundaries of the United States of America, the Constitution applies to each and every one of us. But I want to have a conversation with you. And I want to also not just have the conversation for our listeners. I also want, because we have a bunch of people that are actually on the government payroll receiving taxpayer dollars to do certain work on our behalf, and they're listening. There's no doubt in my mind, and I want to speak. I want to speak to those people as well. If you don't mind, I'm gonna go back to Bundy Ranch again, because I'll never forget on the 9th when I went out there. And I recorded, via my iPad, I recorded the BLM tasing and brutalizing and throwing, people to the ground, sicking dogs on pregnant women. The American public was outraged by that. But here was my point. In the end, I wanted the sheriff's department to come out there and investigate. That was the whole reason why we even, quote unquote, protested. We had no guns. We wanted to stop the convoy and have the sheriff come out and investigate. Because excuse me, we knew that the BLM, regardless of what they said, they had a court order and everything was constitutional, blah, 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 blah. No matter what they said, they didn't have a court order or any authority whatsoever to be killing cattle, destroying infrastructure. So we wanted the sheriff's department to come out. I called the sheriff's department, and they said, oh, the BLM has authority over the blah, 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 blah. Yeah, okay. And then the sheriff abandoned us. Even elected officials, some of them chimed in, but it really was along party lines, okay? There are those that, Second Amendment, all of a sudden it became a Second Amendment issue. It was a Second Amendment issue ultimately, but it was a constitutional issue. that we had peaceful people that must have been defended, that we had weapons of war pointed at them. And we said, we will not fire a shot unless fired upon, but you harm any one of those peaceful people, and it's on like a mofo. And no one should ever be threatened by that. That's what we believe in, and that's exactly how we exist. The elected officials, okay, and the responsibility of, I don't, Sheriff Ward has been, his name has been brought to mention here in Burns, Oregon. I want to hear from our local politicians. I say local politicians. I want to hear from our elected officials. I want to hear from our governor here in the state of Oregon. These are the people. We want all those people and the sheriff to be involved in resolving this issue. Not you, me, and a ragtag group of concerned, patriotic citizens, who have heart and soul and determination. What's the responsibility of these elected officials and public officials through this thing that's going on in Burns, Oregon?
Yeah, when you went back to Sheriff Gillespie and the people of Bunkerville at that time where that event was taking place, those calls were made to the sheriff and department and the other emergency services to assist the people in upholding their duty as those representatives and as those public servants. And at the Bunkerville Town Hall meeting, which happened a month after the 12th, the people of Bunkerville came together and turned what originally was going to be a motion put forth by the town board to ask the militia to leave, was turned into a motion to demand that the sheriff come to the next town hall meeting, the next Bunkerville Town Hall meeting, and answer the questions as to why. Here's the key to that. Why did the militia have to do the duty that the sheriff is elected to perform? And one of those duties is protection. One of those duties is emergency aid and relief. Right. The people of Bunkerville knew through a demonstration, not because we said that we would, but because we did. They knew that we would protect them, and they knew that we would, and we also helped them with their medical emergencies when we were asked for that. And anything else that they would have asked for, we would do our best to provide, because that's the type of people that public servants should be, is to serve the public. What we see in those instances, when the people have to, are resolved to request other people to serve them instead of their public servants, is a failure of those folks to uphold their oaths of office and to perform the duties that are entrusted to them by the public trust. Right. In that elected position. So they take an oath to uphold and defend the Constitution from all enemies, foreign and domestic. And the Constitution, I think Jason Patrick stated earlier, it's not going to defend itself. And it's called the Constitution for the United States of America because it's we the people's document which tells the government what it can do, the United States government. Right. And as soon as they go outside of that Constitution that we allowed for them, these are your powers. As soon as they acquiesce some other power or they pursue some other path which is not constitutionally allowed, that's no longer we the people's government. That has now become a rogue government which is out to achieve its own ends because we the people put that Constitution together to say what ends the government was allowed to achieve for us. Right. Now, when you go down the ladder from the union level to the state level, that Constitution for the United States now says that at the state level of representation, there is a requirement that they hold accountable the federal government every time it goes outside of the boundaries of the Constitution. And you can take that all the way down to the local level, and direct representation, the county level, is the most intimate with the people, and therefore it represents most succinctly the will of the people. And so that is the most important position in defense of the people and their Constitution, because
at the county level. At the county level,
yeah, the violations can come from all levels of government which are totally detached from the people until it reaches that county level. Now, once it breaches the county level of protection, now the Constitution is in full violation. We the people's government at all levels has now turned against the people.
Mm-hmm.
Only by compliance with the Constitution can the government be for the people. As soon as they step out of there, they're against the people. So the county level of government has the most profound responsibility of all levels. The sheriff, the commissioners, the executives, the judges at the county level. They have the most important duty to protect the people because they are the first and the last line of defense of elected representation.
Right.
Now, when they don't uphold that oath to defend the Constitution and uphold it, then the people are not left without remedy. We don't have to forever, take it in the rear from the federal government when violating our.
That's a great point. I really want to emphasize this. Is because even through Bundy Ranch, and I don't want to stop your flow. I want you to continue on. In this spirit, is that what made Bundy Ranch successful when we the people stood up and we realized that remedy, okay, it's a peaceful remedy. It's a self-determination where we step out there and say the whole system has broken down. We're the last line of defense here, but we were ultimately the most powerful people out there in the dirt at Bundy Ranch when we came together and said we will be that last line of defense. We the people will come together. That gives us a sense of hope when we look at our society today and our government today. Everyone's, looking at the federal government and all these bad things that are coming down upon us as far as unlawful or unconstitutional executive orders and stuff like that. You can sit there and complain about it, right, ultimately. But we should all have a sense of hope, absolutely positively. And when you just said that, it actually gave me, I literally felt energized when you said that, is that it's not going to, when our elected officials don't defend and protect us and do their job as per, what they were elected to do and what they're being paid to do, that the buck doesn't stop there. It's we the people that are going to be holding them accountable. We'll step in and we're the most powerful entity. And they need to recognize that. But that should give a sense of empowerment of we the people in the United States of America. We should feel really good about that.
Yeah, absolutely. There's the only time that all hope is lost is when we as individuals have lost that hope. It doesn't end. We elect these individuals to represent us and to see that the people's will is done upon the land, to uphold our Constitution and to defend us. And when they fail to do that, that doesn't mean that the whole entire process stops and we just say, well, I guess we're screwed because they're not going to uphold our Constitution and defend us.
Right.
At that point, we have to take it upon ourselves and perform those duties. And one thing that's happened here in Burns in Harney County is that the people were brought together in a meeting of information, and a remedy was proposed. And maybe proposed isn't necessarily even the correct term. A remedy was illuminated to them, revealed, which they were unaware of. And this is the remedy that the founders used in order to separate ourselves from a tyrannical power, Great Britain, and already have a representation of the people established so that a new government could be formed to represent the people. So that process was using committees of safety, which were during the 1600s, late 1600s, as colonists were moving into the new Americas. They had to form governments which didn't exist whatsoever. And obviously, a Republican form of government is the most efficient and the best to represent the will of the people. And so they put together committees of safety. And these are the people themselves coming together in a general assembly and then electing representatives from amongst themselves to hold an executive position for that committee. Now, this is the people coming together and directly electing representatives. So now that body, that executive board, acts with the authority of the people, and there is no greater authority on the land. There's God's authority.
Right.
We're His people. We say they speak for us, then they speak for them. And there's been an effort here in Harney County to undermine the authority of the Committee of Safety. So I wanted to make that clear that when the people elect, when the people elect their these representatives, they are now the direct elected representatives of the people. They have all the authority. So this process that the Committee of Safety uses is to empower the people to defend themselves. Now, the Committee of Safety, as those elected officials, can institute policies which seek the defense of the people. One of those is calling forth the militia to effect their defense. And what is the militia? The militia is the people themselves.
Right.
So that's the Committee of Safety and a lot of those folks in it saying, we will serve to defend the community.
By the way, can you, people have been asking this question. Who is the militia? All able-bodied men of the ages of, can you clarify that as to who is the militia comprised of? All able-bodied.
Yeah, there's really three different ways that you can view it and look it up. One is the United States Code, Title 10, Section 311, which says all able-bodied, the unorganized militia.
Right.
It does talk about the National Guard being the militia.
Right.
Unfortunately, the federal oversight of the National Guard has taken that legitimacy away.
Almost corrupted it, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
And corrupted it just like everything else the federal government touches. The other is, the unorganized militia. And that is, I believe it's everybody from the ages of 17 to 45.
Is it 17 to 45?
Yeah.
Okay.
But
I think it's 55.
55?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
And I've seen so many different state ones. That's probably where my confusion is, because that's the second one that I wanted to talk about is every state has its own definition of what the militia is for the state. And at every level, what they're talking about is the people that can be called from amongst we the people in order to defend those political boundaries which constitute the United States and each individual state or country.
Right.
And then the third level is the people themselves. The word militia means the citizen in his capacity to defend his community. So everyone who is able-bodied, who has the ability to defend his community, as a member of that community has an obligation to provide that service for his fellow man.
Right.
And that's what militia service is.
Right. It's, like the social order that exists in each and every one of our residences. We have an obligation to take care of our family members.
Right.
We can't, we can't sit there, in our houses and say that the disorder that exists within the house is coming from some entity down the street. We have an obligation to raise our families, to teach our family members the differences between right and wrong. And when things get out of control, to take ownership of it and to reestablish order within that household. Other than a group of us getting into the living room and just complaining about things are just really, really bad in the house and not fixing things, okay? We have that obligation, and that's going to segue to our next topic of conversation. When social order, constitutional disorder, every American right now knows that we're decimating the U.S. Constitution. And the Constitution, what it means to us is that those protections of our God-given rights are rights that we were born with. You can't give them away, can't take them away. Those have been stripped. Privacy rights, all of that stuff. We watch it happening. And we just sit there and we just complain about everything being stripped and the federal government's doing this and the president is this and blah, 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 blah. What's the difference between, as far as our obligations to, especially those that have sworn an oath, to defend and support the principles in the U.S. Constitution itself? What's the difference between upholding the principles of the Constitution versus complaining about the Constitution being stripped? Let's talk about that.
Yeah, an oath keeper, a person who has taken the oath to uphold and defend the Constitution, a person who has taken that oath in defense of this country through military service or through political service, public representation, or taking it individually as an aside from any official capacity to uphold it, just as an individual saying this is my Constitution and I'm going to uphold and defend it. There's kind of a disconnect today between what you just said and upholding it and complaining that it's not being upheld. And the disconnect there is in who upholds it. So if I'm a public servant and I take that oath to uphold and defend it, then I have to uphold it, meaning that my service is in compliance with it. It must be upheld. And that also means that as a public servant, if any other public servants or entities are violating the Constitution, that I have to do everything within my power to stop them. That's what a defense is, right? Now, when it comes to those public servants not upholding their oath to defend to uphold and defend the Constitution, then who is it that defends the people from that government which is outside of its bounds?
Right.
Well, that's we the people who uphold and defend the Constitution, our Constitution, if the government is not doing it. So
go ahead.
The real question is, the difference between defense and complaining is when you complain about something, you haven't put forth a way to correct the problem. We can complain about problems till we're blue in the face, and all we've done is complain. The problems are not solved. But a defense means to stop the injustice, to stop the infringement, to stop the lack of upholding the Constitution. And the way that you defend against it has to be reciprocal in its fortitude to the way it's being violated. So if it's violated using the law, then it should be defended using the law. There's an unfortunate circumstance that we've come into today, which makes the second part between complaining and defending so much more difficult, and that is the government's monopoly on force. So, and that's really the point that I think should be driven home with the difference between complaining and defense.
Right.
Is that now, since the Second Amendment has been violated and shredded and torn apart from the very first law that was enacted against that amendment,
right,
the government has built itself into a position where the people have almost no ability other than coming together and making human shields of themselves in fully defending themselves from an oppressive government. Should the government decide to use that force against the people. And so the people have to decide, they have to come up with the fortitude, they have to make the pure, honest decision with themselves that defending themselves from a tyrannical power is the utilization of every mechanism of defense that they can possibly muster. Now, Tench Coates in 1789 said that all of the implements of war are the birthright of an American. All of the implements of war, all of them. So he was a congressman, one of the people who helped bring the Constitution in as the law of the land. So that should illuminate what the founders' view was.
Right.
All of the implements of war, which would mean that private citizens, kind of a scary thought in modern day, right? Because we have tanks and things like that.
Right.
But if we're to be trusted with arms, and we know that firearms are dangerous, we know that at the other end is possible death,
right,
or injury, and compared to the population, the accidents that happen with firearms are minimal. Is one to assume that we would take these instruments of destruction, which we believe are necessary for our defense, and that we would turn them on one another? It's a ludicrous idea. And
that we the people.
Only governments are known for doing such things.
Right, and that's what I was going to say. To not allow us to utilize in our defense the implements of war, by justifying not allowing us to justify it by saying that we would use it inappropriately and use it against us. Isn't that in fact what's being done with the implements of war that is in the hands of the government that's being used against its own people that paid for it, essentially? It's the same thing, isn't it?
Right, yeah, it's exactly the same thing. We have given them this power to defend us.
Right.
See, but at the same time, we've acquiesced our full responsibility for doing so ourselves.
Yes.
And when
that's
you
right.
empower someone in this way, you make a weakness of yourselves. And that weakness will be pounced upon by men with ill intent. And we haven't eliminated greed and murder and all of these horrible things from the world yet. So government is necessary.
Right.
But the people are generally moral enough, despite all of the illusion of immorality that is portrayed in the media and in entertainment, and by our political
Generally,
representatives.
generally we want to do what's right in all instances.
Generally.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
so you have bad apples no matter what.
Sure.
But if the people can't be trusted with arms, then, then we eliminated greed and murder and all of these horrible things from the world yet. So government is necessary.
Right.
But the people are generally moral enough, despite all of the illusion of immorality that is portrayed in the media and in entertainment, and by our political representatives.
Generally we want to do what's right in all instances.
Generally.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
so you have bad apples no matter what.
Sure.
But if the people can't be trusted with arms, then, then that means that the government is wrong.
Right.
Not the people.
Right. And the government wants more arms for them, and to convince everybody else that the people should not be trusted with those same arms, because the power goes to them.
Right. And so that when we expect them to uphold our Constitution, we've given them the monopoly on force.
Right.
Now, if we understand that we're the ones who uphold the Constitution, we don't just complain about it. We complain for a long time.
Right.
Just like the Declaration of Independence says, people are much more likely to suffer a long train of abuses
Yes.
and usurpations before deciding to make any type of stand. We take that abuse and we complain and we go through what are the proper processes until the point that there is no more remedy. And then the only thing that you can do is defend yourself with the same amount of force that those who are assaulting you are using.
That's right. That's right.
In the Hammond situation, I would clarify that it's really a question of force, isn't it? We know that there's constitutional violations here. We know that there's been usurpations of power, acquiescence of authority that they don't constitutionally hold. We know that there's huge violations all over the place. And if the Hammonds were to not decide to not turn themselves in, then they would be completely right in doing so.
Right.
The question is, what happens then? Let's say the people were not becoming involved the way they are.
You know, I want to, and I don't want to stray away. I think this is an important thing for the American public to understand, and the people here at Burns, Oregon, especially, because we're always acquiescing, and because of trust. We, the people, are generally we're leave us the heck alone. So we just want to go to work. We want to live our lives. I want enough money to feed my family and be on the front porch and enjoy my neighbors and do all that stuff. We just want to live our lives. We don't want any disturbances generally. So we give a tremendous amount of trust to our government, to our businesses, to the banking industry. And when they betray our trust, then we need to speak out about it. But here's my point here, especially here in Burns, is that this trust in our legal system, because the people look to the judiciary to say, okay, you have seen this case, top to bottom, and it's all legalese. I don't understand all that mumbo jumbo, but you have brought the gavel down, and these people are terrorists and shall go to jail. How are we, the people who are just basic steak and potatoes down home Americans, ever to really fully understand what just happened in that legal process? Don't you think that our judiciary and our government has an obligation to say, let me translate to you what went wrong with this case? Not say, oh, we established and all this legalese over many, many years in the court system, okay? You throw that at people, guess what it's going to do? They're all going to be steered away. Doesn't our government and our judiciary have an obligation to translate, okay, what they're actually doing in the public, full transparency, and say, yeah, we just saw the case, and this is why we declared them to be a terrorist. It's very, very cut and dry. They're shouting Allah Akbar while they're starting fires out in the middle of the ranch. So they're therefore terrorists. We had no choice but to declare that. But don't they have an obligation to clarify what's happening in the court system, especially in this instance with the Hammonds? Because most people don't know. They're just saying the government has spoken through the judiciary and they should be, sent to jail, and we can't oppose that.
Yeah, it's judicial terrorism is what you're talking about. It's decree by judiciary.
Yes,
and then
sir.
the executive branch has now become the army of the judiciary.
Yes, sir.
And the legislature has the duty as the direct representatives, they're indirect representatives of the people, to ask those questions of the other two branches that you're stating. What's going on here? And that's why those committees are established in the legislatures by the state and at the federal level to investigate what is the judiciary doing here? How did they reach this conclusion? Why were we, as the legislature, themselves asking themselves this? Why did we find it constitutional to vote in mandatory minimum sentences when the Constitution doesn't allow us the authority to do that?
Right.
Why does the judiciary think that they have the constitutional allowance to invoke those mandatory minimum sentences when the Constitution doesn't allow the legislature to set them? Why does the executive branch think that it has the authority to follow the unconstitutional judicial decrees based on those mandatory minimum sentences that were never passed constitutionally? So every one of them gets up and says, I'm going to uphold the Constitution. None of them have the authority to do what they do. So what you're saying is correct. Yes, absolutely. They should be asking themselves these questions, and our representatives should be asking the questions we want to be asked. But the fact of the matter is that it's the people that we elected that are doing all of this.
That's right. In the case of the Hammond family knows what was done to them was very wrong. They know it deep in their hearts. This judicial terrorism that has taken place has also silenced them. Not only did they beat them down to one knee, down to the other knee, down on your face, shove their face into the pavement, strip them of everything. They put the boot in the back of their neck and said, don't you ever speak out about this, or else. And this is what has been done here through this process. Ammon Bundy, they almost got away with this. They almost got away with it. How it came to Ammon Bundy, I'm going to speak to him personally. I haven't even had that discussion with him. But how it came to him, and he took this upon himself, and on behalf of we the people said, something's being done very wrong here, and wanted to educate the public about it. Thankfully, because now we can lift Dwight and Susie and the whole family, the Hammond family, up and say, you know what, you speak out and you tell the people of Burns what's been done wrong to you. But this level of terrorism to silence these people is very, very inappropriate. Thankfully, we found out about it soon enough. So we now researched all this. In the past couple of months, I've researched it. And I know, no doubt about it. And here's what I want. I want full public disclosure of everything, all these anomalies that have taken place. Not only do I want full public disclosure for my benefit so that I can see, yes, what was done was wrong, but everyone else deserves to know the truth about what's happening in their county, right? Because they should all be so pissed off. People of Burns should be so angry that they had to get in here and intervene because the government that was supposed to do what was absolutely right, the judiciary that was supposed to do what was absolutely right, they were all getting paid to do it, that they failed them. And now it's in the lap of we the people. They should be upset by that. But one thing they should not do is they should not turn a blind eye to it and look away and say, well, you know, it's not happening in my house, it's happening to them. And if we can just make this go away, let them go to jail, even though everything is done wrong. And sure, they're terrorists.
I've heard numerous people just in this county say, we just want things to go back to normal. So normal means that we allow a foreign entity, the federal government, to come into our county and take our citizens away as terrorists. That's apparently their version of normal.
What is their responsibility and obligation versus wanting to get back to normality versus expressing their opinion is great. It just needs to be a well-informed one. I can't even make a well-informed decision without having full public disclosure. I can't even make a full determination and say, ladies and gentlemen, this is what we need to do, and this is what was done wrong, because it's all been done in secrecy, behind closed doors. It needs to be brought out to the open. What's the bare minimum responsibilities of we the people here in Burns, the local residents? What are our responsibilities?
Well, the people of Harney County, they should have been the first to address this issue in a manner to not allow it to proceed forth.
Yes.
And our attentiveness to the Constitution and the government, which is supposed to be abiding by it, would normally be the means for mitigating this type of response that we're getting from the federal government in indicting these people in this manner. And so the people of the county should be the first ones that ask those questions. But quite honestly, I think that to ask those questions of the state or the federal government is the wrong place to go to.
That's exactly
They
right.
need to be asking their local representatives.
Yes.
By what authority does the federal government assert itself into this jurisdiction? Obviously, Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17, it defines very particularly what land the federal government
Very
is allowed
specific,
to own.
right.
And then a lot of people want to compare that to Article 4, Section 3, Clause 2, which talks about territories and such, and they don't make that distinction between the two. That one is a state and one is a territory.
Right.
But at any rate, so they should be going to their county representatives and saying, why are they here, first off? Why are they exerting this authority? Our
Right.
Constitution doesn't allow it. The second thing they should be asking them is, why are you allowing it to their representatives, right?
Right.
So if the Constitution doesn't allow it,
Right.
and we see that the Constitution doesn't allow it, why are you allowing it? We elected you to defend us from an invasion.
Right.
Now you speak with the people all over this county.
That's not a radical term, by the way.
Invasion?
Seriously, because I know what, and it doesn't matter what they
I'm
do.
about to get way more radical if that's where you're.
No, but listen to this. That invasion, okay, by it's really foreign to the state in Nevada. I mean, I heard that when I first heard Clive and Bundy mention that. I didn't fully understand what he was referring to. It's literally a foreign entity that is encroaching upon. It's literally somebody walking through I use the residence analogy. Somebody walking into your house. They're a neighbor, okay?
It's the same analogy I use all the time, I'm sure.
But they just walked through your front door, opened up your fridge, pulled out a beer, made a sandwich, and said that, I have a badge and a gun and I can do so.
Yeah, and if you don't recognize my authority to drink your beer and live in your living room, then I'm going to shoot you.
Yes, and you are a foreign entity to that residence. You coming in and encroaching upon my living space, my land that I own, or my state that I live in. You are a foreign entity invading my space, correct?
Right, exactly.
It's an invasion.
The federal government isn't supposed to have a direct involvement with the people in this manner. The federal government is just supposed to be the union of the states. And so you have a direct representation so that the people have their voice, and then you have the state representation.
Pardon me for the interruption,
Senate.
real quick. Just, hey, Clooney's trying to call me. Yeah, I don't know why. Sorry about that. He normally, what's that? Yeah. I don't know why, but you may want to check that. Okay, sorry. But yeah, that term invasion, okay, and I pick on the left side of the political spectrum because they want to grab those terms and things to demonize and do it. They want to use and exploit those words.
Well, let's give them something better then, warfare.
Warfare,
How do you
absolutely.
like warfare? And I'm going to explain how there's a warfare, 2 forms, now 3 forms, which are taking place from the direction of the federal government into this county. And unfortunately, that may implicate some other levels of government. But let's just talk about warfare if we're concerned about invasion. First off, there's an economic warfare, which has been taken up against this county. Now, you can take this information we're about to discuss, and you could apply it to any county in the entire union.
Right.
They've all got this problem on some level going on. But this economic warfare comes in the style of determining which industries amount to the prosperity of a particular landmass. This county in particular was timber and cattle.
Right.
Those 2 industries made this county what it was.
Right.
In fact, they made this county in 1980 the highest gross income of all the counties in the state. They had the number 1. Now they're at the bottom of the list.
Not just that. I heard that statistic. It's an amazing one. Yes.
I hate to bother you, but nobody can hear you. The guys, they're calling in to say you're not loud enough. Either one of you.
Neither one of us is. Okay. Okay, that's okay. I will certainly fix that. No.
No, they can hear you. It's just not very loud. They can hear you.
Okay, that's fine. I can take care of it. Okay, good. Go ahead.
Okay, so in this warfare comes in the form of an economic status, in that we can see a higher level of federal involvement. The regulations start becoming more and more. The assertion of management authority starts becoming more and more prevalent. And as that is happening in the 70s, and throughout the 80s, and then into the 90s, we get to 2015 now, and Harney County is at the bottom of the list. And what they've done through this mismanagement, and these regulations is choke the industries. They stopped the timber industry almost altogether in this county. Cattle, which used to run exponentially more head than they do now, has been almost entirely driven out, except for a few ranchers in the county.
And the point that I was going to make before is they've moved that private industry out, but they've replaced it with federal government jobs and subsidies. Have they not?
Which not only does that, it brings full circle the economic warfare, but it introduces a new kind of warfare into it, which is the social warfare. And the way that this works is, as you induce an economic warfare into a society, you start to replace it with government. So the private industry goes away. Government comes in and says, well, we have management jobs, and we have BLM and Forestry Service. We have all these different jobs, and they start to replace it. They're now driving a rift between the private citizen who works for the prosperity of himself and his community,
right,
and the government.
Right. Okay. I'm so sorry about this. Yep. No problem. Yeah, just talk into it a little bit closer.
Okay.
If you could. Okay, go ahead.
They place a wedge in the community between those who desire to be prosperous for themselves and their surrounding community, and those who use other people's assets to put forth the notion of prosperity. And they call it public service and such. What I mean by using other people's money is the government doesn't produce anything. The government only takes, it only steals money, legal plunder through taxation and such.
Right.
They only take money and then they redistribute it either through entitlement reform, or entitlements, all these different entitlements, medical, welfare, whatever you want to look at. There's all these entitlements. If you have some sort of problem, the government will give you money for it, right?
Right.
And then through jobs, government jobs, which are another form of welfare, really, because when they're acting outside of the Constitution, they're not performing a public service, they're performing a public disservice.
Sir, I've also seen, and if you don't mind me pointing this out, I have to state it, okay? That here in this community, this dynamic that's going on with all of the federal government employed people here in Burns is almost a violation of their First Amendment rights to speak out.
Right.
The people that are working for the federal government here in this community have their First Amendment rights and freedoms suppressed.
Well, what do we find by that then is that if you work for the government, you give up all of your rights.
Can you imagine?
Which doesn't seem to make any sense. So,
yes.
So this.
It's down. It's not down. It's not down.
They don't want
Continue
us
on.
to get this information out there.
Okay,
Pete.
back up.
No, we're good. No, we're actually absolutely perfect.
Good, okay.
Sorry for the interruption, but that's okay. This is we're mobile, we're streaming, we're doing wireless.
It's
so
real
this
life
is,
right here.
This is real life. That's absolutely right. Go ahead.
So the social warfare comes in the form of division, creating disunity. And not only have we had the direct effects of that, as us outsiders have inserted ourselves in here to empower and inform the people. As they kick up their propaganda machine and their disinformation to disunify the people against us.
Oh, yes.
When our sole purpose is to unify the people.
That's right.
And empower them with knowledge and fortitude, personal fortitude. So that effort has been obvious as we've come here, but there's an effort that happens before that when you replace private industry with government, and that's that you drive a wedge between the people. You've
Yes.
now got 60 to 70% of this community, which essentially gets free money. The government employees, there's not, if you have ever worked for the government outside of the military, there's not a great deal of sweat labor going on there.
Right.
They're not working hard at anything except for usurping your rights.
Not really producing much.
They
does
can't
it?
produce,
Right,
right. And then the rest of them are on entitlements, on welfare or some form of entitlement which they don't have to work for. And those people are generally not going to be in any part of the conversation for correcting the issues, except other than making sure that they get their free money still.
And then there's a relatively, significant element that is running around with guns and badges that want to kill those that oppose them.
Right, right. And that's not all those guys,
No,
obviously.
not all of them.
The idea of going into law enforcement to uphold the law and all that, it is righteous and upstanding.
Right.
The problem is in that spectrum, succumbing to the illegitimate manner in which they're taught to uphold the law. They're taught that codes and regulations and all these things, which are actually in violation of the Constitution, are superseded, and that now they don't ever even look at the Constitution to determine if a law is lawful.
Right.
So now you've got two forms of warfare, an economic and a social warfare, which have been taken up by, as far as anyone can tell, only one entity in this county here.
Right.
Now it's turning into a physical, an actual physical form of warfare, which is to take prisoners. And the Hammonds, who have committed no crime, no crime whatsoever, all they've done has been beneficial for their community and beneficial for the land and beneficial for the people, even outside of their community, as they help to feed them through the cattle industry, right?
Right.
And the government has decided that they want their land, or whatever even it is that they've decided. Let's leave it open. They've decided something.
Right.
And so now the Hammonds are going to be taken and put into a prison because they wouldn't give the government what it wanted.
Right.
And now if that is physical warfare, we have now infringed on these people's liberties, their property, and their life. All three.
Yes.
Well, this is a total devastation of the purpose of government, not just a
Warfare
sidestep.
warfare upon this family.
And yes.
Warfare upon this family, and therefore, we the people.
And the precedent that will be set just by their warfare on this family illuminates where they want things to go for the entire people. The Marine in Seattle right now that is being held unconstitutionally is the same thing. They've labeled him a terrorist. Now a Marine whose life, his entire adult life, has been dedicated to the service of his fellow man, and a ranching family whose entire life has been dedicated to the sustenance of their fellow man, are both terrorists.
Right.
In that, where does the rest of the American people fall in that spectrum? Well, probably somewhere in between there.
And they stand on their assertions, okay, that through their process, that, before the public, that we have deemed him to be a terrorist, although they've never really shown that he is. But even still, that the Hammonds are terrorists, that Skylar Barbeau is a terrorist, that Pete Santilli is a terrorist, to do all this, and they back it up with an excessive amount of force over the people. Even at Skylar Barbeau's Seattle courthouse, they had tanks, they had armored personnel carriers, snipers, so on and so forth. This is a warfare that they're willing to take from economic, judicial, to a full-blown hot.
Well, consider this, and I know you're
they
aware
are
of this.
prepared to do that. They have done
Absolutely.
it in the past.
When we know how the government has said for a long time, we do not negotiate with terrorists, and every time there's some form of new Patriot Act or some form of legislation passed, we the people allow them to acquire more force for themselves to display as a deterrent for terrorism or as a reaction to terrorism, all these things. They've created a foreign enemy. Now, that enemy exists,
right?
But it isn't nearly as powerful as it's being given credence for. Right.
It's not nearly as prevalent as the domestic enemies that are running around freely.
Quite. And so when you apply that label of terrorism now to the people, what that means is, and especially people like ourselves who are servants. You want to spread information.
Yes, sir.
I want to protect people.
Yes, sir.
The Skylar Barbeau wanted to protect people. When they take the actual folks who have turned their lives into public service and declare them as terrorists, we now know how they intend to deal with us, which is they are not going to negotiate with us. They're going to use force.
Right.
They're going to present force as a deterrent, and if we pursue what it is that we desire to pursue in our service for our fellow man, then they're going to deal with us like terrorists and kill us.
They have an unconstitutional agenda, okay? And if we oppose it, they will kill us.
Right.
This is
pretty simple.
they will deem us to be terrorists. I would say mainly not for them, but for softening the public mind so that the public will accept it. Because we accept that term, our population accepts. We'll pull money out of our wallets to say, please protect us from the terrorists. So that's why they've been deeming all of these good patriots like Schuyler Barbow, good ranchers like Dwight Hammond, to be terrorists. Why? So that the public will willingly accept their death should the government decide to take them out, or those that support or oppose their agenda, correct?
Yeah, and I'm
that's
glad
pretty
you,
brutal to say that, but
it's absolutely true.
It's a fact.
We look at history as not as a premonition for the future, but we know that history is cyclical. We know it repeats itself, and it doesn't repeat itself exactly, but the circumstances are generally similar, and therefore we can learn from that, and we know what's coming. Well, what we see is a perfect storm. Let's just keep it in line with what you just said. They slowly they accustom the people to the abuses.
It's a conditioning, yeah.
It's a conditioning, and when you condition them to believe that firearms are bad or they're only for hunting, things like that. You condition the people to accept that there are domestic terrorists and that a lot of those domestic terrorists are former soldiers, combat armed soldiers,
honorable soldiers.
Men,
yes.
yeah, and people that have a faith in God are terrorists. When you screen all of these different people with that notion of terrorism, and you create the circumstances which lead to that, the acceptance of that, you create the perfect set of circumstances for yourself to eliminate your enemies.
Right. And on the obverse side of it, you also allow, by declaring somebody's beheading workplace violence, the opposite effect on the population. Like, don't worry about that beheading going on over there. That was just workplace violence. These guys, in fact, are terrorists. But that's here on our soil in the United States of America. This is the conditioning of our population.
Right.
If anybody is confused out there in Burns, Oregon, or in the United States of America about who is a terrorist and who's committing workplace violence, you need to get up and turn the tube off and get out and figure out what's going on. That these good honorable men like Schuyler Barbow, you need to get up off your butt and you need to go to the courtroom and hear the attorneys and the judges admit that despite all of the media propaganda by the FBI director up there, him showing ISIS and showing Schuyler Barbow being apprehended for that, when in fact if people showed up in the courtroom they would have heard what? That he was in violation of almost a minor infraction relating to the size of a...
He's being held for a $200 tax.
And they didn't have any justification whatsoever to charge him with anything relating to terrorism, correct?
Correct. And a family had their house raided. An older woman was thrown to the ground and cuffed and kept at gunpoint for hours on end, and flashbangs and destruction of their home. And this is all on top of the violation of that honorable Marine Schuyler Barbow's rights. The issue...
I didn't mean to stray us off there. That's an important thing. Let me bring us back to this, because you know what? We're asking people to get up off your butt. Get off your butt and figure out what is happening. Or go to these meetings here in Burns.
Check it out.
Figure out
I
what's
got to tell you,
happening
because I went to that federal courtroom, and that is the first time I've ever been to a federal hearing.
Oh, really?
I went to both of Schuyler's last hearings. And one thing, I just had to see it for myself. You know, what is going on in these places that is so egregious. And it happened as soon as you arrived, just like you said. They have a police force. It says police on their uniforms, except they're wearing body armor and military-style gear. I've said the same thing to a police officer before. That's interesting. I wore this exact same getup that you're wearing during warfare in Iraq.
Yeah.
You know, and it's really troublesome to come and see that these people are prepared for war on American soil.
Serving and protecting who?
Themselves is what you find,
right.
obviously, yeah. And it was a horrible process, and I don't want to drag it away, just like you said, too long. But one of the things that I tried to bring forth as an illumination for the people that were there was outside of the courtroom after the first hearing, the public defender, Schuyler's public defender, was giving a little bit of a briefing and answering some questions to the family and friends who were gathered there, which is quite a few. And my question to him was, are you a federal employee? So the person who's defending this American citizen, are you a federal employee? His answer was yes. He was very awkward. He didn't want to answer that question.
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
yes was the way they answered it. And so I asked him a further series of questions. Is a federal judge overseeing the case? Yes. Is a federal prosecutor bringing the case? Yes. Is it federal laws and rules and regulations and codes which will be used in the presentation by the prosecution? Yes. And a federal public defender is representing an American citizen in a federal court? Yes. And this very, very clearly illustrates the monopoly that the federal government has on every aspect of its process. The people are not in there whatsoever. The only place the people are in there is as a defendant, and a defendant is not really a good term because it's a federal prosecutor, or excuse me, a federal public defender representing them.
As a defendant and also compliant, obedient observers to that whole process.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. So
otherwise they'll have you removed and arrested, correct?
Yeah, you can't film it.
Right.
You know, they have all their rules and regulations.
Right.
You're in their courtroom with their judges, their law, their public defenders, their prosecutors. Everyone in there is employed by the federal government, which, yeah, they're employed by the people, you would say. But when they're not serving the will of the people and being constitutional, they're not employed by the people. They've stolen the people's money, and now they're serving their own interests.
Right.
It's a monopoly, is what I wanted to get at.
Nothing close to fairness for somebody who's honorable like Skylar Barbeau, that it deserves fairness.
And the notion that we're going to get fairness out of them, or the notion that the Hammonds are going to see fairness from the federal government,
right,
or the state government, which allows the federal government to encroach, is absurd.
I have to call this out, and let's segue back, okay? I'm going to call upon, because Sheriff Ward has, this is per my observations, okay? He was speaking to the people. He's doing his PR thing to win the hearts and minds of the local populace, and doing a good job, I might add. Unfortunately, it's an uninformed populace that doesn't understand what it means to like the sheriff, even though he's violating the Constitution. They don't understand what that means. I believe they need to be informed that it's okay for you to like the sheriff and to defend. I mean, I would love to be able to lay my life on the line for a constitutional sheriff. I would. I wouldn't say that I would do the same thing for an unconstitutional sheriff. And let me segue. I've asked him myself. I sent him a note appealing to him for compassion, push the pause button, and let's give full public disclosure. Stand in favor of the U.S. Constitution and the American people. And he knows that he's much more educated than even the people that are admiring his work and his popularity. That he needs to stand up. And even though the federal government is now putting tremendous pressure on him to be compliant, he's using every excuse in the book, including, oh my goodness, I'm receiving death threats from people that, I mean, none of us would ever issue a death threat.
Right.
None of us would. Sheriff Ward now is working for the federal government, is he not, by being unconstitutional? No, I say, up to this point, he's remained silent. He said he's 97% in agreement, but I'm worried about the 3%, that he's being unconstitutional. Is Sheriff Ward, if he sides in favor, in violation of their constitutional rights, if he decides in favor of helping the federal government doing what they're intending to do, what does that make Sheriff Ward? Just an unconstitutional sheriff that should, be removed through an election, or should he be asked to resign?
Or he should absolutely be asked to resign if that's the case. And just to make that clear, if any level of government is in violation of our Constitution,
right,
they're now the only purpose of government in this country is to ensure the defense and the tranquility of the public and things of that nature, the general welfare. And when they step outside of our Constitution, they're not our government anymore,
right?
And they're adverse to the betterment of society. In that point, they make themselves an enemy of the people. The government makes itself an enemy of the people. If it's not beneficial to the people,
right,
it's surely not a neutral party, because it's taking your money and providing services which are disservices. Then it is now an enemy of the people. And anybody along that chain of government that is supposed to defend your rights, that doesn't uphold their oath and perform the duties which we imposed upon them through that election, they're now complicit in that adversarial position of government.
Right. I'm not going to certainly demonize him by using the same tactics that they do upon the quote unquote the militia. You know, that automatically triggers, oh my goodness, guns and bad things. And they use that gun thing, okay, to demonize us. I'm not going to use that same tactic, but I will illustrate this, that somebody who's running around being unconstitutional, violating our rights, not working for the people, will allow himself to get away with what he's getting away with a gun. But my point is, by having somebody with a badge and a gun and authority being unconstitutional, it's very, very dangerous for our society. More so than a militia that's trying to restore constitutionality, correct?
Very much more so, because the people have given them a trust in,
Right.
in those
It's a betrayal
items.
of trust, and it's a very dangerous one because he's running around with a gun.
Right.
It shouldn't be the militia that is demonized for running around with guns trying to restore constitutionality. It should be to hold a sheriff accountable, saying if you're unconstitutional and you're running around with a gun and badge to, through force, continue that, he should just resign. He should just resign at that point.
He should just resign.
He
And
should.
and the it's not just that they're letting things happen. It's that the pathway is destructive. To ignore the problem is to increase the problem in this instance.
And
So
he's
the
been
sheriff,
ignoring, correct?
Yeah, the sheriff and the county officials, by not participating in solutions to the problem, they're allowing it to escalate, which if they're complicit then through their silence, if you choose not to decide, you still have made a choice.
Right.
And so they need to be removed as fast as possible if you're going to stop the tyranny.
Right.
Stop the oppression.
Our being here is an escalation and an unnecessary one because it should have been taken care of in our absence. All of it should have been resolved. I sent emails to Sheriff Ward. He has cited by bringing in the federal government, who was the problem to begin with.
Right.
There was a burglary in his jurisdiction, and he called in more burglars for backup.
Right. Right.
Correct?
Yeah.
I mean, this is what it is here.
Yeah, so you have not we talk about recalls and well, that's what the election is for, and those types of things. But the election process and recalls, those are for when the sheriff is doing something that is not, that any elected official is doing something which isn't immediately detrimental to the public. If what they're doing or not doing is immediately detrimental to the public, then the public has the right, the duty, and the obligation to immediately remedy their situation by whatever means is called upon for that remedy.
I want to, on the other side of the coin, I don't want to have any because Sheriff Mack's coming up here. He knows that I'm for constitutional sheriffs and peace officers, period. I am. Sheriff Mack is in my chain of command in that regard. Constitutional sheriffs and peace officers I support. So Sheriff Ward as well, I would love to be able to say, you be constitutional, you stand down to this federal tyranny stuff, all this equipment that they want to bring in, and surveillance, and all this other money, and trinkets, and fanfare, and advancement in employment, and you get an FBI job, and all that stuff. Stand down to that. Stand up in favor of our God-given rights. Stand up in favor of your local constituents, okay, in your county. And we will defend him to the death. I will lay my life on the line for that. And I will also encourage other people here in this county to do the same thing. That we don't need a federal government, at all to support that level of constitutionality. So that's the other side of it. So I would much prefer speaking out very vocally in favor of a constitutional sheriff.
Yeah, and it was made very clear to him that was the case. There's been meetings that have gone on, and some of the individuals and organizations that wanted to help defend the Hammonds, they put forth a notion of support to the sheriff, which included any of his actions. Essentially, we're in such support of law enforcement that no matter what you do, we're going to support you. We'll support you more if you do this, but we're going to support you anyway. And the sheriff turned to me specifically at that point, is we'd had quite a few discussions ourselves. And he said to me that he was very aware that it was much more black and white as far as I was concerned. And that is, if you do what you're supposed to do, absolutely, I will support you to the point of death. I have in upholding my oath to defend the Constitution.
Right.
But if you do not do what you're supposed to do, if you do not uphold your oath and you do not uphold the obligations of your office,
It's non-negotiable.
then I will not support you,
No.
and you will become an enemy of the people.
Yes. Yes, and that is actually acting as an enemy against the will of the people, or the people's rights,
Exactly
defending
that.
the people's rights. So where do we go from here at this point? There's an education process, obviously. It should piss everybody off that they have to get involved in this educational process because they're trying to live their lives as whether it be a hairdresser or a rancher, or everyone doing their fulfilling their obligations to their families and their own prosperity. Where do we as a people go from here when the system breaks down and it is no longer, I mean, where do we go from here to demand? Should we wait for another election and have Donald Trump save us in 2016?
Not at all. And the notion that electing anybody into the government is going to fix a corrupt government is absurd.
When we see it, we call it. It's non-negotiable. It is black and white. You will either do your job, it will be constitutional, or you're gone. You're gone. You must resign. Sheriff Ward, if you're going to be unconstitutional, I'm going to say this right now, I'm going to publicly say, even in opposition to a lot of people love him. They like the guy, and that's a great thing. He has a favorable position to be constitutional and have the backing of the people. Okay? But if he's unconstitutional, he should do the right thing, and he should remove himself and resign from his position. He should, because even the good people that are supporting him are being betrayed, and they just don't know it.
If there's any question in his mind, and I think there are questions in his mind, just through my discussions with him, if there's any question to him that the federal government is doing something unconstitutional here, and that the state government is allowing it also, and that he's that last doorway of protection for the people.
Right.
And if he is not going to uphold that oath, you are entirely correct in asking that he resign. It's and his people should demand it.
Yes.
You've taken this oath. Here's our Constitution. Here's what they're doing to our people, which is in violation of it. If you're not going to stop it or step in between it, or give them sanctuary or whatever, then you need to go. And we need to get someone in here who is going to uphold their oath, who is going to defend the people. And Sheriff Ward's a very fine man. He's a fine example of a man, of a public servant, generally in our conversations, and I've enjoyed our discourse. He's respectable in my eyes, except that he hasn't done by the Constitution and by the people what he was elected to do. Excuse me, what he was appointed to do. He wasn't elected. He was appointed.
He was appointed to do
but he was still appointed, and he took that oath.
Right.
So his duties
through
are
an
to do
elected position, the sheriff,
Correct.
having the ultimate authority constitutionally as a law enforcement authority. Okay. The next message that I would like to convey, if you don't mind, and then we're not going to conclude on a negative note. This is all positive. This is what we're working towards. And I'll say the same thing, just like I said, after Bundy Ranch, okay, I want to speak to those federal employees, okay, that were asked and given an opportunity to stand down in the ranks of Daniel P. Love at the BLM. I asked them before Bundy Ranch, I said, you have an opportunity to just stand down in favor of the people, the unarmed people that are going to come and ask for the cattle back and the land. You have an opportunity to stand down in favor of the Constitution and we the people. That message goes to you folks. Now let me also tell you that your command, your chain of command, and I'll liken it to the virtual equivalent of Daniel P. Love. That's Ms. Cargis. If you work for the BLM, Ms. Cargis will give you an order, just as Daniel P. Love did, to his subordinates. And Daniel P. Love, this is the history that we have lived through, almost killed all of his men. Those orders put their lives in jeopardy, and you need to question the legitimacy, the constitutionality of somebody like Daniel P. Love, who said that the Constitution he was applying, that he had a quote-unquote court order that was in violation of the Constitution, that when it came right down to it, that they were asked to leave, the people were in the right, the land was restored, and everyone lived because we, the people, stood up for those principles at Bundy Ranch. The same thing applies here in the dirt in Oregon.
Right.
Correct? They had that same opportunity to stand with us, stand with the U.S. Constitution, stand with peace, not firing not one shot. We want peace, love, order, restoration, constitutionality. The U.S. Constitution is non-negotiable. And if your boss tells you to fire upon us, you will be led to slaughter.
Yeah, it is an unfortunate situation that they're
Unfortunately,
trying
just like
to lead
Daniel
them
P.
into.
Love almost led his men to slaughter.
It looked like Daniel P. Love was trying to get his men slaughtered.
Yes.
It looked like he was trying to create a situation where they could demonize Americans and call us terrorists and all kinds of things. When you go up to speak with people and tell them, we want our stolen property back, and they meet you at the gate with 200 guys in full body armor, full military getup with automatic
Prepared for
rifles
war.
and riot, escalation of force gear and all the other stuff they had there. Well, you don't walk into that discussion thinking that you're going to have a fair voice. And so there, you have no choice. If the will of the people is to be upheld, then you have to match that with a defensive force, which is equal to or greater, in order to get your voice heard. And that's what happened there. And Daniel P. Love, whether he made that decision or not, as far as to take them away, was the prudent one.
Right.
In the
it
end.
certainly was. And that's what we look for here, is a extremely positive outcome, asking for full public disclosure of what went wrong with this family. It's not like us kicking and screaming because we didn't like the decision. That's not what it is at all. We didn't like the process they came to get that decision. And it was in violation of everything that we believe in. And that's what needs to be publicly disclosed. And then at that point, then the public will become better informed to make a decision. So we're asking for compassion, right? Full public disclosure, and without any negotiation whatsoever, absolute application of the U.S. Constitution, correct?
Absolutely, yeah. We, when we were children, we succumbed to childish things, and when we became adults, we put away childish things. And the conversations that need to be had in an adult-like manner, in a responsible manner. We need to get rid of the disinformation and the misrepresentations, the propaganda. There's no question, it can be denied as much as anybody wants to. There's no question that the United States government wrote the book on propaganda and misinformation. And so when that stuff comes out, there's really only one avenue to look to. You need to get rid of all that stuff, and let's start having adult conversations. Now, adult conversations, the Second Amendment's an adult conversation.
Yes.
And I want to make that call. I know it's already been made by numerous other individuals. I want to reiterate that call to, specifically in this case, militiamen that have felt it in yourselves to uphold the oath, to defend this land from all enemies, foreign and domestic, and uphold the Constitution. And for the those who may have served previously, this is your chance to uphold that oath. This is your chance to defend the people and the Constitution from enemies which are domestic and which have shown themselves. It's very obvious who the adversary is here. And if we don't make a stand here, we're going to allow them to label all of us as terrorists. If we don't make a stand here, then we recognize an authority which doesn't exist by God, by the Constitution, or by the people. And if we don't stand here, not only is an innocent ranching family going to go to prison, and possibly an older man is going to see his last days in a federal prison, but we are allowing ourselves to be imprisoned by an institution of our own desire, of our own making. And we can't allow that. And so, as always, come in peace, come in love of your fellow man, but come prepared.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes, sir. Powerful moment right there. This was much more than what I expected. Much more than what I expected, because we covered a lot of ground. And I literally have the goosebumps thinking about the people that I've been talking to since we've been on the ground, because people are watching. I went to local stores. I'm not going to single them out. They were starved for information. They were watching our channel. And I'm thinking about the opportunities that the local residents have to listen to this conversation that you and I just had, and for them to make a better, well-informed decision as to what side to be on. And I think that they're quickly going to discover that we're on the side, we the people are on the side of what's right about the United States of America, how we were founded, and how when you really needle and pick and pound at us, that when it's all said and done, we ultimately rise up to the occasion. I believe the people of Burns will rise to the occasion here, and I thank you, not just for your time, but thank you for your service to our country right now at a time when we need it most, and I mean that sincerely. You know that.
Yes, sir.
Yep, Ryan, thank you. Sir, thank you very much. Thank you, guys. I'm gonna take a break here momentarily. We're gonna shut the audio off, and also, hey, we just need just a moment of, I say privacy. I'll call it a potty break. Okay, thanks. You guys stay tuned right there. We're gonna leave the stream on, okay, for a little bit. Is that okay? Actually, you know what?
This is Stuart Rhodes, founder and president of Oath Keepers. I want to make a comment about the Hammond situation in Oregon. Something most folks I don't think understand is that the Hammond family has declined help, and in fact is making it very clear they do not want any kind of a standoff with the feds, and they do not want to try to prevent themselves from going and serving their sentence out. They intend to turn themselves in and serve out the remainder of their sentence. This has been made clear by their own attorney. We've also made it very clear that Aaron Bundy does not speak for them. Now, why this has to be said is that, unfortunately, Ammon has not made that clear. He has put out a statement just last couple of days calling for people to go there and defend the family. He says here, I'm asking you now to come to Burns and defend this family and defend this county. But he's not making it clear that the Hammond family does not want that done. They wanted to turn themselves in and go serve their sentence. It'd be much like in the Kim Davis situation. We offered her our assistance, our protection against the U.S. Marshals for being able to arrest her again under contempt orders from the court. We thought that was illegitimate. We offered our protection, and we were willing to go there with rifles in hand and stop them. But she declined our offer. Through her attorneys, she let it be known that she did not want our help. So we stood down and went home. We do not have the right to force ourselves on people who do not want our help. So that's ground zero on this. They have not asked for our help. In fact, quite the contrary. They've let it be known that they just want to go turn themselves in and serve out their sentence. So we have no right, none of us do, no patriot has any right to force a confrontation around that family when they don't want it. So to me, that's a no-brainer and should be the end of the discussion. Now, beyond that, there's also some very serious differences in this case and at Bundy Ranch. We went to Bundy Ranch to prevent that family from being wacoed. We were concerned by the behavior of the feds with their special forces contractors and their known sniper teams they were deploying against cowboys and the free speech zone they set up and all that kind of abuse that was right there in front of us on camera. We were concerned this family was about to be wacoed. And so it was a very righteous thing to go down there and prevent that. And that was our full justification for what we did, was to go there and prevent mass murder of his family. I think that was righteous, and I'm glad we did it. Even though there were some problems that came out of that, it was worth it. But this situation here, there's no threat of the family being murdered. There's been already a jury trial. They were found guilty by a jury, it appears. And you don't have local support. You've got, in fact, locals now standing up and saying they don't want anybody from outside coming in and interfering, and the family themselves don't want the help. So this is exactly the opposite of Bundy Ranch. You've got a situation where you've got people who don't want this, and you've got outsiders trying to force it on them. So I think we need to stay out of it. If it's only a matter of peaceful protest, of course, that'd be fine. That's righteous and good to go. But you cannot go there and force a confrontation with rifles in hand when the family does not want the assistance. So I think Oath Keepers need to stay the hell out of it, aside from the peaceful protest. But that's not what I see developing. In Ammon's own video statement, he talks about calling on those who went to Bundy Ranch to go there to Oregon and take a stand in defense of the family. It does not sound like a peaceful protest. That sounds like an armed confrontation. So Ammon needs to be clear about what he wants so people know what they're getting themselves into. So far, he has not been clear. But Oath Keepers will not be involved in an armed standoff that's being manufactured by potheads who want a fight, because this is going to be a bad fight, not a righteous, moral high ground fight. Stay out of it. So now I've got a couple other people here who are at Bundy Ranch. We got Todd from Idaho, Rick from Montana, and also one of the guys, John, who was at the White Hope Mine in Lincoln, Montana. So Todd, you want to say your piece on this?
Well, I'm in full support of a peaceful protest. I think that what is happening to the Hammonds is a travesty. I think the BLM have overstepped their bounds once again in this matter. But we do have a precedent. There has been a jury trial. They've served time for that. I believe it's a travesty to send them back to prison again. And I'm in full support of a peaceful protest. But I do have some concerns that this may be manufactured and be heading towards more than just a peaceful protest. What I saw in the situation with the Bundy Ranch as I watched it unfold, and my friends and I performed our due diligence on that situation, and we came to a conclusion that the BLM was acting completely inappropriate and tyrannical. Throwing a woman to the ground, tasering Ammon, sticking an attack dog on him, pointing sniper rifles at cowboys, arresting one of the Bundy sons. Obviously, that was tyranny right on our computer screens, and we got to see that. And my line in the sand for the Bundy Ranch was when I saw the First Amendment area. That was a complete red flag, complete abrogation of the Constitution of the United States. And at that point, I loaded my gear and went there to defend not just the Bundy Ranch or the Bundys. The Bundys aside, it was to me about the Constitution of the United States. And concerning this issue, I've not seen travesties occurring other than the BLM burning some of that grassland out there, which is some of those people should be put in jail for burning down houses and killing cattle. But, and that needs to be handled in a separate way. But the Hammonds have not asked for our assistance. The community has not asked for our assistance. The U.S. Attorney has stated that if there's any interference with the apprehension of the Hammonds, that it'll be handled probably violently. I'm in full support of the Hammonds. I think that this is a complete travesty, but I do not feel that this is another Bundy Ranch or Bundy 2, as some people are calling it, due to the fact that there was a jury of his peers, and they are not asking for our help. They have subjected themselves to the authorities and are saying that they're going to serve out their sentence. So who am I to interject myself into it other than a peaceful protest, which I am in full agreement that a protest is fine. But anything more than a peaceful protest, if there's any weapons brought out, I see that we being the Patriot community, could have some serious repercussions. Some friends of mine have stated that the federal government will not continue to lose every time. And if there is an escalation of force, this will be the perfect excuse to stamp it out. And once again, I think it's a travesty. But I've been to the Sugar Pine Mine, the White Hope Mine, and I stood in the gap for an old Army vet who they were trying to take his guns from him because they felt that he was incompetent of handling his own affairs. And I stood in the gap for those people because they asked me to be there, and they wanted me there armed. These folks aren't even asking for a peaceful protest. We're putting together a peaceful protest on our own, and I pray that it stays peaceful and that this thing goes off without a hitch, but I have some serious concerns with some of the people that are on the ground that are actively pushing for an armed confrontation. So I pray that cooler heads will prevail in this situation, and that this will turn out to be just a peaceful protest and nothing more. So, gentlemen, whoever's listening to this, please handle this with kid gloves, because from my contacts, it looks like there may be some hotheads or provocateurs that may want more than just a peaceful protest. So I'm in full support, like I said, of the Hammonds and everybody on the ground there, as long as it's a peaceful protest. And so I hope it ends up, guys. So good luck. I'd be there if I could. But I have some concerns. So
thanks, I appreciate that. Rick, go ahead.
What Todd said is exactly my same feelings. I can't add to that or anything. He brought up all the points that I would want to bring up also.
All right, thank you, Rick. Any comments on the situation here with the Hammonds?
Well, with the Hammonds, yeah, that's a losing situation. If I was a 3%er or a Oath Keeper, I would stay completely away from that situation. I would not have anything to do with it. I would not show up there with arms or anything else.
All right, so let's go to John now. John, any comments on the Hammond situation?
Well, much like my friends have already said, I don't like what's happened to them. I do think it's an injustice. Without them asking, and they clearly made it, they have made it clear that they don't want any assistance. So without them asking, I don't see what we can do for them. I agree with a peaceful protest, but as far as showing up armed, and I think it's a bad idea. I think bad things are going to come from it. Until this family asks for help, or anybody for that matter asks for help, who are we to interject ourselves in the situation? At White Hope, we were asked to help. We went there. We realized very quickly that we didn't need to have a ton of armed guys there, and we de-escalated. We did not make the situation worse. We helped the miners out, and we would have been happy to do this for this family too, but they don't want our help. And again, who are we to put ourselves in there and say, no, we're going to help you whether we like it or not, whether you like it or not.
Right.
I pray, like Todd, that people keep cool heads and do just what they say they're going to do, which is a peaceful protest, which I'm 100% behind. But until someone asks for our help, I don't think we have the right to be there.
Right, just like the guys in, the Bundys asked for our help. We went. The Sugar Pine Mine miners went to a public meeting of Oath Keepers there in Josephine County and requested help, and we helped them. The folks in Ferguson, we went and asked them if they wanted our protection. They said yes, but if they had said no, we could not force ourselves onto the rooftops and protect them anyway. Same situation here, just like with Kim Davis. When she said no, we had no choice but to stand down. I think that's the same situation here. So thank you guys for your input. Any closing comments on this, John? About the one thing Mike Vanderbilt said in the wake of Bundy Ranch, he said, look, when you play brinkmanship, eventually one of them is going to go hot. And so you can expect that eventually the fight's going to come to us. But how it comes to us matters. And I encourage everyone listening to go back and look at the founders as your example of how to do it right. If you're going to have a fight, let it be like Concord and Lexington, where they forced Gage to come after them out in the countryside to be the clear aggressor, where he was weak and they were strong. And so they had a moral high ground, they had a moral victory, and then they kicked his ass all the way back to Boston. So they had a military victory also. You don't start it off with having the bad guys have the perceived moral high ground. And who's your audience? Your audience is your fellow American patriot, and especially the guys in current service in the military. What they think matters. At Bundy Ranch, we had the clear moral high ground, as Todd has already pointed out. If there had been a fight there, if there had been a firefight on that day, at least half the military would have sided with us. Guarantee it. they decided with us. This is a different situation here, where it's perceived as outsiders forcing a confrontation on a family that doesn't want it and forcing themselves into a community that does not want them there, and going against the jury's verdict will be perceived as having the least amount of legitimacy that you can possibly imagine. And so you wind up with a moral defeat and probably a physical defeat as well, because you can bet the feds you're going to have sniper teams deployed wherever the Hammonds are planning on turning themselves in. So anybody who's thinking they're going to cause the Second American Revolution by kicking it off here in this situation in Oregon, you need to take a good hard look at what the founders did and the way to do it right and the way to do it wrong. So you need to make sure you have the moral high ground. And don't worry, guys, the fight's coming to you eventually. Let it come to you on your terms, where they are the aggressors, not you being one of the aggressors and forcing a fight. And thanks, guys. And look, the men on the phone here are guys who have shown up. These are not people that just talk and don't walk their talk. They showed up. So take it from them. These are people who are serious. All right, guys. God bless you, and thank you for your service to your country and our cause. And we just hope that people will listen and cooler heads will prevail. And like I said, I didn't want to make this recording. The last thing I want to do is criticize the work of other good people. And I think Am Bundy's a good man. I think he needs to be real clear and honest about what he's doing. If he wants an armed confrontation, he should just say it. But he should also make it very clear the family does not want that, and he's going against their wishes. And I think he's wrong in doing that. I hate to say it, because he's a good man. He is. All right, good night, folks.
Ask me in terms about how things work.
Never yet become a snake.
Hello and welcome to this edition of Spitfire in the Sentinel. I'm your host.
Mr. Freeze again. Interesting.
Go ahead and give the intro there, Sentinel.
Welcome to Spitfire and the Sentinel. My co-host Captain Eric is currently frozen by Mr. Freeze apparently. We got a nice good panel going tonight. We got Robbie D, Mike Soror, Lori, I think she's on a phone call. Jeff Lehman, what's up, everybody?
What's happening with you?
Looks like we're froze again for the new year.
Yep, same old, same old. Eric, you back? What up?
Oh, well, when I get cut off.
You were cut off for a little while there. I did the intro with all the panel. So what's up, man?
Actually, we said it. There he goes again.
Yeah, I'm gonna go off a vid here, see if that might help. I don't know.
Yeah, we got some technical difficulties going on right now.
Difficulties.
Absolutely.
Welcome to 2016, boys.
Yeah. Well, anyway, man, we got quite a bit to talk about tonight, don't we, fellas?
Yeah, that's what I was understanding from our pre-con before the show. Did you have some new info going on, Mike, about Rebecca Rothschild, or
I like to.
I was talking about that.
Yeah, I like to call her the old R&R now.
Rich and Rare.
Yeah, exactly.
I know what Rich and Rare is.
What I could tell you is my new update is anybody that's involved in her little chat group and stuff, she has pretty much kind of fell off the face of Facebook here for a little bit. She's got a new administrator of her page, Trish. Can't remember her name right off the top of my head. I'll have to get back to you on that. And this woman's just going through and just blocking and deleting everybody, people that haven't even said a word to her. She claims she's working on her third book, and I'm hoping very, 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 very much that it doesn't release. And if it does, it goes to shit.
Well, didn't she have a team from DARPA, among other places she was working on it for?
Yeah, exactly. And she's got such a huge publishing company. I believe there's only 2 authors in that company. Is that right, Jeff?
Yeah. Her and Ramrod. What's his name? Ramjet. There you go.
Yeah. So I don't know, man. More and more people are that were defending her are now getting a hold of me and quite a few other people going, look, man, this girl's coming unhinged. This girl's blocking us. She's throwing us out. She wants nothing to do with us. She's extremely, narcissistic, and, it's just like, we've known this for a long time.
Her money empire is crumbling right between her, right in front of her face, and she just is killing her.
Yeah, and
she's not going to sell a quarter of the book she had been. I don't know if John B. Wells is done with her or not, but I'm sure by the time everybody talks about it, Coast to Coast will be done with her. That was her main bread breadwinner right there was Coast to Coast. That they won't let me on that promote my free book, of course.
Right. Well, I can tell you, man. Tomorrow on Talk Network, Kurt Haskell is going to be on, and when I get that link, it's going to be around 4. I think it's 4 o'clock. I'm not sure the exact time. I'll send you guys the link. Even more information is starting to pop off. So we'll make sure that we tune in and listen to Kurt, man. We're big fans of you, Kurt. You did a hell of a good job, my friend. A hell of a good job.
I want to know if she was ever an airline attendant, or if I think I talked to Bro Eric about this. That Rebecca Roth is just a manufactured thing who says she was an airline, so she's just like another. It's just like a freaking. It's just a money scam. I think they're just a couple of infomercial wannabes.
Yeah, she's gonna have
struck gold, and now all that gold's washing down the river.
She's gonna have to dramatize it up a bit. She's gonna have to find a way of working in the Titanic and Donald Trump into the third one somehow.
Exactly.
Right. Yeah, and another thing about this multiple personalities book is there's no sources, there's no references. You get Rise of the New World Order, The Culling of Man, am I right?
Yeah.
And there are references galore. Okay, now I understand it's a fiction book, so at first I was like, you know what, it's a fiction book. You don't really need references if you're writing a fiction book, but you came out saying that there was facts in there that you tied into the book. Those need to come with references, and they don't. So we all took her word for it. We took her word for it. We've never heard of anything like this before. This was new, man. She hooked us all. And you can't keep the fish on the hook very long. We've jumped off in big numbers.
Yeah.
See, there was only one flaw with this book, this Rise of the New World Order. It didn't come with its own internet. There's so many references in this book that are checkable, right? That it should come with its own internet, I'm telling you.
Right. and there's so many facts. Jeff did a fantastic job. I'm telling you, I'm about halfway through the book. My mind is extremely blown.
A huge compliment to me, someone like you, Mike, who's done a ton of research already, who can read my book and maybe find some new stuff you haven't known. So that's awesome. I love to hear that, bro.
There's a lot of stuff I didn't know, and to be honest with you, some of the stuff I went and fact checked on some of those links and was like, wow, these are real references. Hallelujah.
This was the thing, right? When I read the book, I did so much research before I read this book that virtually 2/3 of this book I didn't need to go and reference, because there were quotes coming up. Oh yeah, I remember that quote. I remember that quote by Rockefeller and such and such and such. Yeah, man, this is the bona fide real thing. But Rebecca Roth, on the other hand, wow, that's a whole new kind of fantasy there.
Well, see, I heard that this third book that she's coming out with, she's actually going to play the part of somebody that's going to fly the blimp over the Super Bowl.
I know, my wife is
Sorry, I couldn't help it. But we've been, I've gotten umpteen messages of threatening things. Attorneys are coming after all of us, and we're gang stalking her. And she just, the poor me narcissistic card is just ridiculous. She tried to shut people's channels down. She failed. I don't know what more to say, man. But I'm really interested to hear what Kurt Haskell has to say tomorrow. If he's got new information, that's gonna be pretty cool to hear.
For sure.
And those guys just finished up a report too about the immigrants coming over from Cuba, and very good reports on Natural News. Check it out. Good articles.
Nice. Looks like we got quite a few people tuning in live. Let me throw out my free book link for sure. If anybody doesn't have it yet. I'm Jeff Hayes. I wrote a couple books called The Rise of the New World Order series, but the first book, the best book for sure, you can download for free at my website, SamaritanSentinel.com. But you can go to Amazon, where I'm selling it also, obviously, and read the book reviews there for it. But you can download it absolutely for free at my website, SamaritanSentinel.com. Put it in, it's a PDF file, so you can put it as a file and send it out in emails to anybody you want to. I have it copyrighted, but for the most part, there's no copyright in that book. Just spread it around, whatever people want to do. So if we don't stop the New World Order, we're not going to have anything else to worry about. So.
Yeah.
You can't do that, Jeff. You can't give that book away.
I'm back.
There you are, bro.
Is it she or your clone?
That's my Rebecca Roth tribute song right there.
You know how to make an entrance, don't you, Eric?
That's very sweet of you. I thought it would have been the motion picture soundtrack for Methodical Illusion. But that was really nice of you. So don't say that Eric doesn't have a heart. He dedicated a song. Come on.
I did. That one down's for the NSA and Rebecca Ross. So I think I got booted right when we started, huh?
Yeah.
He froze up right off the bat, man.
Yep. So I feel you, Pete, because that kept happening to him, and then it happened to us too. So what are we talking about?
We were just wasting a little bit of unneeded airtime on the old R&R.
Oh, all right.
Rinse and repeat.
So I came in with the right song about Rebecca Roth.
Yeah, it's amazing. You didn't even know.
Well, I had a flight attendant, former flight attendant for UAL, 10-year flight attendant, contact me and told me some of the lies and misleading that she's done. Here's a few of the things she stated. Pre-9/11 hijacking procedure for flight attendants was to do as they ask and don't be a hero. Remember, Mike? She was asking like these flight attendants were supposed to be like freaking superheroes. Like these are flight attendants. Okay, I mean,
right.
Nothing against them. I'm sure there are some outstanding flight attendants, but you put them in a light as if they were police officers or firefighters or somebody that. I mean, anyway, that's part of it. Like as a bank teller would do during a robbery. And the thinking was the people and playing would be used. What was that?
He doesn't have an S on her chest? What? Come on.
Right. We vetted her as a firefighter, by the way. Anybody done that yet? Remember, she's a firefighter too.
Yeah, no, still, I'll use a George Bush explanation. The jury is still out.
I thought she was a purser on the Titanic.
About fool me once or fool me twice, or I don't know how many times you got to fool me, but if you did, don't fool me again.
Yeah.
We want to bomb her. We want to bomb her. So everybody who hears this, we need to get that. Prove you're a firefighter too. Oh, who we lose?
Robbie.
That happens all the time to Robbie. He just freaking pops. He'll pop back up.
David Cameron goes up to his house.
Next, we're going to see pictures of Rebecca on the moon.
She's going to be next to that girl, that Sandy the Crisis actor that's on the phone all the time.
She was on the Titanic?
She was on the Titanic.
All right, so I'm going to go through these real quick, and then we'll let her go. Betty On called reservations on the air phone because this is a phone she would know by heart. Another FA called the crew desk operations, which would be in only 2 calls could be made from the air phone at a time. Number 3, her explanation for why the reservations guy asked about Betty's seat number having to do with a SWAT rescue is ridiculous. He was just trying to establish whom he was talking with. Number 4, her explanation for pepper spray contaminating the entire plane is also a stretch. She said that we've had people spill nail polish and alcohol, and it's really not that big a deal. She acts like everyone would be suffocating. That one's iffy because I really don't think you can compare nail polish and alcohol to pepper spray. But number 5, she mentions in her interviews that a flight attendant was sent home from a AAA flight and another crew member replaces her. And Rebecca Roth claims this never happens in the real world. This could happen for many reasons. They have union and legal limitations to flight times and rest periods, which could have easily explained why the crew members were switched. Number 6, she claims there is not enough room in the cockpit for 2 murdered pilots and 2 hijackers. This is BS. The 767 has ample room for 4 people. There are even fold-up seats in the cockpit in order to accommodate extra people. Number 7, her gut told her this lady was a liar from the get-go, and her attitude does not portray someone who went through the trauma the onboard airline employees went through. She gets the impression she is laughing her way all the way to the bank. And number 8, that being said, she does not believe the official 9/11 story. So she's not saying that 9/11 went down the way the mainstream media spun it. She's a truther. But she says that Rebecca's full of disinformation, and she's afraid she's doing more harm than good with her methodical tale. So I like that, the way she spun some of these things. And showed us a different side. And I'm going to interview a few more sporadically because I think our real focus right now should be on Oregon. But we still gotta go after people like Rebecca Roth because her book sales are freaking sky. Why are you buying her books? Why are you supporting her now? For what? I mean, the book was not a good book to begin with. I mean, towards the end, it gave out some good information, but it was freaking not that great to read. It was pretty fucking boring.
Yeah, somebody needed to do some editing on the spelling errors too.
I was just gonna say somebody's spelling errors in it that it's like a 2-year-old wrote it.
Yeah.
Well, and what do you consider good information?
I would love for a flight train to call in and let us know. Let us know what your take is on all these protocols because we just kind of took her word for it, didn't we?
Yeah, I mean, we were amazed. I mean, it was almost too good to be true to hear a story like that.
Right.
It was something new, something spicy, something that could have really, at one time, I believe this is going to crack the case.
Well, you know, she made it sound good. She made it sound believable. I mean, why would we not believe her? She was an airline, attendant. Why would we not believe her?
Right. And she's a salesman. She's a manipulator. And by the way, people, if you're listening and you're a part of her Facebook group, the admin that's running it, her name is Trisha Fleck. And if I were you guys, I'd stay far, far away from Trisha Fleck. Still don't know who this one is. Apparently, she's from Ohio.
She's probably Rebecca.
Could be.
Yeah.
Good God. They're
Like your publisher.
Listen, people, if you want to read some good fiction, you can read Lord of the Rings, yeah? That'll take you places as well.
Will the real Rebecca Roth please stand up?
Yeah, I did that video.
So what do you think, man? I think 15 minutes was long enough on her.
Yeah. God. Yep.
Unless anybody else needs to break anything more.
No, the only thing I was going to say was thank you for cutting the Bushes out of everything and trying to make it look like the Bush family didn't have shit to do with it.
Right.
Yeah, nice job.
Good job.
That was good, man. That was really good.
That's it.
So on to the real important information, right? On to Oregon. We're going to give Pete Santilli a ring and see what kind of live updates he's going to give us about the situation down there. Laura, were you able to get on Skype?
Absolutely no. I wasn't able to get on Skype. Hold on.
Okay, check that out. If not, I'll do it and hope it holds up. Okay. And then we'll give you guys a call number because we love hearing from you on the call lines.
Make sure you mute, guys.
I'm sorry.
person you
All right, we'll try him back in a bit. I know he wants to get out and update us.
Yep. Here's a quick update that I just got from one of the people that have been keeping us informed since yesterday. One of the callers, and I'm not sure. And if I'm wrong, listener, that you're listening to the show, I'm thinking this is Brandon, who let us know about the Deputy Jenkins. I think. If not, I completely apologize. But the Harney County website dropped all the contact info for everybody except for the sheriff and the lieutenant. The sheriff's office personnel. And there's going to be there's no school right now. They canceled all the schools in the district until the 11th.
Wow. I thought that was a joke. That's true, huh?
That's what the rumor is as far as school being off, but as far as the contact information, the only contact information you can get from anybody in the county, it seems to be, is the sheriff's office personnel. That's it.
Because the terrorists are in town, right?
Right.
Isn't that great for the kids, though? They actually get to get some proper homeschooling for a change.
Yeah, when
Tense standoff in Oregon. Armed anti-government protesters occupying federal land at a national wildlife refuge and calling on militia members from around the country to join them. ABC's Neil Karlinski has the latest, joins us from the scene there in Burns, Oregon. Good morning, Neil.
Robin, good morning. This is the wildlife refuge that militia group has taken over. And take a look, you can see they've actually draped an American flag over the sign here, and those cars down there are part of a makeshift roadblock that they've set up. There has been no violence at all out here, but this group does say they are prepared to defend themselves if necessary. Overnight, ABC News is taken inside the standoff, where several dozen militiamen, some openly armed, are camping out for a second night at this federal wildlife refuge.
There's no vandalism. We want to leave this place the way we found it.
Their claim that this land doesn't belong to the federal government, but to the people.
This refuge here is rightfully owned by the people.
The group vowing to occupy the outpost for years.
I am 100% willing to lay my life down to fight against tyranny in this country.
In this clip, first posted to Facebook, one of the reported militiamen overheard issuing a call to arms, urging others to join them.
We need you to bring your arms.
It all started Saturday at a large rally protesting the jail sentence of a pair of ranchers, Dwight and Stephen Hammond, both scheduled to report to prison today to serve a 5-year sentence for an alleged arson fire on federal land.
I'm going to jail for 5 years for 127. Seems like a bit of an overkill.
The attorneys for the men, who already served some time for this conviction but were released, claim they set the fires to prevent an invasive species of plant from growing on their land.
I love you! We support you!
While at the rally, a large group broke off after one of the leaders proclaimed, "Those who want to take a hard stand, get in your trucks and follow me." Nevada rancher Amon Bundy leading the protests.
Back up! You're gonna get back!
His family making headlines in 2014 after his father faced off with federal agents in Nevada over cattle grazing rights. Today, he says his actions will be peaceful. Schools in the area have been closed as a precaution. In the meantime, those ranchers whose arson charges started all this say they do not support what's going on here. They plan to report to prison as scheduled peacefully later today, George.
Thank you, Neil. We are joined from the compound now by Amon Bundy and Lavoy Finicum. Thank you for joining us this morning. Mr. Bundy, let me ask you, the County Sheriff David Ward has called your group's actions an attempt to overthrow the county and federal government to spark a movement across the United States. Is he right?
Absolutely not. He's ignored the people. We have worked with him for several months now, trying to get him to stand and make a stand for these the Hammonds. He's refused to do it, and we have tried the prudent methods to get government to at least look at this and say, hey, there's something wrong here. The rest of America can see that there's something wrong.
But you know that the Hammonds...
For some reason, the sheriff is not listening.
But the Hammonds themselves are actually giving themselves up. They're saying you do not speak for them.
Oh, I do not speak for the Hammonds, but we have spoken many, many times, and we understand each other on this issue. And the Hammonds are only going to jail because they just feel there's nothing else for them to do. But they very well know that this is wrong, along with all their neighbors and the other ranchers in the area. They understand that this is very wrong that's going on.
So how does this end? Your brother Ryan Bundy told the Portland Oregonian that you and your group is willing to kill and be killed if necessary.
Well, I think when people are defending their rights, that's always what we have to stand on. We have to be willing to say, look, we'll do what it takes to defend our rights, and if we're not willing to do that, they'll be taken away.
If it's peaceful, why are you armed?
We're armed because we understand that in order to truly express our First Amendment rights, we have to have our Second Amendment rights, and that's why the founders gave them to us, or at least that's why the founders protect them in the Constitution. It's important that we stand and people know that we're serious.
And you need to understand that we have no intent of pointing a gun at anybody, but let's be clear here. Who's pointed guns at me? Who's pointed guns at Ammon? They have. Who said that we will shoot you? We never have. They have. When we stood there at Bundy's, they were pointing guns at us and saying that they shoot us. We have no intent of doing that.
Thank you both.
I think we're done. Yep, thank you.
Situations like this have ended in bloodshed in the past.
And hopefully it will remain peaceful, though, this time, though, George.
Not too bad.
Instead of that nonsense that they get at the state school.
Right. So I just want to thank everybody that's been, keeping us up to date through phone calls, through text messages. I took the last call this morning at like 8:30 in the morning, Eric. Like, I'm beat. But I did also talk to Miles from the Ohio 3% today, and it's completely they're on standby, of course, but they are completely standing with those. With the Bundys and with the occupying of this wildlife reserve, not federal building. Let's start there, man. And when you hear federal building, you think what? Oklahoma City? This was an empty wildlife preserve. It wasn't like they walked into a federal building and took hostages. Okay, so that's something you got to watch out that the media is really pushing too.
Gotcha. I tried to contact the Michigan militia, the Southwest chapter, and they said they were not interested in Pete Santilli. Thank you for your time. Now, I have gone and asked some other sources that are friends with people in the militia or part of the militia, and I've gotten confirmation they're on standby. My point is, why are you on standby right now? Are you waiting for somebody to get shot and die?
Well, one of the reasons...
We need numbers, strength in numbers.
Right, and I asked, that's why I asked Miles that specific question, and what he said is, because within the 3%ers, the last thing they want to do is send everybody to one corner of the country and leave all the states exposed. So they're trying to plan it out in a way where they can still be protecting their home states as well as go and be part of the cause as well. So it is taking.
Guns. There's plenty of people who have guns here, and we know how to use them.
Right.
I'm locked and loaded.
But I think it's a pretty good strategy, though. You know, for the most part.
It is at the same time. You know, it's got its plus and minuses. I mean, they could send a quarter of their team out there. You know what I mean, or at least enough to make a showing. I think every single militia in the country, each state should send at least some representatives out there.
Right. Well, and I'm sure, you know, because I asked, you know, if you go, you're not, you know, or what are you going in pairs? And that's not what they're doing. He said there's definitely going to be, they'd like to see at least 5 cars from each region in the state. So that's a pretty good convoy from Ohio going, if you think of the regions.
So there are some of them going. That's a fact.
They're on standby, yes, but they are packed and ready to go. It's not one of those normal standbys where it's like Ted Visner, who's a fucking lunatic that lives 30 minutes away from me, who tried to literally start a war over complete fraudulent fucking bullshit.
Right.
This is a whole different story. You know, not, hey, come and join me in a revolution because I'm a fucking squatter and they want to get rid of me. That's not a reason to start a revolution.
Is that the real story behind Ted Visner?
Oh, yeah. Me and Kevin Blake covered Ted Visner for quite some time. Talked to him. He even invited me out to a barbecue. The militia went out there, turned around and left, realized that this guy had no proof that he was being sued or anything. Nothing was in this guy's name. It was all in his ex-wife's name. The property was seized because they didn't pay taxes. They didn't pay the mortgage, and they got evicted, bottom line. And he's trying to say that he didn't get his due process, which the court ruled 3 different times, once and then his appeals. There's nothing they could do for this.
What about them coming in there and taking all his stuff out of the house? Was that part of it too? That was all legal?
It was legal because that property was abandoned at the time. Him and whoever he was gone with were gone for a very long time, like 2 to 3 weeks, something like that, on some get.
Mike, a group of men and women, mostly from out of town, have taken over a wildlife refuge headquarters, which is owned by the federal government. They feel as though places like this is a wildlife refuge that the federal government took over. They bought land and made this a refuge for people, but not for ranchers, for farmers, for those who are trying to make a living off the land. This was saved for animals and for people to come out and see it. And they're saying, look, this land once belonged to ranchers. The federal government came in and bought that or took some of that land away, according to them, and they do not think that the federal government had the right to do that. And so they've decided to take it over until it is given back to the local people. We had a conversation with the person who is leading this effort, saying that they're simply here because they say that the federal government has overstepped its bounds.
We're going to stay here until we have secured the land and the resources back to the people of Harnett County, and where they can get back to ranching, get back to logging, get back to using these lands without feeling fear and intimidation, and that's our goal.
Now, as far as a police presence, so far there is none. There are no local police, no federal police, no state police, no police whatsoever in this area. I do need to remind you that we are about 30 miles from anywhere.
The town, Burns, is about 30 miles down the road here. They have taken over a small area, and they said they have done any damage to it. They are not hurting anyone, and they won't hurt anyone, but they do warn that if the federal government decide to try and storm the building, for example, then their reaction may be different. We do know that they are armed. The reaction from the federal government, as we understand it, at least the locals are saying, that there will be a command center, a police command center set up at some point today. We have not seen that yet. Mike?
Away. The house was already being evicted. Now it's considered abandoned. You know, not answering the mail, not answering the calls. Nobody at the residence was completely legal to go in there and take the possession. Is 9/10 of the law, and anything in that home when it's abandoned is considered the bank's.
Oh, we got to talk to Pete about that too, because I know Pete's had him on his show a few times too. Yeah, enough for him.
He was another good manipulator, man. And like I said, I have a lot of respect for Pete. But working with this guy and talking to him every day and living it, obviously I didn't go to that barbecue. You gotta be out of your fucking mind. Drag me in there. I ain't dying over some ribs. You know what I'm saying? Just because you won't leave the house. You know. Not to mention his past is a really ugly one too, man. I mean, this guy's been, for once I can actually say that this county, there was absolutely no corruption in that case, man. And you know me, I don't come out and say that shit publicly unless I know it.
No, you don't.
And if I'm wrong and anybody can prove what because me and Kevin, we spent money on Freedom of Information Act and everything, man. We got documents from the actual county and everything. It was all there. It's all there. And if anybody can tell me these documents aren't real or anything like that, and I find out I'm wrong, I'll be the first one to say, hey, I was wrong. I'm a human being. But this one I'm willing to bet my kids on. No, I'm just kidding.
Wow.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Wow. So this guy was very close to popping off a shot, and that's all it's going to take. You know, one domino effect. We talked about this on the show yesterday while you were went and got your boy when Lori and Jeff and I were on talking about this stuff in Oregon, man. We first of all, we were like, where are the police? You know, they've got to be either waiting at like the refuge or they're mixed in with the crowd. We wouldn't have doubted it. I still don't doubt it.
I still don't doubt it.
There's just no way that there's no police presence when you've got people that are being associated with domestic terrorists walking the streets and you don't see a police officer there.
With the last name of Bundy. You know.
Right.
It doesn't make any sense.
Is Pete at the Natural Wildlife Refuge, bro, Eric? Do you know, or
he was there earlier?
Is he still there?
Yeah.
Or?
Yeah. Let me try calling him again. We'll see what's up. I'm kind of reeling about the Ted Visner. I stopped following it. I did a report on it too. Wow. Just playing us for fools left and right. No more. Need some of that Jeopardy music.
Hi, this Peter.
Hey, Pete, this is Special Agent Rebecca Roth from the FBI. I used to be a flight attendant.
Yeah. Yeah, FBI stands for full-blooded Italian, is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, full-blooded Italian. Oh, you're funny. You know what's funny? You know what's funny now? Everybody cracks up, like all the good patriots, all right, here on the ground. You know that I love, that I'm connected to, and I try to help out in the capacity of being the the media person, they all laughed. They're like, dude, we're all FBI informants too. Join the club now. They all crack up about that stuff out on the internet. Yeah.
I mean,
funny.
all of us too.
So what's going on? Where are we at in your discussions? And I have some important updates. What do we got going on?
Mike Sorrell, he just
ask me questions, and I'll take it from there.
I sure will. Mike Sorrell just hit me with something that was discerning to me because I did a report on this guy, and I know you've had him on your show, Ted Visner.
Okay, what about him?
Mike, you wanna fill Pete in? Let me know if you have trouble hearing Mike, and I'll translate.
By the way, I'm really focused on what's going on.
Sure.
Ted Visner have everything to do.
That's what I figured. We should just stick to Oregon, and I can always update Pete on that stuff later if you want.
Sure, but I want to, just in case, you never know if this guy's going to try to contact Pete, and like you said, he needs to stay focused, but I also think he needs to know when somebody who he went out there and put himself out there for turns out to be a fraud.
Ted Visner was a fraud?
That's the same thing I said. I said, what? Yeah, it was a shock. But real quick, Mike, give him a little synopsis.
Basically, the synopsis. Pete, can you hear me? I don't know if you can or not.
I can. It sounds like you're talking into a clamshell.
Oh boy, man! I'll put the clamshell down. How about now? No. Well, what happened is I live about a half hour away from Mount Pleasant area there where Visner is, and we kept in real close contact with him, and did a couple shows that actually we dedicated 4-hour shows to. And with the Freedom of Information Acts and the documents that we bought or paid for to get the free information, you know how that goes. There's a lot of inconsistencies about him. He's not married, number one. There's actual proof that he has not paid the mortgage or the taxes, nor has his wife. And when they grabbed the stuff from his house, he had been gone for a couple weeks and even admitted that to us on his show. And they considered the property abandoned. So basically, he ended up being a squatter.
I appreciate that update. Can you do me a huge favor though? Just recognize that right now I'm sitting in the dirt here for one of the biggest stories in the entire country working here. I thank you very much for that update on Visner.
Sure, that's why I wanted to keep it brief, but we wanted to make you aware.
Yeah, if we could, because I've gone on 2 hours sleep last night.
Sure.
We're going to get one tonight. Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So anyways, fire off some questions about what's going on in Oregon.
All right, let's go right down the panel. Why don't you go first, Jeff?
Jeff Hayes.
Yeah, Jeff Hayes, and why don't you talk? Make sure you talk real loud.
Well, what's up, brother Pete? How you doing, bro?
Oh, doing great, man. Everyone is safe, and I'm proud to announce Jeff Hayes as a member of the media. This is exactly my role here, okay? Because I did not, participate in the, as was put to me earlier. We'll talk about that anyways. But I did not go inside with the initial crew for very good reasons that we'll talk about. But I'm proud to report, okay, that setting aside the crisis of the matter, this area in Burns, Oregon, at the Malheur Wildlife Refuge is the second freest area in the entire country right now to Bundy Ranch.
Nice.
Yeah, excellent. Boom!
There we go. Hey, Pete, what can we do to help you, man? Can people send you money? Is there an address where you can send stuff or food? Or how can we help you there, bro?
You're gonna have to repeat that.
He wants to know how we can help you, Pete. What can we do? Is there an address we can send food, money?
Here's the most important thing everyone can do. Okay. First of all, you've already seen from the left side of the spectrum, they're all working very, very vigorously on behalf of the establishment for free or in a paid fashion to make this a black or white issue. That's kind of funny. They're not letting this go. They're trying to hijack it because they want to bury the truth about what's happening. And that's why I'm here, and that's why right now I'm trusted in independent media to convey the following information. Regardless, and even the splits in the patriot community, okay? this message needs to be communicated out there. Regardless of whether or not you agreed or disagreed with what's going on, know this. This is a fact. Not everybody has all the information. It's gonna be relayed through shows like this. But regardless of what your opinion is, yeah, we should have done it, no, we shouldn't have done it. Set that aside and recognize this. We now have in that compound some of our nation's greatest patriots who I love with all my heart. And I don't want to see any harm come to them. And if you are a true patriot, okay, you will recognize that we have some of our nation's greatest patriots. They're in harm's way right now. The federal government wants to kill them, okay? They want to kill them. They can't figure out how just yet, but I'm sure they're going to try to figure out a way. I believe that by sending this message out, that we must protect these guys. There have been no crimes committed that I'm aware of. And even if there were, let's say, for instance, they trespassed. There's no such thing as SWAT teaming people because of a trespass, okay? These guys who supposedly had guns, okay, have guns because they know that they have to defend from a federal government that has pointed guns at us. The true terrorists are the terrorists called the federal government who have terrorized these ranchers. Now, here's let me segue here. You ready? Here's how you can help, Jeff. Convey this message. This is what it's about. This land that's the center focus is at this Malheur National Wildlife Refuge, okay? M-A-L-H-E-U-R, Malheur Wildlife Refuge. It's at the center of a bunch of land where 100 ranchers have been kicked off that land unconstitutionally and seized by the federal government unconstitutionally. Okay? Over 100 ranchers have been decimated through economic warfare and federal government tyranny and terrorism. They are the terrorists. They are the ones that are suiting up right now to terrorize the people that should dare go up against them constitutionally. I do know this with respect to these land issues, that Bundy Ranch was certainly absolutely in the right as it related to the U.S. Constitution. Article 1, Section 8, Paragraph 17. The federal government can only own land if the state legislature and the Congress approve the purchase of that land only for specific purposes, such as military bases, post offices, federal buildings. Okay? It's very specific in the Constitution. Outside of that, they don't own any land, and they can't. They're prohibited. So for them to be seizing refuges and kicking ranchers off the land and working on behalf, they're actually exploiting it. You're a libtard and you want to save the jumping mouse grouse, and that's your excuse for getting the ranchers off the land. Just know that you're a pawn scumbag tool of the establishment that wants to grab that land. And they used your libtardedness to get that done. They even have these left-wingers file lawsuits on their behalf for environmental reasons. And they exploit the people that want to go protect the jumping mouse grouse, okay? So this incident here, okay? This incident is basically, we've now completed the first day of the restoration of this land back to the residents of Harney County and the ranchers locally. What you can do to help is to help communicate this message.
Excellent.
Proper.
Yeah.
Pete, can you repeat what it is in the Constitution? Because I have my pocket Constitution right here. I'm going to put it up to the screen.
Article 1, Section 8, Paragraph 17. Article 1, Section 8, Paragraph 17. Okay? And you'll notice it's very, very specific as to how the federal government is allowed to own land.
Can I jump in there?
Okay?
Okay.
Section 8. You got me?
Yep.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead. Fire up questions.
Hello.
Hold on one second.
Okay?
Go for it.
Article 1, Section 8, Paragraph 17 states that, I'm going to see the tail end of the paragraph, but translated to steak and potatoes language, okay? the consent of the legislature of the state in which the same shall be, okay, for the erection of forts, magazines. Magazines is where you store munitions, okay, arsenals, dockyards, and other needful buildings. It's like post offices, okay? And it requires the approval of the legislature of the state as well as Congress for the purchase of land. That's the only way that the federal government can own land. This land that has been essentially seized to be restored back to ranchers and back to the people of Harney County have been basically, it was land that was seized by the federal government through their terrorism of these ranchers, as they're doing all throughout the West. Everyone talks about Agenda 21. I wonder where Agenda 21 is being implemented. It's being implemented out here in Harney County, Oregon.
Gotcha.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I found it, and you know your Constitution, that's for sure.
What's that?
I said I found it and then held it up to the screen. You know your Constitution, that's for damn sure.
Yes, and a lot of people don't, especially the people that are out there calling for, oh my goodness, these guys are, they use that term terrorism. That's silly. If you are a left winger, you know that you are literally a pawn scumbag tool of the establishment to go steal land. And if you haven't read the Constitution, shame on you. You don't have a dog in this fight if you don't understand what this is all about. Article 1, section paragraph 17. Okay?
Yeah, I'm gonna put the other page up there too. I don't know how well it's gonna come through on this, but
it's coming through.
Well, for whoever, fire off another question. I have quite a few things
okay.
to update you guys on.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Robbie, you're next, and make sure you talk loud, okay?
Hello, Pete. Can you hear me out there? This is Robbie D from the UK. Yeah, I've been keeping an eye on the situation. Are you and some of your boys out there aware that there is another underlying agenda underpinning this, where it's been found that there are massive reserves of not only gas reserves, but uranium deposits as well? And this could be an actual pretext to actually get that land, to actually, because they basically want to send this uranium to China to obviously build more bombs and stuff. I don't know if you was aware of that.
Okay. Come on in, Michael. Come on in. You know what? And now I heard bits and pieces of what you said, but if I understand it correctly, that the interest in the agenda, is about the mineral rights on their soil, that they're terrorizing these ranchers and kicking them off and seizing it. And you would be correct. It is a land grab. As a matter of fact, Agenda 21 here in the United States, okay, to push people out of these rural areas that are very mineral rich, and you also control the water rights, okay? And you take people who are an obstruction to accomplishing that goal, and you push them into the rural areas. Well, they can mine and they can control the water. You control the water, you control the earth, you control the people. Okay, that's what this is about. That's why they're seizing this land, and they're using the pretext of protecting the environment, setting up refuges, and also protecting endangered species. It's all bogus. The left side of the spectrum has been used tool to believe that they're accomplishing a goal, which is different than what this agenda is, and that is to seize the land for the mineral rights. And you mentioned uranium and other very valuable resources. You're absolutely correct. This is why the BLM has been using military force to accomplish their goals. We've already gone up against them once, and I say we, they, okay? I was involved in Bundy Ranch, all the way to, to the standoff. In this regard, in this instance, I was not involved with taking over that compound for a good reason.
Okay, I've just had.
I'm going to report on it. I'm going to report on it accurately.
I've just had Phoenix Rising from True Frequency Radio just Skype me in, and he's asking how many people are actually at the building at the moment.
Okay, I'll answer that question. There are millions of them, and there's one of them behind every blade of grass. There's one behind every blade of grass. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, and I'm going to tell you something right now, and I'll say this to everyone that's listening. My goal right now is to report the truth, okay? Is to report the truth so that we can save these good patriots' lives. All right, right now these lives. Okay, now when I say we, get a tough guy about it, the bottom line is I need to maintain, and they know this. I'm also to be an embedded reporter, okay, as well. To maintain, I'm going to be broadcast well. I'm not going to discuss the details, but we need to convey to the public worldwide how important it is. Hold on one second.
You got it.
We need to convey how important it is that communication with the guys inside this camp is important because they are strictly in a defensive posture. They don't mean harm to anyone. I'm telling you this right now. I certify this. It's not smoke and mirrors. They want what's right constitutionally. They don't want to harm anybody, and they want a peaceful resolution to this thing. But the U.S. Constitution is non-negotiable per them.
Excellent. Per myself too. Non-negotiable. It's not a non-negotiable. It isn't. It's not a negotiable contract. You kidding me?
Hey, ask Pete about the Obama. Obama said he's going to take executive legislative action by himself this coming week for gun control while we got all this stuff getting like a powder keg ready to go off. Wouldn't that be perfect for Obama? If someone fired a shot and there was a big bloodbath, and he's like, "This is exactly why we need to take regulate the guns." Blah blah blah.
Yeah, I suggest that everyone go out and buy more guns. Okay, so that way we essentially jam them up to let them know that we will defend our constitutional rights, our God-given rights, for what our founding fathers wanted. I don't care what executive action he has. I pee on it myself. Okay. I say come and take it. And we especially need guns in this instance where the federal government wants to terrorize us and come kill us and steal our land. We must defend our God-given rights. And the Second Amendment is put there in a very specific, for a very specific purpose, and it is non-negotiable, and it's the exact reason why we at least maintain a certain level of freedom. I'm standing in an area that is the second freest area in the country thanks to the Second Amendment.
Exactly.
I got a question, Eric.
Okay. Go ahead, Jeff.
This is Jeff Lehman, the field reporter. What's up, Pete? Hey, a couple of articles that I've read so far say that the FBI is descending on you guys along with the local police. Have you seen any FBI agents or any FBI in the open, like not the ones wandering around in between you guys trying to set up people? I'm talking about, have you seen anybody FBI in the crowd that's come down there along with local enforcement?
No, but if they should come, tell them to bring flowers and tell them to bring a good open line of communication and tell them to make certain that nobody is harmed in any way, shape, or form, or they will instigate something that they could have never, ever anticipated, because they will not only have to contend those that they're descending upon, they're inappropriately.
Well, that's
any harm to anyone. There's no reason to bring harm to anyone, so they can descend all they want.
They're saying that they're coming for peaceful talks, but we'll see what happens. You know how that works out.
Mars attacks.
Coming for peaceful talks in MRAP.
That's not going to include setting up barriers, okay? It's a free area. People are, seriously, they can come and go as they wish. If they start setting up barriers, I'm also going to communicate this. It's very, very important that I have my First Amendment protected as well. The press it's very, very critical that they don't put, like they did at Waco. Once they start putting roadblocks up, ladies and gentlemen, you must respond vigorously in opposition to that. What they're attempting to do is to cut off the media like they did with Waco, and they soften up the public, okay, with their propaganda machine, so that the public will accept the fact that they just killed a whole bunch of men, women, and children like they did at Waco. We're not going to let that happen this time.
No.
Not at all. Failure to defend liberty at this point makes slavery a certainty, and I'm playing some words in the background and images in the background that correlate with everything we're trying to fight for, Pete. So if you have the chance, like you have extra time, check out what I'm putting up back there, because we're fighting for the same freaking cause. We've seen this coming for a long time, and now you're making a stand. I have a question for you, Pete. I need
to make something very clear, okay? This is very important here, okay? This is very, very important. Myself, when I refer to me and we and all that stuff, okay, I want to transition here, because I have established a very, very important role, but a very specific role, okay, as a member of the media that should be able to come and go freely. Now, of course, I've always been, an activist, but I need to serve in the role of being an important independent media broadcasting outlet for the purposes of protecting these lives. Okay, I can't be saying that I'm taking a stand, or I even, if you don't mind, can we transition to what happened yesterday?
Absolutely.
Okay, I'm going to say this publicly. I did not know. I knew nothing. I only knew of surprises. I think I told you that. I said, be prepared for surprises.
Oh, you did? Yes.
Now,
Lots of them.
I thought, and I was hoping, and I trusted that the Hammond family was going to come out on the front porch, and they were going to say, we're going to take a stand, let's surround the house, and let's protect these people. That's what I thought was going to happen. Long story short, and we can go into the details, you can ask me questions. Long story short, I was then asked at the front porch, and because of my scale being called off.
Yes.
Asked at the tap, I found out that we were going to, the way it was put to me was that we were going to go seize a federal building. And I said, not only no, and if you don't mind me using profanity, this is exactly what I said. Not only no, but fuck no. I said, I'm not going to participate in that. Don't do building. What's that?
Oh, that was Jeff just laughing.
Love you, Pete. Dude, I love you, bro.
They needed to know. They needed to know. Now I said this to Captain O'Shaughnessy, okay? I told him I don't do that. I don't see, federal buildings. I said, is that even unconscionable? I said, I don't even know what this building is. Is it part of the Constitution? Is it one of those needful buildings in Article 1, Section 8, Paragraph 17? I said, I don't do that. I said, no, I'm lawful, I'm constitutional, and I'm strictly defensive, and that's what I participate in, is a defensive constitutional uprising, restoration of our constitutional republic. I will lay my life on the line for that, not for some stupid building. So I did not go in with them, but I didn't know what was going on until now. It took me literally almost 24 hours to figure out everything that's going on. All right, now, do I agree with the tactics? You know what? That's secondary to the following. I didn't yesterday. I opted out, and I had to find out more information. Based on the information I had, I decided not to go in. Okay, and I'm very good with that. And I also told all the guys that I was upset. But guess what? For operational security reasons, there are even Lavoy Finicum. Yeah, I think you know who he is. He's a rancher, big rancher, right?
Right.
You may know what the plan was. Very few people knew exactly what the plan was, okay? But I'm going to tell them learning more about it, whether or not the tactics were right or wrong, okay? Doesn't matter. Guess what? If they trespassed, okay, they haven't harmed any building. Okay? I personally went there. I heard the museum was burned down. No museum was burned down. No property was damaged. If they get trespassing, it doesn't require the FBI descending on a bunch of trespassers, okay? If you guys want to know something, your taxpayer dollars are being pissed away out the window because some guys trespassed and they had guns, God forbid, to defend themselves for what? the federal government coming to kill them. That's what I God. You know what? Guess what they're running around with right now? 1 million of them right now that are running around enjoying the freedom of that land there.
As they should.
There's a million. They're hiding behind every blade of grass there. I just want to add that.
Yep, I'm behind one of those blades. And Pete, I pulled up an article from KIN 6 News in Portland, Oregon, where it reports federal officials flew into the state on Sunday to take control of the situation in Burns, where around 20 armed militants seized control of a building. They couldn't even get that right. At the Malhar.
20?
Yeah. So
they don't have those numbers. CBS was reporting that they were all white people. They've never even seen how many people are out there. Nobody has any idea how many people need to consider the fact that if there was one person and they're harmed, there's going to be millions of people that will be outraged by that outside of the compound.
Yeah, which leads into my question when I was talking to some of the militia groups, like the Ohio 3%ers and the Michigan militia, they're waiting and watching. And my stance might be different than yours, but I said, what are they waiting for? We're waiting for somebody to be shot and get out there, and they're.
This is what I'll say, okay? Whatever everyone needs to decide to do, okay? I don't care who you are, what your thoughts are, and I even expressed. Are you there?
Oh yeah.
Okay, I had a beep. I don't care what your opinion is, or who you are, or what you're about, or it doesn't matter. If you're a patriot, you will care about the souls. If it's one of them, if it's 1 million of them, the souls that are at that camp right now. You're already hearing the FBI descending, and the National Guard has been activated, and blah, 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 blah. Well, guess what? I wonder why we have a Second Amendment. To defend ourselves from that. There's no reason to go in and kill these guys. None whatsoever. If you're a patriot, you will be outraged by that, and I believe in process of law. I believe that these men need to be respected. They need to be treated as patriots, and the true terrorist is the federal government. The federal government terrorists have descended. Is that what you're telling me?
That's exactly it. What would you say to these militias that are waiting to go out there? I mean, the least they could do is send a few guys from each militia group from around the country to represent. 5, 10, because they have a semi good point, Pete. They said that if they send everybody out there, then there's nobody left to defend the states. And I said, well, you know what? That's why we have the right to bear arms.
Okay, if they sent 1 million FBI agents to descend upon this ranch, okay, to this compound, the wildlife refuge. But yeah, if they sent 1 million FBI agents, okay, to go take care of the 1 million patriots that are on the ground there hiding behind each blade of grass, there'll be 30 million patriots that will respond to an outrageous overreaction by a federal government that refuses to recognize the U.S. Constitution. There's a constitutional restoration going on here. This is the second area in the country. If the federal government doesn't want that, okay, then they need to use a course of action other than trying to kill people to silence them. That's not how we do things in the United States of America. Okay? We want to peacefully. The U.S. Constitution is non-negotiable, and you're not going to kill patriots. Now, here's what I say to the militia. You think about that as an individual. I don't care what group. I don't go by groups. I'm the group of Pete Santilli, okay? You make up your own mind, okay? You got Stuart Rhodes blowing smoke up your butt because he won't be able to collect $35 in his membership dues. You piss on your freaking membership card, and you get your butt out here because you're an oath keeper, a real oath keeper that doesn't need to carry a card. Stuart Rhodes, okay, I'm going to tell you right now, Stuart Rhodes is a pussy. He's a pussy. He's a freaking fat pussy who was banging hookers in Las Vegas during Bundy Ranch. Okay, that's what he is. He was calling people off the X when the drone strikes were coming. What we need are real men in America that are really willing to be true American oath keepers. Real oath keepers that say, you know what, you're not going to harm anyone, even if they committed a crime. If they committed felony, I don't know if they have. If they committed felony, Do we give the death penalty for the commission of a felony?
No.
We don't. These men deserve respect. These men will not fire a shot unless fired upon. Okay? And the U.S. Constitution is non-negotiable. Let the negotiation begin. Let's begin with Article 1, Section 8, Paragraph 17. Let's get past that one, right? I say less. As an American populace, as a militia, everyone needs to focus on that. Don't spin off onto a tangent about what's going on Twitter and Facebook, because they got you guys with your heads so far tucked away that you're not paying attention to the U.S. Constitution. Okay? Sound fair?
Sounds fair.
Hey, Eric.
Yes, sir.
Me and Mike talked about this. Can we get them to stop calling this a federal building and start calling it a wildlife preserve down there? Because every time we hear somebody talk about it, they call it a federal building, and it sounds like you've taken over some armed active federal building, and it's not true.
Right.
Yeah, now, was I referring to it as federal building?
No, it's been on all the
I don't think it.
through.
What was I saying about Stuart Rhodes being is a Yale graduate lawyer and Yale being the home of Skull and Bones?
Federal buildings. I didn't like that, but you know what? They have. That's what this is about. This is not about seizing federal building. Okay, that's not what it's about. And I heard this directly from the guys on the ground, and I also referring to. Okay, this isn't about seizing federal building. As a matter of fact, the federal government. I'm not going to speak on behalf of the guys at the compound, but they couldn't care less about those buildings. They will protect them probably better than the people that work for the federal government. They'll protect it better. But you can come get your buildings. You know, they're not going to harm them. They're completely intact. They're probably spick and span clean. Nothing's been vandalized. This is not about federal buildings. Okay?
Excellent. So we have your stance on the militias. They should get their button gear, get out there. You know, when people say, why make a stand here? Why not? Why not? What better place, or why not? When would you like to do it? When would you like to set up the perfect scenario to do this?
Yeah, that's right. You know what you need to do? Okay, here's how you make your decision. You turn off your effing computer. You turn off your computer. And you turn off your cell phone. And you get down on your knees. You say, God, I don't want anything to happen to these people, to these souls. What do I do? What do I do? How do I respond to this? I don't want these people to be harmed, okay? How do I respond to this appropriately? How do I respond to it appropriately? And that's how you come to your decision. You don't listen to Montel Williams. You don't listen to Bernie Sanders. Definitely not. You don't listen to whoever it is that's out there. CBS News said it's all a bunch of white guys. Well, first of all, I have been in the compound. I haven't even seen everybody. I haven't gotten a head count. I don't know what the racial makeup is of the people there. And I was there. CBS News, guess what else? I confronted CBS News, the cameraman. I said, how many white people did you see in there? He goes, oh, I only saw like 2 or 3 people. I said, why are you guys putting it out there that it's all white people that are involved? You have no clue where everybody is, what they're doing, and what their racial makeup is. Okay, so set all of that crap aside and get on your knees, deep thought and prayer, and you reach deep down in your soul and you say, I live in the United States of America. I ever allow my fellow Americans, even if they made a mistake, to be mowed down by a federal government. That's what's about to happen here. And you need to decide quickly how you're going to respond to it as an individual. F your groups. Okay? We are a group of coalition of like-minded individuals. And you bring your conscience and your soul and your belief in God to the table. And you make your determination and your decision based on that and that alone. And you don't even go by what I'm telling you. You just listen, put it in your soul, and you make your own decision. Now, I've already made my decision as to what I want to do, what I want my role to be. I could never, ever, ever, even after yesterday, when I pulled the plug on going in there to take, quote unquote, as I understood it, I will never turn my back on these guys. I love these guys. These guys, listen to me. Listen to me closely. Okay? I love these guys with all my heart. These are our nation's greatest patriots. Do you understand that?
I do.
Understand that?
I do. I think.
Yep.
Every member of every militia, your stand down orders, your fucking conference calls, and all your bullshit Stewart Rhodes membership card bull crap. We have lives at stake here. Do you understand that? Do you understand that? People are going to be effing killed. We have women in there. We have children in there. We have patriots. We have some of the most beautiful patriots on the face of the planet in that place. And the federal government wants to mow them down like they're a bunch of Waco freaking wingnuts.
Yeah, that's the same thing I've been saying. I'm so sick of watching people talk about it and say, well, we're just going to wait and see. Wait and see. Wait and see. What kind of bullshit is that?
You know what? Infowars.com is the wait and see site. Go there, click on that, buy boner medicine, and get a freaking, get a bunch of news articles about tiny solar panels, like what happened at Bundy Ranch.
You know what, Pete?
Okay?
I was on Joe Biggs' page giving him peace of my mind and telling him, what the hell are you doing? Why aren't you out there standing with your brothers as a former veteran? He said he was busy hunting and that nobody, and I quote, works harder than him. And I said, really? Because Pete Santilli didn't fly out there to stand with these people in the freezing freaking cold, and you're sitting on your ass doing nothing. Well, guess who's on his way out there now?
You know what? And this is what I'll say. This is what we need. We need boots on the ground, okay? Joe Biggs, he brings boots on the ground, and he communicates the right message about how urgent this thing is, okay? And we bring awareness to this, and we tell the truth about what's happening here. I'm all for it, and I will stay clear of him, okay?
Sure.
And I'm not going to pull back. I'm talking about the consumers of information. If you want to wait and see, go to Infowars.com and go watch free.
And you've never knocked him, Pete. I've listened to you. You've never knocked Joe Biggs.
No, I love Joe Biggs.
Right.
I do.
I mean, I do, but I was pissed at him last night for not being out there. So I'm glad he got up and decided to come.
Yeah, actually, this is an event that requires Alex Jones' freaking voice. Alex Jones needs to get out here and figure out what's going on the ground and report it accurately. Because when he does, there will be millions of people out here. Do you understand that?
Have you seen how he's spinning it, Pete?
I have not. I don't care.
Okay.
I really don't. I don't care. That's for the wait and see people. Wait and see people.
Yes.
Spin from Alex Jones. Go buy freaking boner medicine too.
Yeah, just like they were busy supporting those people slapping dildos around while you guys were running your active shooter drill.
So what I want you to do, if you're a patriot that's doing wait and see stuff, you're a so-called patriot, and you're subscribing to, Infowars.com, Babel, whatever his spin is. He's out on the ground out here. He doesn't know what's going on. So whatever the spin is, based on secondhand information. If you're out there and you got a bunch of free time on your hands that you're not out here, go also research where that cop is that was murdered or assassinated or whatever, some bogus thing that he put out there to whip up a firestorm. It's a bullshit story. He's the Brian Williams of independent media. Okay?
I agree.
Too, by the way, that's Alex Jones needs to get he needs to get his butt out here, and then I'll keep my mouth shut. Until he gets out here, all bets are off. He can go bang freaking Leanne McAdoo, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, hopefully we'll get off his butt and go out there. And I've even put it out there many times that, regardless of whatever issues you two had, right now, I know Pete, and I know that if he got out there and these guys were standing with you, that you'd put everything aside to fight for the greater good.
Absolutely. And, again, I'm going to say this. My role is as an independent media journalist. I'm not in Arizona stumping for Trump, okay?
Right.
I'm right out here as a journalist conveying the truth about what I know this issue is about. It's not about federal buildings. Even if, and they're innocent until proven guilty. I don't know what crimes have been committed, if any. Okay. By the way, they didn't break the plaintiff. There's no trespassing time. The facility was wide open. The doors were unlocked. They have it all very well documented. I haven't heard of anybody breaking any laws. Did you know that?
I didn't see any laws broken either. I'm glad you brought that up too. That's important to get out there.
Yeah, but you know what they're doing? They're in there saying, hey, we're here, we're going to take a stand. This is going to be the beautiful backdrop, beautiful country, okay? And you should see the facilities that the federal government gets to, live in the lap of luxury. Dude, they got freaking big screen TVs in there. They got heaters, they got SUVs, they got trucks, they got refuelers, they got a gym. They're living just off of they're sponging off of the taxpayers. And guess what? That's going to backdrop for their stand on the U.S. Constitution being non-negotiable. Okay? Now, the guns are secondary. They have to defend themselves. We've already heard you guys tell me that the federal government's descending on the Federal Bureau of freaking go. It's coming.
Yeah. Lori, you there? Yeah, let me unmute your mic for you. Lori, you had a question?
You know what? I could literally, you guys need to stop me with questions because I'll freaking go for 3 hours straight on everything that I know about these beautiful people that are there.
I got time.
Hey, Pete, it's Lori. Hey, Pete, it's Lori Alexander. How you doing?
What's up, Lori? How are you?
I'm great. How are you, hon? Listen, a lot of people have contacted me today, wondering they can't make it out there, but they want to know where to send money, or they want to know where to send care packages to you guys. Do we have an address where I can give?
You gave it earlier, but go ahead and give it again, Pete.
All right. Here's the deal. I need to get this out. You guys listen to me, okay? I need support we need support of our listeners, okay? You guys know that. I haven't even been pushing fundraising. We literally have, what we've been doing? We've been taking our reserves as well, getting extra hotel rooms for people. We've been buying extra food. We've been buying meals and stuff like that. So we will have, if you guys sent us $1 million, it'll be spent here, okay? It doesn't matter. It will go towards this cause. You can go to thePeteSantilliShow.com/donate, okay, and find many different ways to donate. We need contributions from all of our listeners to help support this thing. We will buy supply. We're buying supplies. We're doing that ourselves. We're not complaining about it. We're just freaking doing it, okay? We bought boxes of freaking hand warmers and foot warmers. I mean, these are the types of supplies, and we're doing it on an as-needed basis. Go to PayPal. You can go to Peter@PeterSantilli.com, and this is the main reason why I want people to contribute. You can't make it, okay? This is where we show that we the people come together. We support this mission. This message is not brought to you by Cialis, okay? It's not brought to you by Viagra. I don't have major corporate sponsors. My sponsors are our listeners. Our listeners are the sponsors of this truthful message that I'm going to be bringing to you about what's happening to these good, beautiful patriots that are on the inside right now. These guys are literally taking a stand for each and every one of our behalves. You guys, do you understand that?
I do. Is Michael Emery was supposed to call in tonight. I was wondering if maybe he was with you.
Hold on a second.
Okay.
Michael Emery, where'd he go? He just stepped away. He was just sitting right here. He's with me.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, Michael Emery is right here. He should be coming back in any second. Okay. Well, have you had enough of me? You want to kick me off?
No, not at all. You know what? Mike was just saying we're here. We'll be on all night with you if you want. Because, again, there's nothing more important now. And it's time to make a stand now. Not later. Why later? What are we waiting for? We're being bombed every day by chemtrails still. Those aren't stopping.
Here's the stand, okay? And let me clarify this. This is the most important. If anybody wants incentive, okay, to say, well, because to make a stand or for me to inspire people, let's go kick butt, blah, 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 blah. You know what? The butt's already been kicked. You know that, right? It's already been done. That area has been seized, okay, constitutionally, okay? I say seized, okay? Let's not worry about the wars occupied or, any of that stuff. But it has been restored back to the people of Harney County and has been restored back to, okay? That's a beautiful day as far as I'm concerned constitutionally. How they went about it, that's secondary. This is what I want to inspire everyone to focus on. And one thing and one thing only. We now have a large number of patriots that are about to be slaughtered by the federal government. And we will never let that stand. We will never let that stand. Never, ever let that stand in the United States of America. Ever. That is where we're going to. We will stand and fight and kick and scream and absolutely insist that you never harm one of us speaking up for the U.S. Constitution. Ever. Ever.
Which is why I think it's important to get numbers out there, because the larger your numbers, the less chance there is of that happening.
We have on the outside of that gate more news media than patriots.
That's ridiculous.
We have more, and you know what? Here's the deal. You make your own determination. Anyone in the Pacific Northwest, okay? You make up your own mind. Will you let good, beautiful patriots who are standing up for all of our rights get mowed down by the federal government? Will you let that happen? Will you let that happen during your lifetime?
Not during my lifetime.
And I'm not under my anyone on the phone with me right now. Lord, do you think I'm over-sensationalizing?
Got to teach you how to use the mute button. I got to teach you.
Eric, do you think I'm overblowing this? Because if you think I am, let me kick it up a notch.
Pete, I didn't think you were overblowing it when you told me you were on the way out there. I don't think you're overblowing it one bit, and I think that a lot of people, and especially mainstream media, but even people who claim to speak the truth are minimizing this, Pete, and it's ridiculous. And I told them if something happens, if there's shots fired out there, if somebody's killed or many of you are killed, I'm on the second wave out there. I'm going to plane that day, and there'll be a third wave, a fourth wave, and a fifth wave, and we won't stop coming.
Yeah, the first sign, here it is, the first report that I put out there, okay, and this is your go moment, and I mean go, okay, is if they start putting roadblocks up and pushing people out. Once that starts happening, that means that a bunch of patriots are getting ready to be slaughtered by the federal government.
Okay,
there's no reason to put did you know that there's no roadblocks now? People are coming and going freely. There's no tyranny right now.
Any other signs?
In the country.
Are there any other? I'm glad you're putting that out there too. What we need to look for? Any other signs that we need to look for that something really bad is about to occur?
Let's just focus on that one. We don't want that to happen. We're going to negotiate our way. I need to be able to come and go freely. I don't want to be roadblocked out like they did at Waco. Okay. Hey, we need to get going now because I need to move to a different location right now. Okay.
Okay.
I need to move to a different location for everything's safe. I just need to, you know what they say, keep moving, right?
Absolutely. Are you going to have to get off the phone?
How long are you guys going to stay on?
You tell us. We'll stay on as long as you need.
Okay. You know what? I'm probably a good, hour out from getting back to you anyway. So you guys do what you need to do, and if I call back in and you're there, that's great. If not, listen, I'm gonna also do some more live streaming. Okay, give you guys updates. Now, listen, here's another thing. There have been mega roadblocks with my YouTube live stream. Livestream.com has been working pretty well. Okay.
I saw that today.
Live stream. I'm also going to. We're going to be gearing up here, okay? I will also try my best to take the live stream broadcast and put it on the 24/7 chat. Right now that chat room is going. We need lots of good patriots in that chat room, and we need to convey this important information. I'm going to be relaying in a media capacity, independent media capacity, from on the ground, and just continuously report. The go move, okay, for you to get to your knees and pray is if they start putting roadblocks up. Okay? There's no reason to put roadblocks up. None. Law enforcement hasn't even contacted them to determine whether or not they're a hazard to society. They would say, no, we're not. Come on over. Let's have a barbecue. Seriously, if you sent 5 sheriffs over there, you could literally walk in there and sit down and have freaking hot dogs. I'm not even joking.
Exactly.
Reason to bring the heavy hand of tyranny to this compound or this area. There's no reason for roadblocks unless you intend to do something very nefarious. Okay?
Okay.
Well, I will get back to you guys. And I'm sorry I'm so long-winded and very passionate, but
much love.
1 second. Like,
the only thing I wanted to tell you, Pete, because I know you got to go, is I want to give props to you and to Deb and to all the moderators that are moderating that chat room. When we did your live streaming commentary yesterday, and we went for 12 hours before we got shut down, there was a lot of people, man. You got a lot of people doing good things over here. These moderators are absolutely amazing. I just wanted to let you know that.
yeah, man, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now, we're going to kick it up. I'm trying to save bandwidth, and we're also trying to get me so that I can stream 24/7. That's what I'm working towards. But just be patient until I get there. Once I get it going, we'll be okay.
Yeah, and find your way over to that chat room, the E-Militia, and 24/7 live stream on the Pete Santilli channel, which I also saw was awesome. If we don't hear from you again tonight, Pete, we're back on tomorrow at 10. And tell Michael tomorrow we'll get him on the phone again, because I think Michael Emery is just a great patriot.
He'll be with me tomorrow. He'll be with me tomorrow too. We're in the trenches here. Michael's with me. I love Michael with all my heart. And he's a true patriot as well.
I told you about that, isn't he?
Have a great night, Semper Fi. God bless America.
God bless America, Semper Fi, Pete.
Semper Fi. Later. Good night.
Isn't that awesome to get the real deal, the real information, rather than have to cruise around the net and try to decipher what's true and what's not? So much bullshit out there right now.
Hey guys, I just got on. I just sent him $25 out of my PayPal. Anybody's listening to that, man? I know Pete could use some help. So anybody can afford to, man, send him some money.
Yeah.
Then he can buy food. Then he can buy stuff he needs. But I mean, we got to back him up for sure. So I just sent $25. I sent him $25 about a week ago.
Yeah.
We all got to give each other a hand up, and he needs a hand up right now. So for sure, if anybody can send him anything, just do it.
I'm gonna do the same thing tomorrow, man. I'm doing the same thing, man. I mean, how many people realistically blow $25 in a week?
Oh yeah, I got to work, so I'll take some of that and I'll send it to him. He's going there instead of me right this second. But I might be there next week. You never know.
Right. Right. But
Awesome.
awesome. It was absolutely awesome to hear from him, because you actually get, being patient is something that I think is a good idea, because the amount, like Lori and I were talking about earlier, man, holy shit, the propaganda. One of them was even that Obama was going or sending an executive order to go and take out Oregon. Like, what the fuck? It's amazing. The RT network is shitting all over us. The BBC, of course, surprise, surprise, is shitting all over us with these articles. Like, RT to me is, the more I watch them, the more I go, these guys are fucking scum too. All they did was
sold out. They had some good stuff for a while, for years. They had good stuff. I haven't seen it forever. I don't watch any of that anymore.
When I read an article from RT that starts out describing this event as an occupation by right-wing white domestic terrorists, now I have a fucking problem.
Yeah.
Hey, we got a call from Oregon, guys. I think that's probably one we should take, huh?
Yeah.
Hello, you're live on Spitfire in the Sentinel.
Yeah, this is Brandon from the state of Jefferson.
Hey, Brandon, how you doing tonight?
Oh, I'm doing all right.
How's it going, Brandon?
I was listening to your show earlier when Pete was on, and I was telling one of you guys, I'm really horrible with names, but I was telling one of you guys that according to the school district website for Burns, they're not due to go back to school until the 11th this month. And they also made some changes on the sheriff webpage as far as the contact information for the sheriff and the deputies. So I don't know. It must have been a bunch of calls to that Deputy Jenkins regarding his.
Oh yeah, I made one of those. So did my partner Mike Soror. I think he's the one you spoke with.
Yeah, well, Brandon was the one that got a hold of us yesterday to give us the name of.
Oh,
yes. I'm gonna tell you another thing. You know, I did say the moderators too, but guys like Brandon's been texting me. We've talked. This guy is really keeping us informed as well, man. And we extremely appreciate it, man, because we're not there right now. You know what I mean? So it's huge. And we appreciate you doing what you're doing and passing along information to us.
Yeah, I had a few other topics here I wanted to convey to you. If you guys from out of state actually want to carry concealed in the state of Oregon, according to Oregon Revised Statute 166.250, if you have a hunting license or a fishing license, or if you are part of a shooting organization going to and from a shooting event, you can carry concealed without a license for the state of Oregon. So, if you wanted to put together a Liberty or a Freedom shooting club, and maybe have shoots on a daily basis, you would be technically within the law to carry a sidearm concealed in the state of Oregon.
Excellent. Excellent. Yeah, you got to call him more often, Brandon.
Well, it's been kind of hard getting the information to you guys because I think I'm still silenced in the Peace and Kelly chat room, but I'm hoping that will change here pretty soon. Fish and Wildlife Service, and
Brandon, what's your name or your screen name, by the way, for that chat room?
It's Beretta961.
Okay. Yeah, I mean they do have excellent moderators. They are quick to ban people who they think might be trolls, and they have so many right now in there. It's ridiculous, but I don't see any reason why.
We'll pass the word.
No.
We'll pass the word over to them, man. They were getting bombarded yesterday, man, moderating like thousands of people at once.
1,600 at one point.
Yeah. Anyway, so I went to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service for that site, and they have a little icon there that states that there's an alert for that site because it was taken over by armed individuals. And I provided the number to that site to one of you guys yesterday, I believe it was, and the contact number and the address for that site has been stricken from the website.
Oh God.
So
was there?
I believe he gave it. I believe he gave it to me, and when I go through the messages, we'll be sure to post it.
Yeah. Was there ever any confirmation about the BLM/Sheriff Jenkins?
I'm sorry, what's that?
I know when we called, they wouldn't tell us whether he was BLM Jenkins, whether he was BLM and Sheriff. They wouldn't tell us, which of course tells us he is, because they would just say, no, he's not, and the problem would go away. So, I mean, they answered our question by not answering, in my opinion.
Yeah, from my understanding, you're from Michigan, is that correct?
What was that?
Yeah, you're from Michigan, is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah. See, one thing you have to understand about Oregon, and I've lived in Oregon most of my life, is further east, and I think Michigan is one of those states, you have a federal division of government, you have a state division of government, then you have township divisions, and then like a city or municipal division as well within the governmental framework. And out here in the West, we're lacking very often the township division in that. And that's one of the reasons why up until recent years, Oregon has remained a fairly free state despite the liberal flavor that we have to deal with from Salem and Portland, Eugene too. But anyway, Sheriff Ward is or has been a very conservative sheriff, but it appears that he's reluctant to take on the feds in any way whatsoever, which of course makes him unsuitable for his office. And on normal day-to-day sheriff duties, I'm sure he's probably fine, but I don't think he was counting on this thing blowing up in his face and becoming such a national, situation.
Well, sure, and he also told Pete, remember, that he backed them 97%, but he would shoot them over the other 3% if he had to. Remember that conversation with Pete?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, so pretty interesting there too.
I also wanted to point out that the buildings on that site are very much federal buildings insofar that the feds actually claimed them, and apparently they used federal revenue dollars to produce those buildings. But of course, it's not like the Murrah building down in Oklahoma City. It's not a post office or an office for social services or anything of that nature. So when these guys are saying that it's a federal building, I guess technically it's correct, but I think you guys are right in. Did I lose you guys?
No, we're still here.
Oh, okay. I heard a tone, so I thought maybe I was disconnected. Anyway, insofar as the feds claim it and they paid for it, it's a federal building, but it's not quite the same thing. And it appears that the mainstream media is really using that, to add a little bit of extra bias to the situation, in the articles.
Oh, sure, man. Everything's federal. It's like being used like the word terrorist is being used. Nobody reads the words wildlife. They hear federal building, and that's all they hear. They don't. You could put wildlife 100 times in front of federal, and they won't hear until it's federal.
They're associating federal building with the Oklahoma City things. That's what they said over and over. The federal building, the federal building, the federal building. Bomber. Militia. Now they're just doing the same crap over again.
Right. Yeah. Well, anyway, I think those are the greatest hits as far as what I wanted to convey to you guys. And I've been checking out a lot of online resources to see what kind of disinformation in the area, because being an Oregon native, I think I take a lot of things for granted. I have to really dig deep to mine for information that might be useful to people from out of state. I'm sure a lot of people over there right now are probably just amazed at how wide and open that county is, aside from Burns. Because there's almost nothing there aside from Burns. And it's so remote and such a high elevation. It's based in rangeland from the Cascade Range all the way to the Wasatch Range in Utah. So it's just some really rugged, hostile terrain at times, especially this time of year with the temperatures. So I would say anybody that wants to go out there, you need to make sure your ducks are in a row, and you need to make sure that you are fully equipped, for cold weather and everything. And also one other thing, if there are no roadblocks up right now, there should be a really big push to bring supplies into those guys. I'm not sure if I would have made the same decision they made, but it's done with the bed is made, and now they have to sleep in it. And I think if anybody really wants to support them, I think it really will take more than just little care packages, because I think they need to stock up for the long haul.
To where though? We need an address.
Well, Pete gave us the address a couple times.
Oh, did you? Okay. Well,
Yep,
shoot it over to me. I'll send him some stuff.
Sure will.
Send
Okay,
some
I think
books.
that's all I have for you guys today. So, it was nice talking to you, and I guess I'll catch you later.
You too. Thanks again, Brandon, and stay close and call into the show anytime.
Yep, you can keep in contact with me day or night, Brandon. Give me a call, text, whatever you got to do, man. I'll give you my Facebook information and stuff too.
Oh, well, I've made it a point not to use Facebook, honestly.
Oh, bless you. If we didn't have a show to push, believe me, if we didn't have a show to push, we wouldn't have it either.
Yep. Damn sure.
Right.
Take care, Brandon.
Okay.
Do you have that
Nice
address?
caller.
You have that address offhand, brother, to pass out? I want to write it down right this second.
I did not write it down on a sheet of paper as he was talking, but he announced it twice during his broadcast, and I'll go back and write it down. In fact, and I'll put a link underneath the show on how you can
I might
donate.
even have it in the messages. I might even have it in the the donating. Okay.
PeteSantilli.com/donate.
Yeah. Yep.
Nice.
Excellent. Of course, that they'll spin it as, oh, he's just doing it for ratings. Oh, he's just doing it for money.
Yeah. Always
for money. Yeah, Rebecca Ralph is doing it for money.
Does anybody listen to Pete talk from the heart tonight? And if they still want to say that about him, they can go to hell.
Right.
Yeah.
Hey, besides, we're the ones that are making money off Rebecca Roth, I thought.
Oh, yeah.
Did you get your check yet? I still haven't gotten mine.
For my check. What the hell?
Yeah. Yeah, I haven't seen anything yet. I don't know. Maybe it got stuck in the mail somewhere.
Right, the check got canceled, bro.
Yeah, it bounced right along with their identity.
That's funny.
The whole R&R, baby. The whole R&R.
Yeah.
What's
Well,
Robbie
guys,
D saying?
Yeah, put that up to the screen again, Robbie D.
I can't hear him now. Unmute, mate.
Yeah, Robbie D.
Yes.
There you go.
I got the free book, but where's the 3 cans of corned beef you promised me, man? I'm starving. Hey, this is Infowars.com. We're not here right now. We're investigating multiple assassination attempts, one possibly by Hong Kong Fooey. We'll get back to you.
Exactly.
Oh, shit.
Well, any closing thoughts, guys?
Yes, I'll start real quick. It's going to be wonderful to get some sleep after hearing that everybody's safe and doing well in Oregon. I've been up 3 nights. I'm going to sleep tonight.
Yay.
I'll probably wake up right before we go on tomorrow night. No, it's been an awesome show, man. Seriously, you guys are a great panel. We're kicking fucking ass and taking names. I'm gonna get working on an article tomorrow about what we covered on the show tonight, what we've learned, and you can find that on my WordPress as well, man.
Sweet.
So, nice job.
Is there an address for that WordPress, bro?
Let me look real quick. You go ahead, and I'll give you the address. I can't even remember. Isn't that sad?
Jeff, you got any clothing? Jeff Lehman, any closing thoughts? Any false flags coming about anytime soon now? Jeff's always on the false flags within 15 minutes. What I think is going to happen, Jeff, I think that because of what's going on in Oregon, it is growing, that a false flag is imminent to take the eyes off of that event and put it somewhere else. Isn't that what they usually do? They don't want you looking over here, they direct you over there. So I'm looking for one.
Or it'll turn into a false flag.
Yeah, right.
We just read from InfoWars, live from InfoWars. They got drones over top of them right now, surveilling everything that's going on. And between that and some of the other stuff that I've seen with the Obama gun grab bill tomorrow, it should be real interesting how many people rise up in this country tomorrow when they see this idiot step out and try and talk about grabbing people's guns when we have, and I'm sure he's going to try and push some of this onto that. But when it all comes down to it, the news is just so overly whelmed with the year of 2015 and the new garbage. They're covering up all the things that are getting ready to take place in the next 24 hours.
Absolutely. Real quick, man, it's sororstrikesback.wordpress.com.
That's on Facebook too, right? Soror Strikes Back, right?
Yep, that's also a Facebook page, Soror Strikes Back.
I got that one. Wow, I got that one on my radar for sure.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for you to plug something on that book, man, so I can send people your way.
I know.
for that book.
It's written. I got it wrote down. It's
It's
drop
in my
a link
notes.
I got right here. Drop a link off on Mike Soror's page.
Dude, nobody looks at yellow Post-its. Come on, man.
Oh, you should see my desk. It's covered.
What are you talking
I
about?
wrote those books. All those books were written on yellow Post-its, I swear.
I got all my notes written on like the back of magazines and all kinds of shit, man. I'm like the real Slim Shady. I just write what on shit I got.
Yes.
I am the
you like writing like R&R?
Yeah. I told you, man, stay tuned because within a month there's going to be a very new drama released for everybody called Our Lives with Rebecca.
Oh dear. Well, while we're on the show, we got Phoenix Rising. He's on Skype from True Frequency Radio, and he made a very good point about Stuart Rhodes being a Yale graduate lawyer, and not to forget that Yale is the home of Skull and Bones. Yeah, right. Let's not forget that. Yeah. It's my closing thoughts really is that, you know, being in the UK, watching this as an outsider, for all the patriots and everybody out there, from all walks of life, all different creeds and colours and that, just remember, right, yeah, you got the right to bear arms for a reason, yeah. If they take your guns, the only thing you're going to have left to defend yourself is your bare arms, all right? Just remember that, yeah, when you're sitting at home thinking about what to do. It's not about violence, so it's about standing up for your rights, because once they take them, that's it. You're done.
That's it, bro.
I just want to tell everybody. I just want to tell everybody out there that if you're getting, just please don't get your information on this event off the internet or off of shoddy alternative media. The disinfo that's being put out there is being put out there to discredit and demonize the peaceful people that are there. And these people just want what is rightfully theirs and to do what they want to do in peace without the harassment by the federal government or the BLM.
Absolutely.
Well put. You know what, guys? We got so much information from Pete. There was the main question I wanted to ask him, and I think the main question that people are looking for, we missed, is that the Hammonds are supposed to report for prison tomorrow.
Yes.
And what the situation is with that. So before we go off air, I'm going to try to see if we can get Pete one more time, because I think that's an important question that everybody wants to know.
Yeah, because all the latest reports that are coming out on every single news article, they're saying that they are going to peacefully turn themselves in.
Right.
Actually, one of something I just read a little while ago, a couple hours ago, said that one was already on their way to turn themselves in.
All right, let's hope he picks up so we can find this one out.
If I drop off, I passed out.
Okay.
Somebody give that guy a blanket and a pillow.
Be like this for the 24-hour broadcast. What?
If I don't get in touch with him now, I'm going to make sure I blow his phone up until I find out. And if there's anybody out there in the militia or that's close with Pete, in fact, I'll give Michael Emery a call too, and I'll find out what's up, and we'll put something up about what the situation is. I assume because the Hammonds have said they're going to turn themselves in, that they're going to go forward with that, but who knows what's going to happen.
I'm assuming Spitfire Sentinel is going to be a week-long special then.
We got one more call coming in. Let's from Nevada. Hello, you're live on Spitfire and the Sentinel.
Wrong number.
Yeah, it was from freaking Las Vegas, Nevada. So they're probably an accident out there trying to.
It's from FedEx. They want to know why they've been in the news so much.
Anyway, stay tuned, guys. Stay tuned. Check back here a little later, and I'll do a short little commentary on. Oh, they left a message. Well, let's listen. Curious.
God, I hope it ain't one of those. This is right.
Oh, here we go.
Are you taking live calls, Spitfire Sentinel? This is Samizdat in Nevada calling.
Let's call him back.
Yeah.
Get him on the phone.
Where's Quentin Tarantino when you need him?
You guys see what I'm
This is Eric Spitfire Wilkinson. You called in. We're giving you a ring back.
Good, yes. This is a real call. I just got an answering machine. I didn't get a live human being.
Sure. I just missed it by a hair. What are you thinking tonight?
I'm having trouble holding down my dinner because I tuned in a live broadcast on RBN a little while ago, maybe an hour or so, and the guy there was crying about how the folks in the Malheur Wildlife Refuge were making the wrong move, that he smelled Waco all over again, and I'm wondering, well, what's that armchair quarterback going to do? Why is he sitting there crying about the people who are out in the field, in the arena, risking their lives for an ideal, for reclaiming this country, reclaiming our country and our Constitution?
Preach it, brother. I've been saying the same thing. Absolutely. And again, I can understand why the militias wouldn't want to send every single person out there, because their duty is to guard the state also. But they can send representatives from each state, at the very least. There should be at least 5 or 10 representatives from each militia, from each state, out there right now.
God bless Pete Van Tilly. God bless the Hammonds. God bless the folks, the Bundys that are there. I may not win any friends here, but God bless Alex Jones. He's sending staff something to Joe Biggs, who's a veteran of Iraq and knows what he's doing, knows what he's talking about. He's going to help out there on the ground at Malheur Refuge.
I'm glad to see he's going. I was on his page last night asking him why he wasn't. So I'm glad he is.
Going there. All right. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
God bless you.
God bless. Frickin' he was spot on until right at the end.
Did you catch real quick? And I know what Jeff's going to show here, but did you catch I think I talked to Lori about it earlier. Who was the guy on the Oath Keepers talk show today that said that everybody that's in that compound right now are nothing but pothead, basically pothead losers just looking to start a war for no reason?
Which one? There's so many people. There's so many that came out and said that. It was tough to keep track of them.
I just once again talk about getting your heart broke, because I had a lot of respect for the Oath Keepers until now. To see, this is where we're separating the men from the boys right now.
Yeah.
Okay, so they're gone in my book. Oath Keepers, blocked, don't want nothing to do with them.
Don't they realize the Constitution is about to come down in a controlled demolition?
Yeah, and you know what? I don't care, Oath Keepers, if anybody's listening. I smoke pot. You fucking right I do.
Yeehaw.
Yeah, I've got a serious problem with this picture. Who the hell's ever seen an FBI with police under it? That's federalized police right there, brother.
How do you like that? Ain't that nice?
Wow.
That is a picture of a federalized police vehicle, and that is bullshit.
Hey, man, that's
a great dream.
That's OJ's Bronco, I think.
Yeah, with police stickers and federal agents all over it. You're right. They don't have to chase anything. They can chase themselves now.
Yeah, he's gonna lead people on a high-speed chase of 5 miles an hour down the freeway.
Well, they
unbelievable, man. No, that picture speaks 1,000 words right there, people.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it does.
Absolutely.
Seriously, if you don't think your law enforcement isn't federally funded, man, and run, with the exception of the sheriff, you're fucking crazy. You're crazy. It's another business, man. It's another part of the corporation.
Complete with Freemason stickers. Talking about police, Laurie put up a very interesting article this evening about drug testing kits being completely fraudulent, and they're actually testing for absolutely nothing, everything. And Hershey Bar tested positive for cocaine, right? So there's thousands of people in jail right now.
Well, Robbie, there is an epidemic, and it's sad, of different candy bars having cocaine problems. So
Yeah.
it's M&M's. I mean, it's an epidemic.
Bill Clinton's candy bars. You didn't know this? Those were for Bill Clinton personally. That's how he gets all of his dates.
That was
all
a
of his girlfriends are
it's even getting into the lollipops.
14-year-old cheerleaders.
Low pops.
Yeah.
This book tested for methamphetamine earlier.
Yeah, Bill Cosby's vehicle. Like, come on in and get yourself a nice pudding pop. We just got it out of the freezer.
Hey guys, I'm not trying to just attack Joe Biggs unfairly, but I don't want to heroize him because Pete has been out there doing this, and he clearly stated on his page last night he was busy hunting and doing other things, and that's why he's not out there. And if you don't like it, you can buzz off. So I'm sure he got a call from Alex. Well, he deleted it after I typed out a 5-paragraph statement saying what the fuck. You know, he deleted it, and because he realized he fucked up. You know, you done fucked up, son. And I'm sure he got a call from Alex Jones who told him to get his ass out there, and now he's going. But he was not planning on going immediately. So that's falsification. Stop heroizing people who don't deserve it. Okay, heroizing people who do. And Joe Biggs, yes, I had so much respect for you as a former veteran, for sure. And I like what you're doing. But the fact that you are not out there yet says something, first of all. And second of all, you have demonized anyone who has come on your page or come to you and even questioned any of these false flags, especially the most obvious one where the porter was shot multiple times. You see no blood and the bitch runs away. And you call us fucktards for questioning that.
Yeah.
And you got combat. You know what it looks like to get shot up close with a high caliber gun. But we're idiots for thinking everything's a false flag and we're scaring you. And again, you know what? If he gets out there, I hope him and Pete shake hands and go for the greater good right now. But
until that happens,
come on my show.
Controlled opposition.
Joe Biggs, who was not on his way out there until he got a phone call from Alex Jones. Okay, that's all I'm saying.
Alex is calling it the new Civil War. The new Waco. I'm sorry, the new Waco.
Well, he what he said, right? I mean, he's saying it's the new Waco. He's saying that it looks like a setup. Whatever, dude. How about just get your ass out there and support him?
Sponsored by Stratford.com.
Again, we need numbers out there. They're not going to slaughter thousands of people with a missile strike. They're not going to do it. But they will a few hundred.
Sorry,
that'd be money for these quarterbacks and get your asses out there.
Exactly.
Hey, not to break stride, but they're saying that climate change people are all fake and that all their results are fake, and that the head of the EPA is being put in jail for fake climate change and stuff. So Eric, there you go for all your fake, all the climate change people.
They put them in jail. They said they put them in jail.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, I don't want to hear about Alex Jones anymore, man. I'm going to throw up.
No, this is Alex. This is actually a different report. This says government climate inserted fake results in 40,000 cases, imprisoning the rest of this in America. So I mean, they've been actually pumping all kinds of crap into it just to make climate change reality. So for Al Gore's climate control.
That's awesome. That is big freaking news. I really like to see that. Thank you for sharing that.
I like the picture. The picture.
2 hours. I think we got a freaking sweet show. We got great information. Before we go off, I'm going to try one more time to call Pete.
All right.
I'm dying to know about tomorrow.
Let me know. I'm going to wish everybody a good night. I've got to get some sleep. My eyeballs are on fire. All right. I love you all, and I'll talk to you tomorrow. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, I'll speak to you
Much
tomorrow.
love, bro, Mike.
If I don't, I'll speak to your clone.
Right.
Good night, Mike.
Later, brother.
Hey, what's going on?
Oh, thank goodness I got you. Real quick, the main question I wanted to ask you, I didn't even get to ask you. It slipped my mind. Tomorrow is the day the Hammonds are supposed to turn themselves in. I think that's the question on everybody's mind right now.
They have to turn themselves in. They're going to turn themselves in. It's called, coincidentally, Terminal Island in San Pedro, California. They should already be in town, and they will be turning themselves in by the. And the reason for that, as Mr. Hammond said himself, is he gave his word, and that's why he's going through with it. Of course, the fight will, legally to get him get him out of there. But listen, I have to keep moving. Does that answer your question?
That was it. Yep, that was just a big question on everybody's mind. Thanks, Pete.
Okay. All right, sir. We'll talk to you in a little bit. All right. Hey, listen. Just to let you know, I'm gonna be calling you back because we're gonna test the live stream that I have set up. Okay.
Okay.
Kenny, you're gonna stay right here. Okay. The live stream that I'll call you back with details. Gotta go. Bye.
Bye-bye. All right, sweet. So the question got answered. They are turning themselves in. That's what I've heard, but
that's what I thought. I thought earlier that I read that they were on their way.
all right. So he'll be calling me back later. We'll test the live stream, and I want to thank everybody for tuning in. I want to thank everybody that's on this show, everybody who's called in for tuning in. We'll be back tomorrow at 10 o'clock Eastern Time, same place. Welcome to the Resistance!
I don't have to tell you things are bad. Everybody knows things are bad. The dollar buys a nickel's worth. Banks are going bust. Shopkeepers keep a gun under the counter. Punks are running wild in the street. There's nobody anywhere who seems to know what to do, and there's no end to it. We know the air is unfit to breathe and our food is unfit to eat. We sit watching our TVs while some local newscaster tells us that today we had 15 homicides and 63 violent crimes, as if that's the way it's supposed to be. We know things are bad, worse than bad. They're crazy. It's like everything everywhere is going crazy, so we don't go out anymore. We sit in the house, and slowly the world we're living in is getting smaller, and all we say is, please, at least leave us alone in our living rooms. Let me have my toaster and my TV and my steel-belted radios, and I won't say anything. Just leave us alone. Well, I'm not going to leave you alone. I want you to get mad. I don't want you to protest. I don't want you to riot. I don't want you to write to your congressman because I wouldn't know what to tell you to write. I don't know what to do about the depression and the inflation and the Russians and the crime in the street. All I know is that first, you've got to get mad. You've got to say, I'm a human being. God damn it. My life has value.
Good morning, everybody. This is Melvin Lee with Patriotic Warriors coming to you from Tucson, Arizona. We're getting ready to head out here in about another 2 hours, headed to Oregon. And there's been a huge debate whether we should be in Oregon or not. Half my patriots, we need to be there. The other half of my patriots, none of our business. Anything that goes on in this country is our business. Anything. And that's where we've been failing. All right, well, that's happening over there. We don't have to get involved with that. It's not in my own backyard. I'm going to tell you what's in their backyard will eventually be in your backyard. Just a matter of time. Now, everybody that knows me, you know that I advocate for people to work within their own community, in their own neighborhoods, in their own states. And if we could get patriots and people and Americans to come together in their own areas, to work with their local law enforcement and all the other groups that are right there around you, patriots wouldn't have to drive 2,000 miles across this country to go support people in a state. But we don't have that. On one side, we have patriots that are responding, criticizing patriots that are not. And then I have patriots that are not responding, criticizing the ones that are responding. The first thing in order to get the country back, which is what all of you advocate for, is to set aside your personal bullshit and put country first. If you do not believe that people should be responding, instead of taking up your time criticizing them or trying to belittle them or judge them, how about you do something in your area? Do something productive. For the ones that are responding, then respond. And stop worrying about what everybody thinks or is calling you. If you find it in your heart to respond, then respond. Now I've taken some calls this morning. All right, Melvin, we packing up, we're headed your way. No, I don't know. I want you working in your community. I am going up there to find out what in the hell's going on, because I've got two sides of the story. So I'm going to take my ass up there and I'm going to find out what the hell's going on. And I'm going to report back to y'all. If you haven't left yet, if you have not made plans to leave, then don't. Take care of your community. Take care of the ones that you're going to be dependent upon if something goes wrong. I've been preaching that over and over and over. You got patriots in this huge community pulling y'all from one side to the other. And everybody keeps screaming, well, we need a leader. And I keep screaming back at you, you are a leader. You are an American. We're quick to judge people. We're quick to call each other sheep. And at the same time, in the same breath, we need a leader. You are your own leader. You have your own family. You have your own interest. Follow those. Instead of criticizing everybody else for not following your way, you link up with the ones that are, and you try to work with everybody else within your organizations, your groups, your communities, your neighborhoods, your state. What irritates me is I see people, when this first started, they was all gung-ho about responding. And then when it gets right down to the cut, oh man, I can't make it because of this, that, and the other. They're on Facebook. They're talking. That's all they're doing. They're talking. And some of y'all buy into it. And some of y'all just, here you go, drama. For the ones of you out there that don't understand John Ritzheimer, you will never understand John Ritzheimer. Not unless you walk in his boots. If you saw what he saw, that's the only way you're going to understand him. So give up even trying. Unless you want to go through Marine Corps boot camp and you want to go do 2 tours in Iraq, then just give up trying to understand him. For ones of you do understand him, for the ones that have went through what John's went through, stop beating up the ones that don't understand him. They won't ever get it. It's a waste of time. We keep wasting time going back and forth between this group, this person, that person. You're wasting time. I don't know what the hell is going on in Oregon other than what I've been told and what I've read. And y'all can get irritated at me, and you can send me links to read this, and you can send me links to read that. And I want to remind you that last week or the week before last month, you told me that you could not depend on any media because they told you lies. They lied. They tell you what they want to tell you. And then you're going to send me a link to read something. Oh, okay. All right. Really? If your heart's into Oregon, go to Oregon. If your heart's not in Oregon, stay out of Oregon. But get off of each other. Put the country first. Now, when I hit Oregon, I'll let y'all know what I see. Y'all have a good day. This is Melvin Legal Patriotic Warriors coming to you from Tucson, Arizona.
Alex Hansery here with another podcast on the situation in Burns, Oregon. So there's a particular person that I want to talk about, and his name is John Reitzheimer. And I want you to know that this individual on the Blaine Cooper YouTube channel is seen shooting at the Quran. He's been involved in organizing protests outside of mosques in the Phoenix area, also with the aid of this Blaine Cooper, who claims to be a devout, born-again Christian. And there's a lot of supposed Christians that aren't doing anything at all to promote the teachings of Christ. There are many amongst us that claim to be Christians that only engage in deception and evil under the guise of being a white Christian American, which somehow is seen as something that is preferable to anything else. And so some people gravitate to the so-called white American Christian, especially if they say that they're a Marine. There's something about all those elements together. The Christian, Marine, white American. It's like a under the table quiet superhero that keeps the cogs in the machine alive, keeps the division there, keeps things strange and unusual and unfair and unjust. And is there discrimination against white people? Absolutely. We're under a larger evil system where it isn't about one race dominating the rest, but they will use races against each other only to hurt those races. And we're speaking of the evil that runs this planet. And so you see people that are looked up to as heroes that will shoot at the Quran, looked up to by the mentally ill women of this culture that think that they're awake to conspiracy research, but will get on board the race baiting because it makes them feel good. Look at the girlfriends and wives that are showing up at some of these events. They think that a real man loses this shit and acts like a hothead and takes over a building. It gets them hot. They like seeing this. They want to bump and grind to that. And it's the cold, hard truth. And you know it. And I'm talking to some of you right now that are getting off watching this. Where are the real men coming together and actually getting organized? And I'm not talking about just standard political change, but spearheading their own off-grid communities. They're out there, but the stuff that excites some of the deranged women of this culture are the men that do violent things. They think it makes them a better protector. And so, we deal with a world where we deal with a lot of supposed feminized men that will just lay down and make fun of anyone stand up for their rights. And then you see the extremist in. What about the middle way? What about another way? People spearheading their own communities and not standing down when people are being illegally pushed off their land. In that case, in what happened in Costilla County, I think that there are ways in which the people should have come together and should have held the local government accountable in a peaceful way. And I believe that there weren't real attempts to come together and maintain some sort of forward momentum. A lot of it degenerated into Facebook bickering, name-calling, people allowing others to be abused emotionally, showing no empathy for the feelings of others. Of course, I'm talking about Chloe of the SLV Just Us group. Now the page is deleted. All that for nothing, just to delete the page. And so we're seeing, at this point in time, earthquakes, flooding, major events, solar flares, people being emotional and not being able to connect the dots as to why they're being emotional. And so even though, I've talked about the links between cycles of war and cycles of the sun, how many people are cognitively in shape enough to connect the dots for themselves right now? Can you in the comment section to say that you're identifying that, yeah, there's definitely a lot going on right now, and we could see more solar activity. There is a connection. Or is this just, hello, McFly, are any of you home? Are any of you home? Hello, hello, hello. Is there anybody in there? Just nod if you can hear me. Is there anyone home? Come on, yeah. I hear you feeling down. Well, I can ease your pain, get you on your feet again. Relax, relax. But I need some information first. Just the basic facts. Can you show me where it hurts?
It's like there are so many people out there that are comfortably numb to the larger picture, especially with regards to the fact that there is not a Islamic threat, and you've got people like this John Ritzheimer that are falling for that. Literally, he's having almost a meltdown in that town hall forum, where you have a concerned Burns, Oregon resident who's basically confronting the rest, and they're defending themselves, but this John gets up. He starts complaining about being locked out of Facebook, and you know what he said? He's like, well, I tried to get him to let me back. I said, I love Islam, I love Islam. These people, these so-called patriots, think Obama is with the Muslims. Just because they're letting through certain immigrants and they plan to maybe, let off some false flags, and we're talking about the government, so they can put these Muslims in camps, and perhaps other people, because that's what this is really about. But they've led these PTSD-ridden veterans, and of course this guy could be a Fed, but right now we're going with the possibility that he's mentally ill, and he is having a breakdown, a psychotic breakdown, and there are others having a psychotic breakdown, and they're not seeing that there's a real threat down the line from China and Russia. They're listening to the wrong talk show hosts, they're reading the wrong websites, and they're being told that it's a Islamic invasion. And most of those so-called patriots in Burns, Oregon, and I would say even some of the residents, they believe this nonsense. And a lot of people that I've seen try to come into my groups, and a lot of people that I've interacted with, some people that have added me on Facebook because they found me because of the coverage I did in Costilla County, some of the people that want to live off the grid, they are totally believing these mainstream talking points about the immigrants and the Middle Easterns. And not only that, a lot of them will literally they're attracted to this 3%er sovereign group common law bullshit that for the most part only gets people in trouble and put on the radar. Now, some people can claim that they've driven so long without a license plate and whatnot, but it's startling to see people like that develop these ideologies that being aligned with these groups is the way to go. It puts you on the radar. It puts your family in jeopardy. And I've blocked people that are stuck in a paradigm because I don't want to be associated with what they're associated with. And I'm offended when people, fall into this racial divide and act like, the main thing that matters to them is the white race and white nationalism and making America great again. Yeah, in their idea of what makes America great again. Look at what is wrong with the minds of all these veterans that have been fucked over by the system, only to believe the same media. And you can also see how people like Alex Jones turned people off years ago when he really was somewhat anti-establishment. And now that he's towing the establishment line, how he's endorsing Trump, how he's endorsing the false narrative that's been put out there that a quarter of the Syrian immigrants have been polled say they plan to commit terror attacks inside the United States. He's pushing that false narrative, that bullshit lie that defines common logic, literally, that 1 in 4, if they're coming to the U.S., is going to admit plans to commit terror attacks. That is insane. That is asinine. And anybody that thinks that those making claims like that are on the level, they're fucked up too. All the Trump and Alex Jones supporters are fucked up psychologically in the head. And I'm not exaggerating. That is the seriousness of the situation that we find ourselves in. That includes Pete Santelli listeners. And so you're seeing a lot of monkeys right now being led over a cliff. This John Ritzheimer is no hero. But there are people that will throw their bras and throw their panties because they're seeing a man having a breakdown, willing to sacrifice himself for a cause that may be directed by the feds themselves to begin with. That is the depth of the mental illness that is currently taking place in this country and on this planet and in each of our communities on a microcosmic level. I warn thee against getting involved with any of these sovereign groups or 3%er groups or even being connected with them on Facebook. And I want you to pay attention to how they're whether it's mind control, propaganda, subliminal, or something else, they're mirroring the same talking points. And some of these people in the alternative media are developing larger neo-Nazi audience bases, whereas before it was supposedly all about, all the races coming together against the New World Order. Obviously, that was bullshit. And obviously, Alex Jones is not the old Alex Jones, but it's significant, the politics of some of these alternative media folks, the larger ones, how they have taken people away from true liberty, true freedom, what it means to be a true patriot that believes in liberty, that believes in standing up for people that are being victimized at the hands of the state. They're now pulling them back in. Not all of them, but they're now pulling some of them back in with this fear of Islamic extremism instead of what's really going on, instead of what's coming later on. So it's like there's a split within consciousness itself, a light in the dark, you could even say. Those that are awake and those that are going deeper into the slumber, it is happening now, and people are picking sides between greater awareness and greater stupor. And you now have a choice to make, whether you're going to continue to go in a direction greater into the stupor, or whether you're going to continue to go greater in a direction of greater self-awareness. That choice is yours, and yours alone. And with that, we'll bring this podcast to a close. I'm Alex Yancey, coming to you from Southern Colorado, January 3rd, 2016.
"150-strong militia occupy federal building in Oregon." Dozens of militia, some of whom may be armed, this weekend took over a federal building in Oregon. After a 300-strong protest in Burns, Oregon, a group of militiamen claiming to be 150 in size occupied the headquarters of a federal wildlife refuge. The occupation is against the prosecution of ranchers Dwight and Stephen Hammond. They were convicted in 2012 for setting fire to public land to protect their property from wildfires. A judge ruled their prison terms were insufficient and ordered them to return to prison Monday. The militia reportedly have food supplies and a power generator. It's unclear if they are armed. The militia has said it is prepared to occupy the building for years. Authorities are currently working on a solution to the situation. The building the militia took over is the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge, operated by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Brothers Amand and Ryan Bundy are among the protesters. Members of the Bundy family had previously been involved in an armed standoff with authorities in 2014 over grazing fees. However, federal agents backed down, citing safety concerns, and returned seized cattle to the Bundys.